will not watch or fold his hands and watch the National Assembly not making adequate commitment in oversight, in appropriation, as well as necessary laws that will enhance its attainment of the goal and objective.
The Commission should be forced to start on a high energy. If they start on a low energy, if they start with compromise, if they start overlooking critical issues, they will not ramp up strength. So my first charge is that we should realize that we must take the first step that is correct. And the first step starts with appointment.
The United States placed a ban on some state governors in Nigeria, while the federal government says it has almost completed requirement expected to reverse the United States of America visa ban on certain categories of Nigerian travelers. The permanent secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mustafa Suleiman, while meeting with U.S. embassy officials at the ministry headquarters in Abuja, urged the U.S. government to re-evaluate its position on the visa ban. The U.S. ambassador to Nigeria, Mary Beth Leonard, while confirming that a ban on several politicians is in place, said the United States government is committed to a free, fair and credible electoral process in the country.
There are people who we believe merit that treatment, and should those people seek to travel or to apply for a visa, it would apply to them. The integrity of the election process is so important to the fundamental trust of compact between a citizen and their government. It's fundamentally important, and that's why we take the step of internally identifying people that we believe can credibly be construed to have interfered in that process. U.S. visa processes are in fact confidential, and so we do not publish a list. We do not make public who it is has been subjected to these, would be subjected to these sanctions. An individual who attempted to travel or to apply for a visa would be refused and impeded, but it is not something that we advertise who those list of individuals are. I think that anyone who is involved with electoral processes in Nigeria should reflect upon the fact that notorious behavior in this regard may have that consequence for their ability to travel to the United States.
I think from the assessment of the recipient of our response, I think we have accomplished almost 90% of the requirements that have been established in that regard. And I'm sure if you follow the information that has been passed in terms of the level of compliance with, for instance, the sharing of information. We have done so much in that regard, and that's why I believe that the U.S. government is having the comfort to even re-evaluate. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been, candidates for evaluation if we haven't really substantially complied with the requirements that have been established, at the beginning of the immigrant visa ban. So I think if we are to rate ourselves, I think from what has been said and done so far, we should be about 90% compliant. And like I said, that's why we are looking at a re-evaluation, and we are looking at actually a positive prospect.
You're watching Plus Reports on Plus TV Africa. We will be right back after this break.
Welcome to The Breakfast, where we unbundle top and big stories of the day.
Is vaccine the only way out of this pandemic?
No, definitely not.
Many Ghanaians just want a peaceful election, and they are hoping there will be no rigging.
There is nothing bad in borrowing for infrastructure. The minister added that he was impressed.
Please come and see yourself what we are doing with the money we have borrowed.
It's very important. The way we brand ourselves is the way people will carry us.
It's just the driver of the two vehicles that were completely born. This one was here screaming.
What do you recommend the government do to support this sector?
Direct intervention, that's what every government all over the world has done.
We are not a parallel security structure. Amoteku Corps is a complementary corps.
What I will not encourage Christians to do is to carry dagger and follow anybody. No.
Join us on The Breakfast, 7 a.m. Mondays to Fridays.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit the offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Thanks for staying with us. As we count down to the Nigerians' Independence Day, Nigeria's federal government on Wednesday said the country's 60th independence anniversary celebration will be observed for a whole year, ending September 30th, 2021. This came as President Muhammadu Buhari unveiled the logo and theme for the 60th independence anniversary celebration. The brief ceremony was conducted just before the weekly virtual Federal Executive Council meeting at the council chambers of the Presidential Villa, Abuja. Buhari said the anniversary celebration would be held low-key this year, attributing the development to the scourge of the novel coronavirus pandemic. The president, who spoke after the secretary to the government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, gave insight into how the logo was adapted and the modalities guiding the anniversary celebration, adding that his administration would henceforth ensure inclusiveness. The theme of this year's celebration is "Together shall we be chosen to forge a more united and cohesive Nigeria."
It is to the glory of God and in celebration of the attainment of the diamond age of 60 by our great nation that I hereby unveil the prepared anniversary logo for this momentous occasion in our national history.
The Senate has promised constitutional responsibilities for traditional rulers in the nation's constitution. President of the Senate, Ahmed Lawan, while blaming the removal of traditional rulers from the administrative structure of governance as being responsible for the increasing level of insecurity in the country, said there is a need to reverse the act. According to the Senate leader, with more involvement of traditional rulers in governance, there will be more improvement in intelligence sharing by locals and support for security agencies nationwide.
I lead the delegation of the highly important traditional holders of our emirates to be here today to deliver the message again from His Royal Highness, confirming him with the traditional title of Gano Kadi. This is a recognition of peace. And from that time, we will need your support and advice in the piloting of the emirates.
The traditional rulers were ones that were bringing both administration and management to focus. And we still need them. In fact, we need to have a proper formal role given to them. And more especially with the current security situation, I'm sure that the traditional rulers can provide a lot of support for government and security agencies in fighting and winning the insecurity challenge that we have. I will wind up here by assuring the people of Arab Emirates, His Royal Highness particularly, that I will be a very good, reliable and committed and dedicated traditional title holder of Ghana Kabi. I will work assiduously wherever I have to protect and promote the interests of Arab Emirates by the grace of God.
Now on Nigerian scientists contributing its quota in curbing the pandemic. The Nigerian Institute of Medical Research, NIMA, as part of strategies in improving detection limit and controlling of the pandemic, has developed a molecular test for COVID-19 detecting kits cheaper than the regular PCR equipment, with its reagents at least 2.4 times more affordable than reagents currently in use. This is the highlight of the press briefing to unveil the research kits. I was there to bring the reports. NIMA research team led by Dr. Chika Uwama stresses that innovation is a fast and sensitive point-of-care test for SARS-CoV-2 using molecular technique, which gives test results in less than 40 minutes.
This instrument doesn't need to have a heating element and cooling element. It just heats it and keeps it at one temperature, and that's done. So that's what makes important and makes PCR expensive. You have to have a heating element, heat it up, and then cool it down again when it needs to go down, up and down through several cycles. The other part of it is that PCR takes too long. Got those cycles. This very fast.
Saying that molecular laboratories remain limited in number, especially at remote areas that are at disadvantage in getting tested, and testing centers are limited and mostly in urban areas, is said to be the aim.
This was developed because we realized the need for people in the remote areas and for researchers who may want to go to the field to do COVID-19 testing. The molecular laboratories that we have now are usually with very heavy equipment and very costly and are not movable. So the idea of a point of care PCR testing was developed.
While unveiling the kits, the team also called for more support for scientists in Nigeria.
My DG has taken a step. We had a grant that had some extra money, and we were able to take as much as 6.7, close to 7 million from it to buy these instruments. And then the other one I was doing out of pocket, about 3.7 million at some point, had gone into this. If this money has not come forth, it would have been just me. The other part is that if this has failed, that money is gone. That's part of where the support for scientists need to be strong. Nigerians are very innovative. It's just the support system to carry us.
While no effective vaccines has been developed to date, it is therefore imperative for scientists to up their game in research to curb the pandemic. Jacinta Obiuku, Plus TV Africa. Moving now to Adamawa State. Adamawa State government has called for an enhanced budgetary provision for the girl child education. Head of Service Adamawa State, Dr. Edgar Amos, made a call in the state capital during the workshop organized for government officials and CSOs by the International Federation of Women Lawyers in collaboration with the Spotlight Initiative. Dr. Amos, who was represented at the workshop by the Permanent Secretary of Administration, Ahmed Dada, said equipping the girl child will help to curb the issue of sexual and gender-based violence in the society.
Let's think of our children, let's think of the girls, especially girl child education. That's why Ministry of Education is here, Ministry of Higher Education is also here. Let's think of them, please and please, let's think of them in the light. Because if you today educate a girl, you are educating the nation. If you appropriately bring up a girl, you are bringing up appropriately a nation. Because they are the ones that people to the welfare and well-being of society.
Freedom Nigeria seeks to train CSOs government officials, and other stakeholders on the National Action Plan, the government's accountability for budget allocation and release, monitoring of the budget's utilization, and gender-responsive budgeting for violence against women and girls, gender-based violence, and harmful practices.
The project aims to end all forms of violence against women and girls. The initiative seeks to respond to all forms of violence against women and girls, with the particular focus on sexual and gender-based violence.
And to Oyo State, the wife of the Oyo State governor has called for a solid plan in addressing problems facing widows across the state, saying that government will continue to make policies that will always empower them so as to meet their daily needs and to be able to care for their children. She said this in Ibadan while distributing gift items to widows in the state, which was held at the Presidential Lodge Government House, Ibadan. The governor's wife pointed out that widows all over the world face a lot of hardship and they struggle to meet their daily needs. She called on widows across the state to boost their worth and not subject themselves to self-pity. Eunice Oyedokun, the wife of a Womosho South Local Government chairman, promised to reciprocate same gesture in her domain.
Know that the government is there with them and the government will always be there for them. The governor has the widows at heart, and he's really going to put something together to augment their life and empower them to care for their children.
We appreciate the wife of the governor, and it's a privilege to be here. We'll make sure that these palliatives get to the local government. We call them one by one and make sure that they are the right people to have it.
I'm so happy and very excited. May God continue to bless and guide our mother. May God uplift her and bless her abundantly. May God always keep her going in and out safe.
And that's it on Plus Report. Do follow us on Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. I'm Jacinta Ubiuku. Thanks for watching.
Today's top stories are:
and the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria. I'm here at Eunice Bashorin Street, where the
fire destroyed our transformer complete.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa. Here are the stories making the headlines, and I am Amaka Okoye. President Muhammadu Buhari has held a closed-door meeting with President of Ghana, Nana Akufo-Addo, late Sunday night at the Aso Rock Presidential Villa in Abuja. The meeting was made public at about 11:36 p.m. on Sunday by a personal assistant to the president on new media, Bashir Ahmad, on his Twitter handle. Ahmad, who did not elaborate on the purpose of the meeting, however, posted a picture of both presidents on a walk. Although tips on why President Buhari hosted his counterpart were not yet out as at the time of filing this report, there were indications from the presidency sources that it might be in relation to the recent diplomatic row between Nigeria and Ghana. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo had recently attended an extraordinary session of the Economic Community of West African States in Ghana, after which he addressed the Nigerian community in Ghana on the row. And Governor Godwin Obaseki has commended the Edo people for his re-election. He described his re-election as triumph over godfatherism.
The great people of Edo State have spoken, and they have spoken loud and clear. We thank God Almighty and give Him all the glory for this victory. Thank you, President Muhammadu Buhari, for defending our democracy and allowing the Independent Electoral Commission, INEC, and the security services to perform their constitutional functions without interference. INEC and the security services have shown Nigerians and the world indeed that they are capable of conducting free and credible elections. Words fail me in saluting the timid supporters who displayed courage in the face of threats, intimidation, and brutalization. The collective will of Edo people made it possible for us to triumph over godfatherism.
Still in the news, President Muhammadu Buhari has commended the election process in Edo State, which led to the victory of Governor Godwin Obaseki as declared by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. The president, in a statement by Garba Shehu, Senior Special Assistant to the President of Media and Publicity, congratulated the winner and urged him to show grace and humility in victory. In his reaction to the outcome of the election, as announced by INEC, President Muhammadu Buhari said, and I quote, "My commitment to free and fair election is firm, because without free and fair elections, the foundation of our political and moral authority will be weak." End of quote. He commended the people of Edo State, the parties, the candidates and security agencies for conducting themselves responsibly. And Governor Godwin Obaseki of Edo State has thanked President Muhammadu Buhari for his commitment to ensuring the recent Edo State governorship election was free and fair. Governor Obaseki also thanked residents of Edo State for coming out en masse to support his candidacy, saying the victory belongs to the people. Speaking at the banquet wing of the government house in Benin City, he says his victory marks a new dawn for Edo people. And also in attendance was the governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, who commended the Edo people for bringing an end to godfatherism in the state.
The great people of Edo State have spoken, and they have spoken loud and clear. We thank God Almighty and give Him all the glory for this victory. Thank you, President Muhammadu Buhari, for defending our democracy and allowing the Independent Electoral Commission, INEC, and the security services to perform their constitutional functions without interference. INEC and the security services have shown Nigerians and the world indeed that they are capable of conducting free and credible elections. Words fail me in saluting the timid supporters who displayed courage in the face of threats, intimidation, and brutalization. The collective will of Edo people made it possible for us to triumph over godfatherism.
The man whom God used to fight godfatherism, if for nothing, we have achieved
that there was nothing called godfatherism again in Edo politics. Edo people have spoken, and Edo people have said, look, we cannot tie our faith in one man's hand. And that was what Edo people did yesterday. So I want to thank him that he volunteered himself to be used to fight for the interests of Edo people.
Residents of Benin City, Edo State, took to the streets to celebrate the victory of the People's Democratic Party in the just concluded Edo State governorship elections. Many of them were seen jubilating, saying the results show the collective will of a majority of Edo State voters. Our correspondent, Amadine Uye, tells us more.
The celebration commenced at the popular Aduawa roundabout, just outside the INEC Collation Center. The police were having a difficult time controlling the crowd. Residents expressed their joy in dance and drama and their own special way. From there, the Plus team visited the heart of the city, which is located at the popular Ring Road. Pockets of crowds were also seen jubilating.
I'm not just happy because Obaseki won the election today, because it's obvious he's going to win the election. We all anticipated for this, that he's going to win. But I'm happy that we are happy today because not just Obaseki won or PDP won, we are happy because we are able to secure the future of our children, and we are able to tell the few godfathers in the state that the power does not belong to them, but it belongs to the Almighty God, and it belongs to the will of the people, because the will of the people is the will of God.
I'm feeling happy. I feel, in fact, if God is with us. In fact, if God be for you, who can be against you? Nobody. And God is with Obaseki both spiritually and physically.
So we are very happy for the winning of the governorship election, Governor Obaseki, and I'm very excited for everything. You know, it's a success to win.
I've never campaigned for any political party, but because of the passion that I have for this man, Godwin Obaseki, I decided to campaign follow him. But at the end of the day, we came out in flying color. So that is why I'm excited and I'm happy. I want to use the opportunity to thank all the Edo people. Edo not be Lagos. Edo not be Lagos. The Edo light. So we congratulate everybody. We thank you. We love everybody. So thank you.
One resident gave reasons why he supported the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Governor Godwin Obaseki.
I'm not from this Edo State, but since I came to this place, the way this man work, I like it. That's my opinion. And number two, people are saying that this man decamp because of one thing, but for me, it decamp because of the oppression. If I'm not mistaken, because I was here. Yeah, because of Chomole oppression. That way this man decamp.
With the election now over, residents of Benin will resume their normal business activities, hoping to get the dividends of a much worked for victory. Amadine Uyi, Plus TV Africa.
Thank you, Amadine Uyi, for that report. And former President Goodluck Jonathan says the re-elected governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki, must ensure that he governs all people of his state without any partisan bias. Jonathan, who made the admonition in a series of tweets on Sunday, congratulated the candidates of the People's Democratic Party and also congratulated the electoral umpire for overseeing the polls successfully. The former president was of the opinion that democracy can only be consolidated to promote good governance in Nigeria and Africa when elections become credible, transparent, and truly represent the wish of the voters. Governors elected on the platform of the PDP have described the party's victory in the election as a triumph for democracy and rejection of imposition. The governors, while congratulating Obaseki, also said the victory was as a result of hard work and resilience. The governors also praised President Muhammadu Buhari and INEC for their fairness and relative neutrality in the conduct of the elections. Well, the APC chapter in Edo State has alleged foul play in the election. It, however, called on its members to stay calm, and in a statement titled APC Alleges Skewed Election to Decide Next Step, issued by the chairman of its Media Campaign Council, John Mayaki, the party rejected the result of the election. The party also claimed there was arbitrary arrest of its members who could have resisted the rigging. He said Obaseki was busy diverting attention with a false alarm. An election observation group, Yaga Africa, has confirmed that the result released by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, on the Edo State governorship polls matches result collated from the field. Yaga Africa, while releasing its preliminary post-election report on the results released by INEC, says that it's watching the vote initiative, which deployed about 500 observers across the 250 polling units in the state, can authoritatively confirm that INEC's result is consistent with those received from its observers on the field.
And at 11% of polling units, polling officials recounted the ballot papers. At 95% of polling units, the official results were posted for the public to see, which is commendable. At 68% of polling units, presiding officers used the smart card reader to transmit the results from the polling units. At 74% of polling units, the presiding officers used the electronic tablets to transmit the result from EC8A.
The INEC official results for the 2020 Edo State gubernatorial election is consistent with the Yaga Africa Watching the Vote estimate. Had the official results been changed at the ward, local government area or state collation centers, the official results would not have fallen within Yaga Africa Watching the Vote estimated ranges. Because the official results fall within the estimated ranges, governorship contestants, parties, and voters should have confidence that the Independent National Electoral Commission's official results for the 2020 Edo gubernatorial election reflect the ballots cast at the polling units. It is important to highlight that the counting process at the polling units was transparent and included representatives from the two political parties that received most of the votes.
And on COVID-19 updates, Nigeria has recorded 97 new cases of COVID-19. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control announced this on Sunday, revealing that the new infections were recorded in 11 states and the FCT. Of the new cases, 46 were recorded in Lagos, 12 were recorded in Kwara, 11 in Rivers, 4 in Adamawa, Niger, Ogun, and Osun, 3 in Ekiti, Imo, and Kaduna, 2 in Plateau, and 1 in the FCT. And this brings the total infections recorded in the country to 57,242, while 48,569 have recovered and 1,098 have died, unfortunately. Katsina State Government has ordered primary and secondary schools across the state to remain under lock and key until further notice. The Commissioner for Education, Professor Badamasi Lawal, said that education authorities in the country were still evaluating the situation regarding the impact of COVID-19 when schools eventually resume. Lawal said the exit examinations were designed to test the possibility of the students contracting the virus. And the latest development dashed hopes of parents and students for schools reopening after some 6,000 secondary school students were allowed to sit for their final year examinations. The students, while writing their examinations, were however made to sit under strict conditions to check the spread of COVID-19. Some parents and students had called on the state government to look into the possibility of reopening of schools like other states of the Federation. And Kwara has recorded 12 more cases of COVID-19, while 23 persons who tested negative twice have been discharged. The Chief Press Secretary to the Governor and spokesman of the Technical Committee on COVID-19, Rafiu Ajakaye, announced this in a statement released to the press. He said that the new cases brings to 1,025 the total number of confirmed cases so far in the state, with 822 patients discharged and 26 deaths recorded. To health matters, the Joint Health Sector Union has suspended a 7-day warning strike across the country. In a statement issued by its national president, the health workers comprising 5 unions under JOHESU and the Assembly of Healthcare Professional Associations were expected to resume work on September the 21st. JOHESU also accused the federal government of resorting to intimidation and blackmail of its members using all forms of faceless organization rather than negotiating with the union. The health workers had embarked on the warning strike on September the 14th following the failure of the government to meet their demands. You're still watching news on the hour. Now to the rest of Africa. Military personnel have been put on alert in Cameroon for 4 days, starting from Monday, over fears of Tuesday's protest, which, according to the government, could cause severe public disorder. Members of the government have been quick to criticize the call for protests made by opposition leader Maurice Kamto, labeling his movement as an insurrection, forbidding all demonstrations. Maurice Kamto, leader of the Cameroon Renaissance Movement, has been calling for peaceful protest, demanding that President Paul Biya steps down and that regional elections in the Anglophone region be reformed so to include the marginalized communities. Still on the rest of Africa, Cote d'Ivoire main presidential election challenger and a group of opposition parties have called for a civil disobedience to stop President Alassane Ouattara's bid for a 3rd term on October the 31st. The election is seen as one of the biggest tests of the stability of the West African nation since a disputed election led to a brief civil war in 2010 to 2011. Cote d'Ivoire's Constitutional Council has cleared Ouattara, the former President Henry Konan Bedi, and 2 other candidates to contest in the vote. Bedi told a packed opposition PDCI party hall in Abidjan that the parties, after a meeting on Sunday, had come together to stop Ouattara's 3rd term bid. At least a dozen people have been killed since anti-Ouattara riots broke out last month after he declared he would run following the sudden death of his hand-picked successor in July. And that will be it from the rest of Africa. And now to the foreign news, where new partial lockdowns measure became effective on Monday in Madrid's working-class district of Vallecas, the morning after residents took to the street to call for better health provisions, complaining of discrimination by the authorities. The lockdown measures predominantly apply to areas of lower income and with higher immigrant populations, home to about 850,000 people. About 600 people demonstrated in the southern district of Vallecas on Sunday night, which has one of the highest infection rates in the Spanish capital, about 6 times higher than that of Chamberí, a wealthy area in the north of the city, according to regional government figures. Now, HSBC has allowed fraudsters to transfer millions of dollars around the world, even after it had learned of their scam, leaked secret files show. Britain's biggest bank moved the money through its U.S. business to HSBC accounts in Hong Kong in 2013 and 2014. Its role in the fraud is detailed in a leak of documents, bank's suspicious activity report that have been called the FinCEN files. HSBC says it has always met its legal duties on reporting such activities. And that's it from the foreign scenes. And now to the business news, where the Central Bank of Nigeria has launched a massive investigation into foreign exchange transactions by 71 companies after preliminary reviews raised suspicion of possible infractions and contravention of extant foreign exchange laws and rules. Sources close to the Apex Bank confirmed the investigation of many leading companies in key sectors of the economy, including healthcare, food manufacturing, agriculture, oil and gas, energy, financial services, and trading, among others. And this is the largest forex probe in recent period. The Apex Bank in August launched 2 separate investigations on the matter. That's it in business, and still ahead is our roundup on entertainment and sports news. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
first point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
In entertainment, Ozzy Osbourne's former drummer Lee Kerslake has died aged 73. The musician had been undergoing treatment for prostate cancer. He's best known for his performances on the Black Sabbath frontman's critically acclaimed debut album Blizzard of Oz, and was also the drummer in heavy metal band Uriah Heep. Osbourne wrote on Facebook, "It has been 39 years since I've seen Lee, but he lives forever on the records he played on for me." Born in Bournemouth in 1947, Kerslake joined Uriah Heep in 1971. In the early 1980s, he recorded Blizzard of Oz and Diary of a Madman with Ozzy Osbourne. And that's it on entertainment. Up next, it's sports with Udoka Njoko.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit the first trillion.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya, which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
And in sports, Manchester City have confirmed that Ilkay Gundogan has tested positive for coronavirus following the latest round of testing. The midfielder is observing a 10-day period of self-isolation in accordance with the Premier League and UK government protocol on quarantine, and the player is likely to miss 3 matches for City while he self-isolates, including Monday's Premier League clash against Wolverhampton Wanderers, as well as Thursday's Carabao Cup against Bournemouth and Sunday's league game against Leicester City. Still in sports, former Super Eagles striker Obafemi Martins has joined Chinese Super League side Wuhan FC on a 1-year deal. The 35-year-old joined Wuhan on a free transfer after his mouth-watering contract with Shanghai Shenhua, which started in February, was terminated last week. The centre-forward joins the Han Army, who finished 6th in the Chinese top flight last season. The striker returned to football in July, rejoining the Flower of Shanghai, having been without a club since 2018 due to a hamstring injury. And the former Nigerian international made 4 Super League appearances for Shanghai Shenhua before leaving the club. The 35-year-old will hope to prove he still has all it takes to play at the top flight with the Dongshi Sports Center outfit. That's it on Sports Update on Plus TV Africa. I'm Udoka Njoko.
Thank you, Udoka Njoko, for that wrap-up. And that's our news roundup of events at this hour. For more news and updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, on Twitter and Instagram. And remember to subscribe to our YouTube as well, which is at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back again with more stories making the headlines. Please do join us again. I am Amaka Okoye, reminding you to keep staying safe out there.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amoteco.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa, so we always felt like the picture is incomplete, so we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slums.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that is spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
A recent study shows that this preventable disease accounts for 15% of all deaths of children under the age of 5.
As quickly as possible. We will push that project no matter what happens. Our production lines are operating at full capacity and our engineers
5 times more likely to receive early childhood education than the poor in their area.
There is a digital divide, and we hope that this will allow people who previously had no way of accessing material to
Civil War. We frequently travel on those roads. The damage done.
The fight of our lives. The United Nations Secretary General has called for a ceasefire in countries locked down in a long-term conflict.
This is One-on-One on Plus TV Africa. My name is Elsie Godwin. Thank you for watching. On this episode, we are one-on-one with the man who is saddled with the responsibility of providing leadership and strategic direction for the achievement of the vision of the Nigerian Railway Master Plan, the Managing Director of Nigeria Railway Corporation, Mr. Fidel Uhiria. He is a professionally qualified electrical engineer with significant achievements in the field of electrical, mechanical, signaling, telecommunication, ICT, installation, maintenance and repair of electrical equipment and rail transport since 1988. His extensive industry experience covers the design, development, installation and supervision of many multi-million naira projects from inception to completion. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Uhiria.
My pleasure being here.
I must say, well done on the job you and your team are doing on the Nigeria Railway transportation system, and of course to the Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi. If you don't know, you actually think he's just the Minister of Railway, because he's very interested in that area. So we're certainly not where we used to be. Okay, why? Tell us.
He's interested in the well-being of the downtrodden.
Okay.
And rail been for everybody. Before now, it was taken to be for the destitute. Those who enter and go to Kano, from Kano back, spend 4 or 5 days en route with rickety coaches. But he looked at it and said, no, it should not be like that. And he devoted his time. And when he took over, it was live, he came straight to the railway compound, not following the normal route that he should come as officer. He dropped at the gate and walked in and took a tour of the facilities. We want to be close to the people, the ordinary person, and get to as much people as possible.
Okay, so definitely we were not where we used to be 5 years ago. I mean, there's a functioning. The progress is massive. So, how would you rate the level of impact of this progress on the economy?
I would say we are still coming gradually. We are still building, but the impact is massive. You see, there is nothing. We are over 100 years old. I don't like using the word abandoned or dilapidated, because as far as you still have human being in the system, it's very. I don't think it's godly to describe the place as abandoned. We were not well positioned. So when he came, I have to tell him, if you are to make impact, you have to make meaningful investment, because you don't compare a trader who buys one match and be selling it 10, maybe one to an individual, and somebody who have a carton of matchbox to sell. The turnover is never going to be the same. At the time, the highest budget we had was 50 million, and that was to upgrade the law library. Recently, we started having what we call annual budget. We provide service, but the impact on the various commercial activity and economy, which you cannot quantify in terms of naira and kobo or dollar and cent, is enormous. Now that we are modernizing, and I also believe, because you say you are modernizing, you throw off what you have when you have not reached every part of the country. We should keep the two going, because if you plan to have a modern house and you say that you have not built it, you have laid foundation, you demolish your parents' house, and maybe by the time you come home, you'll be sleeping under the tree. So the knowledge we are gaining from the old will take us to the new.
Talking about gaining knowledge from the old, taking us to the new, the old narrow gauge lines link every part of the country. Are we going to see refurbishing of that, or is it going to be a case of demolishing totally?
No. As we go along, thank God, government still provides some funding for us to keep us afloat. We have to buy what we call ballast, the stone, to refill the track. That is what cushion the impact on the rail. We have to still buy the spare parts, and we have to still buy some locomotive and wagons to ensure that route, because if you don't run it, people will vandalize it, as we are experiencing in the East. So, and not until with modernization, because it was a stage 25 years government strategic plan that was to say, okay, maintain the old one, ensure it's functioning well, build a new one, eventually transfer to the new one. We're almost close to 25 years, nothing happened. But now, they have the will and the interest to ensure that we move ahead. That's why when they came, they did not waste time. Even without understanding the system properly, the government and the minister put enough energy and ensure Kaduna Abuja was delivered. And no, people listening to us today, people talk about rail today. Before now, it was not like this, because you have Kaduna Abuja functioning. You have governors, senators now riding or want to ride on train. The habit, or what I call it, will be the Lagos Ibadan when we start. You know the movement of people from Lagos to Ibadan, from north. So if you get to Ibadan, and that's 5 hours you spend between Lagos and Ibadan, will be out. The load from the containers we are moving, you see, cannot be broken to pieces. Luckily, the minister ensured that a dry port is being developed in Ibadan. So when we do that, a lot of those containers, instead of every truck coming from Kaduna, coming from Sokoto, coming from Maduguri into Lagos, some will stop at Ibadan to carry their load. And as I tell people, if I take a train, like say the one we run presently on the narrow gauge from Lagos on Friday evening, we then get to Kano on Saturday night if there are no breakdown. But there is no way a trailer will leave Lagos and get to Kano before Tuesday. Give us a brief overview of the master plan when it comes to Nigeria Railway Service. Where are we going to and what's the plan now? Okay. I always like to start from what people will know. You see, people, if you are cooking, they want to know what you are cooking. So our plan is to ensure that we get to all state capitals of the Federation, get to potential productive centers, ensure that we get to the seaports, and ensure where farm produce will get passed through. That is the major plan for the government. And you cannot do it. No one particular regime can finish it because the fund required to develop it is enormous. As they say, the soup you want is as you put your money, you will eat it. So if you are using $5 million per kilometer, that is the track of type you will get, and that is the type of speed you will get. We are trying to go at average speed of 150 kilometers per hour, and if we do that, we ensure, because of the population and the size of the economy in Nigeria, it's good enough because a lot of study was done before we arrive at that. Now, talking about the pandemic and the efforts to at least curb the virus from every sector, there was an announcement that said on 29th of July, Kaduna-Abuja railway would resume, and of course it has resumed, right? But you also said that the e-tickets wasn't going to be ready at that resumption. Yes. What's the progress with the e-tickets? Minister have set up a steering committee to be headed by the PAMSEC and the technical committee to be headed by myself. So the technical committee, we are meeting. We are, it's a PPP arrangement. Somebody is bringing his money to invest in, and we are dotting the T's and to ensure that the company is not going to lose its money and we are not going to lose our money, and to ensure that we have that level playing ground. So they are moving by next week to Kaduna and Abuja to start. You have to properly ring fence so that you have a controlled exit to the platform and entrance or departure to the platform, so that the e-ticketing you have, there should be some restriction that permits you to enter the platform to board your train. So how long are we looking at for this to be? With the meeting we had yesterday, they said 2 months. They will start initial deployment. The ITs, it's not just to do e-ticketing. You can do that under 1 hour. You download a software. So you have to know how do you protect the earnings. How do you ensure that what you are doing is not, people are not going to be hacking into it, and also that when you have it, people will not jump into the train. You have to protect all those things. There are hardwares and softwares. So, and some certain items have to be imported, not until you get the approval, and we got it in March. By the time we started talking, the COVID came in, and for the first 2 months, it was completely locked down. So give or take, in the next 2 months, we should... In the 2 months, we start seeing some, I won't say full implementation. But we'll be somewhere. All right, let's go on a very quick break, and when we come back, we'll carry on this conversation. Welcome back. This is A101 on Plus TV Africa. So before we went on that break, you were talking about the availability of e-tickets, and in the next 2 months, we should be looking at some form of implementation. So let's look at our
assembly plant at Kajola. So late last year, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo was there for what we call the official groundbreaking, and he made mention that this is going to create about 5,000 jobs, as well as other benefits. Now, how soon is this going to be possible, and what's the progress on ground?
Okay. They have cleared the area, and I don't like talking about this virus putting obstacles in a lot of things. As we speak, even the contractor, it's not a contract. It's what we call social responsibility. The minister has to force it out from it. So if we give you so number of wagons, so number of locomotives, so number of coaches to manufacture, we expect at least, if you do 50% in your country, the remaining 50% should at least be assembled in Nigeria. And we want that facility to ensure that that 50% is assembled. And before now, we're putting pressure on them to ensure that thing is done. So they have gotten the site, they have cleared the site. What is left is for them to bring in because they have to build the workshop. So that's where we were before the lockdown. So we have met twice on the way to bring them back to site. Nobody wants to die. And I would not be surprised if a place that has been graded would have grown by 3 now, because I have not been there since March.
All right.
So it's not only that, the university is also coming up. It's part of the responsibility we expect the company to provide. We know at least you say you are doing this, you must make profit. Let that some profit reflect on our people.
Okay. So let's talk revenue, perhaps maybe the controversial China loan as well, right? NLC revenue is estimated to be about 120 million monthly, and the running cost is about 90 million. And from what we hear, it's expected that about 30 million goes back to an account that is created to service this debt, right? So following the shutdown, we also know that about 766 million was lost, right? Now, what will be the impact of this loss on servicing this debt?
It's not, you see, I'm not an expert. I don't pretend to be an expert in dealing with finance.
Okay.
As you said, I'm an electrical engineer and I've been there. But I've done some management courses and I've been treating contracts or whatnot. What we have with Chinese is government to government. It's not Nigerian Railway Corporation or Ministry of Transportation to government.
Okay.
We've been attending what you call Chinese Africa Focal Forum for Africa and Chinese. Every head of state goes to that meeting once a year. Maybe this year COVID has prevented people from going.
Okay.
And Chinese said, okay, we'll make this pool available for developing nation from Africa. It's not left for you to tap in to defend how that thing is going to impact on people. It's not today. This thing has been on since 2006. And it's not tied to railway being able to pay back. You can swear how is the Ministry of Transportation going to pay back? Or how is the presidency going to pay back? It's country to country. So it's not tied to what railway earn. As I said earlier, railway is providing a service. If you want to look at it and say it's going to be able to break even to pay back, I don't think it's...
So it's a loan that has to be paid back by the country, not by Nigeria Railway Service.
So, but we try to discipline ourselves and ensure that let us also be making a contribution, even if it's 2%, 1%.
Okay.
It has to be like that. Otherwise, if it's that money spinning, the government don't need to get involved. It's like water. You can't pay enough for water that comes to your house. There are things God has provided free. And as I tell people, after God, you have government to organize the life of a country.
Some stakeholders might not agree with you. Well, let me read this one to you. In a recent interview, former External Affairs Minister, Professor Bolaji Akinyemi, said, and I quote, "What is the point of signing an agreement for Chinese to build a railway system with the terms paid within 20 years when the volume of people traveling by railway in your country cannot sustain the railway system? If the income generated by the railway system can generate the loan, then then go ahead. But if you know you will be unable to repay the loan, then don't go into it. Now, based on this submission by the professor, do you share any part of the concerns raised so far when it comes to these loans?
It's, apart from age, I can say it's a professor.
Okay.
Of a particular area.
Okay.
It cannot be a professor of road transport. You see, do we invest money? It was Minister for External Affairs. Do Nigeria invest money in external affairs matters? If you have 4 children, one will be very, very successful. One will be, the other one may be average. The other one is not average. The cause of the problem we have is that that very successful one should take the problem of the one that is not successful.
Okay.
Everybody will be happy.
Responsible.
When that very successful one ignore the one that is not, that's when he's scared to go to the village. You see, develop what? How do they do it? You say they are capitalists. I know today, if you're an American, you cannot say I cannot go to school because there is no opportunity for me to go to school. Who makes that possible? Government. Okay, I have a private company in Europe, for instance. I have invested, it's going down. I say I want to close, government say don't close. Instead of you close, we better give you this money. Why? Because if you employ 100 people and they're out of job, government have to take care of them. So Pottery is a mass employer of labor. It creates job for people. The producers have to produce. You have to move raw material to site of production. You have to move finished product back to market, and the people enjoy those facilities. So you have people like MPA, Nemasa, they are the port. If you come with a ship, you collect revenue. You have what we call revenue collecting agencies. You understand? If 20 ships come, if there is money to collect from that ship, you collect. How will those raw materials go to the industry? How will the finished product come to the market? You get my
I'm getting you correctly. You're saying this should not be based on the revenue that the Railway Commission can make. It's about the impact that it generates to every sector.
Yes,
of the economy.
on our industrial growth.
Okay.
People have been talking mineral resources in the what do you call it now? In the center, Nigeria, like Benue, Kogi, you have sort of deposits, this, that. Some people come to us and say, okay, we want to move coal. But by the time they do the economy of moving by road and this, they discover it will not pay them. They go. But if you have a rail link, they'll be encouraged to do that. And that thing will develop. Do you understand? It will not put light on those people. So are you saying because the villa cannot earn the money to have a villa, we should not have a government?
Okay, let's go for another quick break. But when we come back, we'll carry on this particular conversation.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
This is 101 on Plus TV Africa. Before we went on that very quick break, we were talking about the China-Nigerian loan and the controversies, right? So The Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi, has said that the National Assembly probe may frustrate Chinese loan from the rail project. Now, in explaining this, he went further to say that we have already applied for $5.3 billion to execute the rail from Ibadan to Kano, and also about to apply for about $3 billion for railway between Port Harcourt to Maiduguri. Now, if this probe continues, according to him, especially from the NAS who approved the initial loan as well, then that might scare away the Chinese. Do you share in this sentiment at all?
It's a straightforward thing.
Okay.
I don't want to call it a probe. I think it's inquiry for them to understand better. So, and I don't think the minister will hesitate to provide the necessary for that affect him. Even when you talk about the PPP arrangement, the first thing they ask for is sovereign guarantee. They want to ensure, if even individual business people ask for sovereign guarantee, to ensure that if what we are doing by any design, it did not work, I should get my money back, because there's no Father Christmas. So I would want us to check very carefully. I watched the minister yesterday, was saying, okay, give me alternative. You know, we always identify problem. Nobody talk about the solution. Do we need the rail in this country? Yes or no? For me, yes. Not because I'm the MD. Because Nigerians need to move safely. All over the world, you cannot say there's an industrial growth without means of moving those things. So I will appeal that we should cooperate and ensure we have these things. But if you do it now, we are not repeating it. Our children will not repeat it. They will enjoy the benefit. They will only to make sure that they maintain it, and the cost of maintenance is not the cost of building.
Okay, but looking at it from experience, with your position, and as a citizen of Nigeria as well, do you think there is a possibility that we will get to that point where we cannot pay this debt? And do you fear the consequences at all?
Where we cannot pay the debt. You see, in every budget year, you have what we call service of debt every year in Nigeria's budget. So they will continue to carry it. So why won't you pay the debt? And if we don't pay, that's why it's okay. What is the next thing? Have we gotten, we borrowed money, and former president, Baba Basanjo, was able to get some waiver. So the nation is...
Are we looking at getting a waiver as well for this one?
I'm not, I'm just saying at worst.
Okay.
So no government want to indelibly hurt another nation. If I'm not doing well, there's a limit. You can say, don't come to my country.
Okay.
Because we are human beings. I don't want to say because we are blessed. We have men that can manage this economy. And according to my father, he said before he was born, there has never been any government that say we have enough fund. Do you understand? There is no going to be enough fund, even if oil is $2 million today, even in your house, yourself. So if you are looking for 100,000, if you get it the next day, that problem of 100,000 is not the problem. We see other problems. So also you apply to a nation. Do you get it? I don't see why we should not service the loan. I'm not scared whether we can pay back. This Nigeria forgot crying out.
It's good to know at least about $90 million has been paid so far. So if you want to say something to those who are raising concerns.
The person, if you come to me now.
Okay.
Before I became MD, I was looking for a car loan from a bank. They would say, come today, come tomorrow. Immediately they had that MD, they line up. Say, hey, we can give you house loan. We can give you this loan. So also, no country, they will do their due diligence. In this country, we are giving him 7 years, 10. In 7 years, where is he going to be?
Okay.
Do you understand? He will not just come. They have done their studies too. Why is Nigeria getting? Another country is not getting.
So we are alone.
We should be positive.
Okay. So let's talk about Warri Itakpe Rail. The project has probably seen longer days in construction than, but now finally completed. So and we hear that the people are eager to start using this service. How soon would that be possible?
At least that is closer to me. And but I tell people I don't pretend. I will be happy to see that we can move from Warri to Itakpe. At least it's closer to east, it's closer to south. Nobody stop. We can communicate to Agbo and come to Abuja, because the plan is to link very soon Itakpe to Abuja, and that gets you to Kaduna. And if all these things are resolved, we get the loan. Kaduna will be linked to Kano. Ibadan will be linked to Abuja. So you can come from Warri, you can come from Port Harcourt and join the train. So we have received 10 coaches already at Agbo as we speak. We are trying to move 2 locomotives from where we call Papalanto in Ogun State, where they kept them when they brought them. So immediately we get that, I think we will plan for the commission, because it is worth celebrating. I think that place was jinxed, and God has blessed us.
Okay.
And it's going to come alive.
So how soon are we looking at Warri Itakpe starting?
So we hope within the next 2 weeks, what we call the locomotive, that will pull those coaches. And we tend to start with 4 trips a day. One taking off from Itakpe, one taking off from Warri in the morning, and in the afternoon, they will return back. So we, before the end of August, we should have to start. We are running the timetable, we are running the fair, we are planning the fair, and we submit to necessary approval and review. They hope by the end of August, Itakpe Warri will take off. But we will not wait till it takes off, but we start to do escalator movement to ensure that we warm the track and the vehicles.
Okay, so finally, where do you see Nigeria's railway in the next 10 years? Is there a possibility of competing with the named best in Africa, South Africa, Tanzania? Are we also looking at connecting Nigeria and other countries via rail?
There has been that before I joined railway.
And when is that going to? Which is what I'm saying, what's the plan in the next 10 years?
I've been talking about linking ECOWAS with rail, so that somebody will move his goods from this. So people, like we are planning of linking to up north, outside Nigeria. People say, why? So if you do that, their goods will pass through Nigeria, and Nigeria will earn money. That's why. So I cannot talk for other countries. I know for Nigeria, if we continue like this, I'm not fighting that we do it so fast. You do it according to how we source funds. But if you do it continuously, consistently, whether it's 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers, consistently, we will get there one day. So Rome
wasn't built in a day. But at least we're not waiting another 30 years, right?
No, if people have interest to develop, like day and night, the minister is talking about rail, dream about rail. So if we continue to have people committed, you know the important thing? The important thing that presently, at least on the transport sector, rail, people are putting personal interests. They have thrown that out. In this same system, there's a time we will advertise one work because of interest we cancel.
So now
but
there's
people
willpower.
put personal interest, the overall interest of Nigerians above their personal interest. That's why you see this growth.
Thank you, Mr. Okira, for your time.
It's a pleasure.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for watching. And of course, my name is Elsa Godwin. To catch up on this conversation and all our exclusive content, do visit our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. And of course, do subscribe. Enjoy the rest of our program.
And yes, so my country people, you do well say you join us inside news on the hour for Plus TV Africa. And this na the Coco Bam Bam Tori where we want Sama give on until this very o'clock as it is hot. My name na Destiny Momo. And yes, BBNaija don't record 97 new cases of COVID-19. The Niger Center for Disease Control, they don't announce this one on Sunday. And they're still here and say the new infections now from 11 states plus FCT. Now in then take record them. And of the new cases, 46 been they recorded for Lagos, 12 for Kwara, 11 for Rivers, 4 inside Adamawa, Niger, Ogun and Oshun, 3 inside Ekiti, Imo and Kaduna, 2 day inside the Plateau and 1 for inside the FCT. And this one don't bring the total infection number with them record for the country to be 57,242, and while 48,569 people they don't recover, and then 1,098 people don't die. Yes, so the Christian Association of BBNaija Lagos State chapter, they don't clap hand to give the decision of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu to fully reopen churches, saying that the correct thing to do. But the Nigeria Medical Association Lagos chapter then described the decision to fully open worship center for the state and say then they rush them too much. The chairman of Khan, Apostle Alexander Bangbola, argue say prayers now they responsible for the shinkily badness and with the virus so don't do for the state. And he still here and say minimum of 30 million Nigeria people and 9 been they expected to die from this corona matter, and but say God no agree. The cleric been still here and say can then go tell worship centers make them keep all safety measures so that then go prevent more spread of corona. But as in the react the chairman Lagos Enemy Committee on top and corona matter, Dr. Japheth Olubodi and say the state suppose wait small before then fully reopen churches. And yes, so joint health sector unions, Johesu, they don't suspend 7-day warning strike across we Obodo, and for where the national president Biobe Kentoye Josiah, the health worker, say we then get 5 unions under Johesu, and the Assembly of Healthcare Professional Association say they use they're supposed to resume work for September 21. Johesu then still accuse the federal government to say they still intimidate plus blackmail their members, and they still use all type of faceless organization instead of them to talk well with the union. The health workers have been done do the warning strike for September 14 sake of government no gree give them within they really want. And yes, so Godwin Obaseki in don't clap hand, give Edo people and for this in re-election win. In describing re-election and say in jump past godfatherism.
Chairman of the Edo State version of the campaign council and Chairman South PDP, Chief Dan Obi, Chairman of our party in Edo State, Dr. Tony Azebami, distinguished senators, members of the House of Assembly, Secretary to the Government of Edo State, Barrister Osaudion Ogie, and other distinguished leaders of our party who are present. Gentlemen of the press, the great people of Edo State have spoken, and they have spoken loud and clear. We thank God Almighty and give Him all the glory for this victory. Thank you, President Muhammadu Buhari, for defending our democracy and allowing the Independent Electoral Commission, INEC, and the security services to perform their constitutional functions without interference. INEC and the security services have shown Nigerians and the world indeed that they are capable of conducting free and credible elections. Words fail me in saluting the timid supporters who displayed courage in the face of threats. Philip Schreiber, we are committed to make Edo great again. Thank you.
And yes, so President Muhammadu Buhari don't clap hand give election process for Edo State to make Governor Godwin Obaseki the winner as the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC take announcer. The President for statement from Garba Shehu, senior special assistant to the President on top media plus publicity in don't congratulate the winner and he still advise her making show grace plus a humility for this victory we get. And for reaction to the outcome of the election as it announced by INEC, President Buhari Yan say my commitment to free and fair election is cajadly firm and sake of without a free and fair election the foundation of our political and moral authority it could be very very weak. And he still clap hand for the people of Edo State, the parties and candidates plus the security agencies as they take range themselves weller. And yes, so we get our guy Emmanuel Ogidi will be the PDP CMO for South region. Would I hail you this Kajad day, Mr. Emmanuel Ogidi? We full ground. Thank you, sir. You join our Bonga News. We full ground. Thank you, sir. You join our Bonga News this Kajad day. Okay, what will be your reaction to this Edo governorship election?
Thank God, we celebrate.
Okay. We'll see you on the happy.
The enjoyment now.
Would they greet you? You they hear us?
Yes.
So the question I want to ask you now be say, what will be your reaction to this Edo governorship election result?
First, make a correct you. I not be South chairman again.
Okay.
I be the Edo National Council member.
Okay.
Not be small celebration of Benin yesterday. After they don't announce the result, when I won't come out, I not be come up from Benin. The jubilation not be small. The people they dance raw powder. No, thank God though.
Not be small victory will happen inside the PDP inside those states.
Not be small thing God do
yes.
for them. Not be small thing no.
So what's be the lesson where the party led?
My in-laws full Benin, so I visit them. Not be small thing.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So what's be the lesson where your party led for this victory we want to gain inside Edo State?
We learn plenty lessons,
Okay.
And we go other. We what we want to do for Ondo because everybody's moving to Ondo now.
Okay. Yeah. So concerning, would they hear you?
We need to go to Ondo again and celebrate Ondo. By God's grace, we'll take Ondo.
Okay. So you think say this victory where PDP gets because some people then they talk say PDP just jump enter inside the scene can't be opportunist. What till you go feel use defend this matter?
Say PDP an opportunist?
Yes, that's what some people take they talk
No, PDP now the moment now the train when they move where now.
Okay.
Our train they push them.
Okay.
Now the people they drive the process. Power to the people.
Okay.
Now happen for Edo now.
Not true.
You see how they close mark their votes. People old mama self know say now 4 plus up or bad. You know now. So for Edo, I mean for your own do it could be like that.
Okay.
You know, and now God they give victory. And we believe that God will give Jagger victory. Not be war, not be bullet, not be lion, lizard, no. Now people, democracy. No, but for talk about this matter, Buhari try you.
Okay.
Helicopter won't fly, not drop anything off. No, Buhari try for this one.
Okay.
Even the IG said try. So we commend them.
Okay. So now as the reason I don't get victory for this one and Oga Buhari don't show say in be true Democrats inside this Edo election. So
this surprised me personally. Surprised me.
Okay.
Yeah, so we try.
So now, before the Ondo governorship election, what be on our chances? And because now it be like say APC, they don't up their game well, sake of say they don't they united as a party. No. So how on I go take do inside Ondo State?
APC na Kota Ne party, they don't be party. Na Kota Ne they be. Na PDP the party power to the people. You go see her now.
Okay. No problem. So former president and good luck Jonathan ain't really happy as this matter take be like this. So how you go take
why not happy?
Okay.
He's a happy man. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much.
At least you don't see what happen. Democracy when you practice, it happen now. So why not happy? You're not happy now. But make we use the political advice on this Godfather. Make them change. They should be mentors. They should be make them mentor people. When you don't make somebody win the election, support them, not the oppressor. Don't distract the governors. They should try to be like sportsmen, senior men. Too much money in the warriors, too much money. Now make David talk for Bible, say God, no give me too much money, make I no cost you. Make you no make me poor, make myself no go so that's what
you're not supposed to.
Those are the one get money, make the money manage them, make them manage money.
Not true.
Make them manage their money, they do better things.
Thank you so much, Mr. Emmanuel Ogidi, for this Ogbonga information where you give us inside our Ogbonga news.
You are journalists, you do well, you try.
You too much. I make you get Ogbonga Day and Ogbonga celebration.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And yes, as the news they continue, former President Goodluck Jonathan and said the re-elected governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki, say he must make sure say in govern all the people of his state without any bias. And Jonathan weighed this one for tweet on Sunday, congratulobia the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, and he still congratulobia the electoral umpire to oversee the election successfully. The former president believes say democracy fits only they consolidated to take promote good governance for inside of BBNaija and Africa when elections don't they casual, transparent, and truly they represent the wish of the voters. And yes, so governors when they elect for the platform of PDP, they don't describe the PDP victory for the election as a win for democracy and reject for imposition. And if we have the governors when they been the congratulobia Obaseki still here and say victory in a result of hard work and resilience. And if we have the governors, then still praise President Muhammadu Buhari and INEC for their fairness and relative neutrality for the conduct of this election. It even said the APC chapter of Edo State, they don't claim, say, Wuruwuru did the election, and then still they call on their members to calm down. For statements where the APC claim on top Wuruwuru for election to agree the next step where they issued by the chairman of the Media Campaign Council, John Mayaki, the party reject the results of the election. And the party still claims, say, they arrest their members anyhow and wait for fight the rigging. And they still here and say, Obaseki, they busy, they divert attention with lie alarm. And yes, election observation group AGA Africa, they don't confirm it, say the results where they released by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, for the Edo State governorship polls, say it really matched the results we then collect from the field. And AGA Africa, when they release their preliminary post-election report for the results where they released by INEC, and then deny and say, and then they watch the vote initiative where they deployed about 500 observers across 250 polling units for the state. Say the hit chest confirmed say INEC results they the same with those within Kolobi from observers within the field.
And at 11% of polling units, polling officials recounted the ballot papers. At 95% of polling units, the official results were posted for the public to see, which is commendable. At 68% of polling units, presiding officers use the smart card reader to transmit the results from the polling units. At 74% of polling units, the presiding officers use the electronic tablets to transmit the results from EC8A.
The INEC official results for the 2020 Edo State gubernatorial election is consistent with the Yaga Africa Watching the Vote estimate. Had the official results been changed at the ward, local government area or state collation centers, the official results would not have fallen within Yaga Africa Watching the Vote estimated ranges. Because the official results fall within the estimated ranges, governorship contestants, parties, and voters should have confidence that the Independent National Electoral Commission's official results for the 2020 Edo gubernatorial election reflect the ballots cast at the polling units. It is important to highlight that the counting process at the polling units was transparent and included representatives from the two political parties that received most of the votes.
And yes, so we'll go run enter market. So when we come back, we'll go give another the rest of the story. We'll go return just now.
Quality wire, and quality cables. Quality cables. For quality wire, quality cables. Coleman will light up your life, brothers. It's original quality wire. Where they can't pay. Cable for any type of project. Light up your life, light up your house. Coleman won't light up your life. Coleman, who be the master for cable? Coleman, who be the master for wire? Coleman, original quality cable. When you feature for any kind of project. Coleman, original quality, durable, trustable.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
And yes, so inside Obodo Africa, Tori, military personnel, they don't enter alert for Cameroon for 4 days, starting from Monday. Sake of fears of Tuesday protest, where according to government, if it cause a heavy public gbege. Members of the government too, then they very, very quick to criticize the call for protest where they made by the opposition leader Maurice Kamto, where label in movement as an insurrection, where they forbid all demonstrate. Maurice Kamto, leader of the Cameroon Renaissance movement, in on the call for peaceful protest, and where they asked for the President Paul Biya to step down and say regional election for the Anglophone region supposed to be reformed so that it then fit include the marginalized communities. And still on top of Obodo Africa, Tori, Cote d'Ivoire main presidential election challenger and one group of opposition parties that don't yarn civil disobedience campaign to stop President Alassane Ouattara bid for third term for October 31. The election, then they see him as one of the biggest tests of stability for the West African nation. And since one big election will lead to brief civil war for 2010, go reach 2011, Cote d'Ivoire's Constitutional Council, they don't clear Ouattara, former President Henry Konan Bedi, and two other candidates to take contest for the election. And Bedi Impact Opposition PDCI Party Hall for Abidjan say the parties, after them being meet on Sunday for one sit-down talk and matter, then come together to stop Ouattara's third term bid. And at least dozen people don't they killed since anti-Ouattara riot break out last month after he declared say he would run sake of the sudden death of his hand-picked successor for July. And yeah, so inside Obodo Oyibo Tori, HSBC, they don't allow 419 to transfer millions of dollars around the world, even after they know of their Wuru plan, plus leak secret files as it takes show. And Britain's biggest bank, they move the money through their U.S. business to HSBC account inside Hong Kong for 2013, go reach 2014. And their part for the Wuru, they show for the leaked document. Bank suspect activity report and with them being called the FinCEN files, and HSBC, then Yan say they don't always meet their legal duties to report that kind of matter. And even self Donald Trump moved to replace the late Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg before the presidential election and saying an abuse of power. And this now according by Democratic rival Joe Biden. President Trump and say next week say he will nominate one woman to replace the long-standing liberal justice. And Biden don yarn Senate Republicans to delay the confirmate vote. And Ginsburg will be liberal icon and feminist standard bearer die on Friday at the age of 87.
Her granddaughter said yesterday and said publicly that her dying words were, quote, "My most fervent wish is that I not be replaced until a new president is installed. If Donald Trump wins the election, then the Senate should move on his selection and weigh the nominee he chooses fairly. But if I win the selection, President Trump's nominee should be withdrawn. And as a new president, I should be the one who nominates Justice Ginsburg's successor. A nominee who should get a fair hearing in the Senate before a confirmation vote, I should say, after."
And here also inside business story, the Central Bank of BBNaija, they don't launch one heavy investigate inside the foreign exchange transaction and from 71 companies after one preliminary review where raised suspect of possible infraction plus a contravention of extant foreign exchange law plus a rule. Sources where they close to the Apex Bank then confirmed the investigate of many leading companies for key sectors of the economy, including healthcare, food manufacture, agriculture, oil and gas, energy, and money service and trading, plus other things. And this is not the largest forex probe for recent period. And even serve the Apex Bank for August, they've been launched 2 separate investigates. And yes, so inside Jolly Entertainment story, Ozzy Osbourne, former drummer Lee Castlake, don't die for the age of 73. The musician and don't they undergo treatment for prostate cancer since, and they know him well for his performance for the Black Sabbath front man critically acclaimed debut album Blizzard of Oz, and he still did the drummer of a heavy metal brand Uriah Heep. Osbourne writes for Facebook say in 39 years since he don't see Lee, but in the live forever on the records where he play on for him. And then Bonham for Bournemouth for 1947. Castlake enjoying Uriah Heep for 1971 for early 1980s. And in record a Blizzard of Oz and Diary of a Madman with Ozzy Osbourne. And yes, on top sports, Waka Diego Schwartzman beat Denis Shapovalov 6-4, 5-7, and 7-6 on Sunday, September 20 to book one Italo Open final date with Novak Djokovic on Monday, September 21. And Schwartzman will knock out Nadal for the quarterfinals on Saturday, September 19. He will break into the top 10 of the ranking if he beat Djokovic for the title clash. The Argentine being beat the young Canadian for dramatic back and forth match, and we end for heavy third set tie break. And even self Casper Ruud and being make Djokovic work hard for blood streak on D before the world number 1 Colombian unseeded Norwegian 7-5, 6-3 for the earlier semi-final. And that now our Bongatori for this time. I make a leave now to breathe fresh air. We can still bring more Bagantori, take come on at the month. For more news information, make on join us for Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Plus, you can make Bonga sense if you subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. And always put your DSTV for channel 408 for more Bongatori. And don't forget to stay very, very safe. My name is Destiny Momo.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit the offense truly.
young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya, which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome to The Breakfast.
The Breakfast, where we unbundle top and big stories of the day.
Is vaccine the only way out of this pandemic?
No, definitely not.
Many Ghanaians just want a peaceful election and they are hoping there will be no rigging.
There is nothing bad in borrowing for infrastructure. The minister added that he was impressed.
Please come and see yourself what we are doing with the money we have borrowed.
It's very important. The way we brand ourselves is the way people will carry us.
It's just the drama of the two vehicles that were completely born.
This one was here screaming.
What do you recommend the government do to support this sector?
Direct intervention, that's what every government all over the world has done.
We are not a parallel security structure. A Moteco core is a complementary core.
What I will not encourage Christians to do is to carry dagger and follow anybody. No.
Join us on The Breakfast, 7 a.m. Mondays to Fridays.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amoteco.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa, so we always felt like the picture is incomplete, so we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slums.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that is spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo, Kanayo Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
On this episode, we are at Ijegun to see for ourselves an unusual school where children of school age after 5 to 6 months of staying at home as a result of the pandemic have been given an opportunity to learn again in the most unusual way.
We are in Ijegun today. We've been to different communities. We've been to about 9 communities, and this should be the 10th one. And what we are all about is about bridging the learning gap. Before the pandemic, that we have noticed a learning gap between the schools, the children in the public schools and the private schools. Now, fast forwarding to the time of pandemic, where within 4-5 months, the children are totally cut off the learning platforms. Of course, how accessible is the virtual learning platforms that we are campaigning? So we have gone into the environment, taking the school to the street. School, since the children are not able to go to the school, we brought the schools to the streets. And what we've noticed so far is the fact that quality education should not be exclusive. And we feel in these locations we have raw talents, and what we need to do is just to expose them to these learning methodologies, and that's what we do. Bringing quality education to the rural areas and taking education to those children that have been cut off from the virtual learning experience. We talk about the gadgets, we talk about power and everything. How accessible are these things? We discovered that a lot of children, they don't have access to these things. So why not bring those things closer to their environment? And that's what we are doing. For me, I teach mathematics, and there's another fun way of teaching mathematics, which is abacus. And that's what I have exposed the children to. And within the space of 45 minutes, what they've achieved, what they've learned so far, they've learned what is called finger maths. And they'll be able to count from 0 to 99. And they'll be able to do little additions, little subtractions. And there's something they also get to develop, which is the tactile skills. So how to manipulate their fingers independently, how to do things independently, that is, using both sides of their brain, coordinating both sides of their body. Some exercise that we do what is called brain gym, little exercises that they do to wake up their brain and to open their mind to learning, and that's what we have done today. So it's been fun going to these communities, it's been fun seeing these children because they are all ready to learn. It's just for us to bring the education to them. Once we bring that education to them, they are ready to grasp, and that's what we have done today.
Where is the R? J-A. Yes. M-B. Yes. O-R. Yes. E-E. Thank you. That's it.
We met with a few parents whose children have found this new school.
In this area, honestly speaking, there is no lesson. And the lesson we have is very far from here and it's expensive. I'm not working right now, but someone that's supposed to come and take my children for lesson, he is saying that he's going to collect, per one person that is going to collect 2,000 naira. And I have like 5 kids here. And in this lockdown, where would I have that kind of amount of money to, to pay it? And it was not easy for me. So because of that, because of money issue, these kids have been at home with me. And eventually, I was inside. My wife called me. My wife told me about this unusual school. So I was like, no, it's a lie. It's not true. Honestly, I didn't believe because I was inside. I said no. I walked down to that place myself. So I saw some kids there, and I saw the teacher, see the way they were teaching them. Then I came back home. So I now told my children, I said, no, there is a lesson there. And who organized the lesson? I don't know. But actually, I just saw some people. I saw their grab packed, and I just came back home. I called my kids, and before I find out that, oh, this is an unusual school, and actually, I really appreciate their coming here.
So as I saw these people, the canopy here, then I say, somebody came and tell me that they are doing lesson. Yes, okay. And now prepare my children to take them to the lesson so that they can be learning some things there instead of staying at home.
I brought my junior ones here. That is my cousins. I brought them here for lesson, you understand? Because they are at home playing, doing nothing at home. So we want them to be part of the lesson. That's why we brought them. At least for them to learn more. They have been at home now for like 4 to 5 months. doing nothing. So we appreciate if they can join them to gain some experience from you people. That's why we brought them.
Who told you about the unusual school?
I don't know where she had it from, but she asked me to bring them on her behalf. So that's why I'm here. There are three. These are the kids. These are the kids. This is one of them. This is the second one. This is the boy. This is the third one.
And as teacher Olori said earlier, the children are ready to learn, and we saw that eagerness and keen interest displayed.
Abby, come and paste it for us. Where should we paste it? Okay, Abby said we should do that. So after the number 8, what number is next? After number 8, what number is next?
9.
After number 8, what number is next?
9.
Are you sure? But I'm thinking it's number 4. Are you sure it's not number 4? Okay, so let's look for number 9 on our table. Number 9, where have you gone to? Number 9, where have you gone to? Is this number 9?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
But it looks like number 3. Is this number 3?
Okay, look closely. So what do you have?
21.
21, good. Ready. I'm taking it again. Are you ready? Yes, the first number is what? 21. Good. 85. No, next. 56. Next. 8. 50. Thank you. 74. Come on. 34. Nice. 36.
You can see him full.
18. Good. Next. One more. Ready. Are you ready? Let's go. Yes?
Miriam looks somewhat distracted and sleepy, but an attentive teacher George gives her a place in front instead.
In your finger marks, this is 5, okay? Let's go back to 0. Okay? 0. 1. Good. 2. Good. 3. Good. 4. And your 5? So, take it. So let's go again. 0. 1. 2. 3. 4. And your 5. Good. So your 6. 5 plus 1. 6. 7. Good. 8. Good. And 9. 9. That's it. So what is this? 4. This is what? Thank you. This is what? Great. Take it. No, double. Give it to me. Okay. Good.
And as the learning continues, more pupils are arriving and waiting for chairs to sit on.
Good. Add 2. Thank you. Add another 2. That's it. Take away 6.
The children in preschool, on the other hand, are having a great time identifying numbers with Mrs. O.
It's really been an unusual experience, as the name implies, here at Unusual School, where we get to engage the children in learning activities. Now, from the day 1, even up to the day 3, it's always different kind of experience we have here on ground. Now, what I actually teach is elementary maths. And here at Unusual School, I help them get good concepts on their number sense. I help them walk around their numbers. There's a whole lot of children having this fear and tension for math. So catching them young at the very early age is what I do. So I get them used to their numbers, relationships and patterns all around their numbers. Now we work with lots of things around us that the children can easily relate to. We'll try to avoid abstract activities. So everything is real here. Cardboards, we try as much as possible to improvise. We make use of their body parts, we make use of things around them, things in their homes they can relate to and, come back the second day and they are all screaming, Mrs. O, I was able to identify this and all of that. And they are really cool kids. Yes, so each and every one of them learning under the same condition, under the same environment, without discrimination of any kind, has helped some of them to, you know, if not all of them, to unleash those potentials inside of them. At the preschool section, we work with children between the ages of 3 to 5. Yes, 3 to 5. And definitely at the end of every class, we treat them to a snack time. Yes, and that's one of the good times of being in the preschool section.
While these voluntary teachers strive for qualitative education for these children, they are faced with challenges as well.
It has been so hectic for us to sustain this model of open learning schooling for us, because it's not more like teaching the children. We have to motivate them, because learning has to be a circle of motivation and instruction. Okay, so the motivation part is the provision of what we make for them: water, snacks, the canopies, the chairs, and all those things are cost on us. And we're running this project from our own individual pockets and from selected friends who believe in this initiative, who believe in the cause we are trying to advocate for, and which is the cause of bringing quantitative and qualitative education to the indigent people in Lagos State, okay, while we'll travel around places. And we've been to 8 places already, and this is like the 9th location. We are moving. Our vision is to reach out to 10,000 children. We're currently at the ratio of 1,000 children. So you can imagine the mass size left over.
Add 7. Take away 5. Good, good. Thank you. That's it. That's it. That's it. So, yeah, that's it. Take away 2. Good. Thank you. You can see now, you've gotten to the pace.
But with Mrs. O's class, there is never a dull moment.
Everyone say Mrs. O. Mrs. O. You're all super cool. Everyone say super cool. I love you all.
Unusual school.
And different forms of learning is continuing all the same.
Now, part of what we teach them, apart from the traditional subject in school, which is part of why we call this unusual. Unusual in the sense that we bring in ideas and teaching concepts that they don't learn in school. We teach them finger mathematics, which is the abacus mathematics, then the literacy, which covers the grammar and other parts. Then we also have what we call the bottle craft now, and logic. Now, for the bottle craft, obviously we know Lagos is synonymous with flood, where you have our gutters blocked by bottles. So what we teach the children is to create meaningful objects with bottles. Now, the value chain of this concept is you are giving them cognitive thinking, you are teaching them project-based learning, where they get to create solution for a problem in their community. So we go about teaching children how to recreate things using bottles. This is a flower vase from today's class. We teach them various things. Apart from that, again, in continuation of what we do, we have what we call the learning pack. Okay. Now, the learning pack is because we run the 3 days model of schooling. Now, we want to ensure that learning goes on apart from the 3 days. So we give them this learning pack every week. Now, this learning pack shows 4 subjects: literacy, numeracy, and logic. Now, each of the top pick in this learning pack is gotten from the national curriculum, where we design learning activities to reflect what the children should be learning per week. So, for instance, I'll give you a very good example. We give a community of children this learning pack for week 1 for this Friday. Now, the next Friday, we retrieve it back and we administer week 2 learning pack. This is week 1 learning pack. This is week 3. This is week 4, and we keep going like that. Imagine having a learning sustainability with this concept. It is so unique. Beautiful, right? Right? This is beautiful, right? So what do you think this is again? Flower. So you can put it beside your TV, beside your bedside. Now what we have just done is to solve a problem for Lagos State. Instead of having bottles littered inside our gutters, we are taking these bottles and creating things out of these bottles, meaningful things out of these bottles. We empower the children with all kinds of knowledge. Okay, part of it is what I call social etiquette in terms of sitting position in public areas. Okay, for the girls, like this, cross your leg, and like this. Now for the boys, you sit upright and you don't tilt your body and you don't slouch.
So you see that 1 is on the left, which is your tenth. 0 is on the right, which is your unit. So right hand is unit, left is tenth. So,
And just like the school children here, I've been privileged to learn something new and quite unusual in the most unusual of places, which is the unusual school. And I am Amaka Okoye.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of state security network agency, Amoteco.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa, so we always felt like the picture is incomplete, so we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slums.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that is spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo, Kanayo Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
To an extent, the reading culture of Nigerians is not too good. A lot of people believe that every other thing is much more important than buying a book to read. Apart from the fact that people just want to read books for the purpose of passing their exams or going through school, hardly do people believe that reading outside that purpose still will help them to an extent.
It's been full of ups and downs. Nigerians don't read. I dare to disagree, because we're 16k followers strong on our Instagram account, on other platforms as well. We also have a huge following. So if at all people are not interested in books in Nigeria, we don't have people follow in the first place. And it's so exciting to find out that there are so many people outside of Lagos in deep core parts of Nigeria that are buying and shopping for us, and they are just so excited that this book is locally available and it's sort of like within reach for them. So it's been exciting. It could be better, but again, we do it for the culture, you do it for the passion, and hopefully more stakeholders get interested in it, and it gets better. I got into selling books because I was very passionate about it, and then I was hungry to find other people like me. I wanted to connect with them, and the kind of books that fascinated me were not, I could hardly find people around who were excited about them as well. So at the time, when I interact with people within my age range, they're either talking about some foreign authors that write books outside of the context that I'm familiar with. So I wanted to meet with other young people, other people of like minds who were excited about the kind of books that I liked. And that was basically how it all began. And then beyond that also, I definitely used to go to some website online to find out what books are forced to reckon with internationally, and then most of those books are not available locally, so I had to either shop from some big names out there. And then I thought, if these books are available and people are actually talking about them, reviewing them, perhaps there might be young people or people in Nigeria as well that would really want to read about them. So I end up bringing a few copies, see if I can circulate within my circle, publicize, use social media, and see how far it goes. And so that was how it all started.
It's actually more like born out of inspiration, and then the drive to bring books closer to people, because at some points that I loved reading, I found it hard getting the kind of books I really always wanted to read. So it was like, yeah, you could get this for other people, and then it's been there for me. So I'm having fun doing what I'm doing, and I'm the fact that I can have access to books too as a bookseller is fantastic for me. Yeah, it's been profitable. It's how you do the business that makes it profitable for you. So it's been profitable. It may not be the best of the businesses in the country or in the world, especially maybe in this part of the world, knowing fully well the attitude to reading and education generally, and then even government's attitude to education, but still, there are still people who know that without education they wouldn't be where they are, and then even if they are not educated, they get the best of educated people to work for them. So that means education, which comes through reading of books, is a key and vital role in this life.
It has enhanced reading, but what I realize is that even for those who normally would not like to buy a Bible before, because of the ability to read their Bibles from their phones, a lot of people are beginning to dump reading Bibles on their phones with buying regular Bibles, because they've seen the importance of having to carry a Bible or read a hard copy Bible. When people read from their phones, most times they can't easily go back or even highlight certain things. But with the hard copy Bible, they are able to do some highlighting, go back, make references and all that. So technology, to an extent, it has its own advantage and its own disadvantage to our business. Advantages are the fact that people could, read at any time they want to, in the dark, wherever. But disadvantage is the fact that it's handy, when you have your books on your media, electronic media. But for those who still cherish the hard copy books, they still come back, to pick up the hard copy books from us. A lot of Nigerians are writing more, because virtually on a daily basis we get new books from Nigerian writers, asking that Latana should carry their books. It's a bit challenging, but at the same time we try to encourage them, to review their books and then accept it for display on our shelves.
We still battle with issues of piracy. There are times where royalties are not paid the way they are supposed to. Publishing houses don't put enough effort to promoting books the way they are supposed to. So that way books, and people are not even aware that some Nigerian authors are writing really, really good books. I think sometimes more books written by Nigerian authors are sort of like accepted in the Western world better than they are locally. And also, in terms of marketing, publicity, locally, more effort still needs to be put in place to help us combat issues of piracy, and then ensure that people are more able to access so many of these books as well locally.
For book lovers, I say keep reading, because you know already what you are gaining from reading, and then for governments, give more allocation to education. Allocation to education is very important, and you can't have a government that just places less emphasis on education, and every year you expect your people to be better, and then there are fightings. Any small thing, any little thing, there's fights, and it's all because of the level of exposure and education of the people, and it's playing a role in every facet of the economy, every facet of the society, because people are not well enlightened about their rights, about the opportunities that they can actually get, and many of those things come in through parts of education, and reading is part of it.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize, because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya, which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
The Oshafa Pottery Center lies in the ancient village of Oshafa in Buari Area Council on the northern axis of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. It was established in 1991 as part of Mariam Babangida's Better Life for Rural Women project during her tenure as First Lady, showcasing the skill and creativity of women potters in Oshafa community. Sadly, the center, which was a major tourism attraction site and could boast of visits from former U.S. President Bill Clinton, former Egyptian military and political leader Hosni Mubarak, one-time British Prime Minister Tony Blair, and the former Swiss Vice President Ruth Mesler, has now become a shadow of itself. Plus TV Africa, in collaboration with Google Nigeria, alongside media practitioners, journalists, and social media influencers, visited the famous Pottery Center to showcase it as one of the important landmarks on Google Maps in Abuja, Nigeria.
Google Map has transit information for nearly several thousand agencies, which means transport agencies for all around the world who provide transit for people, and more than 3.8 million stations in the world. Over 1 billion kilometer worth of transit results every day. And that's mind-blowing.
We were given a demonstration of the local way of making a pot such that designs are achieved using local tools. For example, twisted strings or notch wood over the surface of the clay.
She tends to go round and round about the pot until she achieves the desired shape and height. Then there are some tools equally here she has that she used to equally design it, then shaping it, then smoothing it. You have to turn and turn. She has to turn around so that the wall will be even. If you don't turn, the wall will not be even. The essence of she turning is for the wall to be round, for the clay to be even round. You can see one other tool here. That one is like a rag.
Are you serious? Out of that small. How did she do it? Wow. If they didn't show you, it's magic. This is down. Wow. Magic.
That's how stars grow.
The range of beautiful products created include incense burners, teapots, beads, plates, candle stands, water jars, cooking pots, bowls, and flasks. The people of the Oshafa community have been relentless in sustaining this ancient tradition of pottery making, while they hope the government will come to their aid in terms of investment and well-packaged products for exportation, which will generate more revenue and better their means of livelihood. Elsie Godwin reporting for Plus TV Africa.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa. Here are the stories making the headlines, and I am Amaka Okui. President Muhammadu Buhari has held a closed-door meeting with President of Ghana, Nana Akufo-Addo, late Sunday night at the Aso Rock Presidential Villa in Abuja. The meeting was made public at about 11:36 p.m. on Sunday by a personal assistant to the President on New Media, Bashir Ahmad, on his Twitter handle. Ahmad, who did not elaborate on the purpose of the meeting, however, posted a picture of both presidents on a walk. Although tips on why President Buhari hosted his counterpart were not yet out as at the time of filing this report, there were indications from the presidency sources that it might be in relation to the recent diplomatic row between Nigeria and Ghana. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo had recently attended an extraordinary session of the Economic Community of West African States in Ghana, after which he addressed the Nigerian community in Ghana on the roll. And Governor Godwin Obaseki has commended the Edo people for his re-election. He described his re-election as triumph over godfatherism.
The great people of Edo State have spoken, and they have spoken loud and clear. We thank God Almighty and give Him all the glory for this victory. Thank you, President Muhammadu Buhari, for defending our democracy and allowing the Independent Electoral Commission, INEC, and the security services to perform their constitutional functions without interference. INEC and the security services have shown Nigerians and the world indeed that they are capable of conducting free and credible elections. Words fail me in saluting the timid supporters who displayed courage in the face of threats, intimidation, and brutalization. The collective will of Edo people made it possible for us to triumph over godfatherism.
Still in the news, President Muhammadu Buhari has commended the election process in Edo State, which led to the victory of Governor Godwin Obaseki as declared by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. The president, in a statement by Garba Shehu, Senior Special Assistant to the President of Media and Publicity, congratulated the winner and urged him to show grace and humility in victory. In his reaction to the outcome of the election, as announced by INEC, President Muhammadu Buhari said, and I quote, "My commitment to free and fair election is firm, because without free and fair elections, the foundation of our political and moral authority will be weak." End of quote. He commended the people of Edo State, the parties, the candidates and security agencies for conducting themselves responsibly. And Governor Godwin Obaseki of Edo State has thanked President Muhammadu Buhari for his commitment to ensuring the recent Edo State governorship election was free and fair. Governor Obaseki also thanked residents of Edo State for coming out en masse to support his candidacy, saying the victory belongs to the people. Speaking at the banquet wing of the Government House in Benin City, he says his victory marks a new dawn for Edo people. And also in attendance was the Governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, who commended the Edo people for bringing an end to godfatherism in the state.
The great people of Edo State have spoken, and they have spoken loud and clear. We thank God Almighty and give Him all the glory for this victory. Thank you, President Muhammadu Buhari, for defending our democracy and allowing the Independent Electoral Commission, INEC, and the security services to perform their constitutional functions without interference. INEC and the security services have shown Nigerians and the world indeed that they are capable of conducting free and credible elections. Words fail me in saluting the timid supporters who displayed courage in the face of threats, intimidation, and brutalization. The collective will of Edo people made it possible for us to triumph over godfatherism.
The man whom God used to fight godfatherism
nothing we have achieved that has nothing gone fatalism again in Edo politics. Edo people have spoken, and Edo people have said, look, we cannot tie our faith in one man's hand. And that was what Edo people did yesterday. So I want to thank him that he volunteered himself to be used to fight for the interests of Edo people.
Residents of Benin City, Edo State, took to the streets to celebrate the victory of the People's Democratic Party in the just concluded Edo State governorship elections. Many of them were seen jubilating, saying the results show the collective will of a majority of Edo State voters. Our correspondent, Amadine Uye, tells us more.
The celebration commenced at the popular Duawa roundabout, just outside the INEC Collation Center.
We need not be Lagos. I don't know be Lagos. I don't know be Lagos.
The police were having a difficult time controlling the crowd. Residents expressed their joy in dance and drama and their own special way. From there, the Plus team visited the heart of the city, which is located at the popular Ring Road. Pockets of crowds were also seen jubilating.
I'm not just happy because Obaseki won the election today, because it's obvious he's going to win the election. We all anticipated for this, that he's going to win. But I'm happy that we are happy today because not just Obaseki won or PDP won, we're happy because we are able to secure the future of our children, and we're able to tell the few godfathers in the state that the power does not belong to them, but it belongs to the Almighty God, and it belongs to the will of the people, because the will of the people is the will of God.
I'm feeling happy. I feel, in fact, if God is with us. In fact, if God be for you, who can be against you? Nobody. And God is with Obaseki both spiritually and physically.
So we are very happy for the winning of the governorship election, Governor Obaseki, and I'm very excited for everything. You know, it's a success to win.
I've never campaigned for any political party, but because of the passion that I have for this man, Godwin Obaseki, I decided to campaign follow him. But at the end of the day, we came out in flying color. So that is why I'm excited and I'm happy. I want to use the opportunity to thank all the Edo people. Edo no be Lagos. Edo no be Lagos. The Edo light. So we congratulate everybody. We thank you. We love everybody in the way of Edo State. So thank you.
One resident gave reasons why he supported the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Governor Godwin Obaseki.
I'm not from this Edo State, but since I came to this place, the way this man work, I like it. That's my opinion. And number two, people are saying that this man decamp because of one thing, but for me, it decamp because of the oppression. If I'm not mistaken, because I was here. Yeah, because of Chomole oppression. That way this man decamp.
With the election now over, residents of Benin will resume their normal business activities, hoping to get the dividends of a much worked for victory. Amadine Uyi, Plus TV Africa.
Thank you, Amadine Uyi, for that report. And former President Goodluck Jonathan says the re-elected governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki, must ensure that he governs all people of his state without any partisan bias. Jonathan, who made the admonition in a series of tweets on Sunday, congratulated the candidates of the People's Democratic Party and also congratulated the electoral umpire for overseeing the polls successfully. The former president was of the opinion that democracy can only be consolidated to promote good governance in Nigeria and Africa when elections become credible, transparent, and truly represent the wish of the voters. Governors elected on the platform of the PDP have described the party's victory in the election as a triumph for democracy and rejection of imposition. The governors, while congratulating Obaseki, also said the victory was as a result of hard work and resilience. The governors also praised President Muhammadu Buhari and INEC for their fairness and relative neutrality in the conduct of the elections. Well, the APC chapter in Edo State has alleged foul play in the election. It, however, called on its members to stay calm, and in a statement titled APC Alleges Skewed Election to Decide Next Step, issued by the chairman of its Media Campaign Council, John Mayaki, the party rejected the result of the election. The party also claimed there was arbitrary arrests of its members who could have resisted the rigging. He said Obaseki was busy diverting attention with a false alarm. An election observation group, Yaga Africa, has confirmed that the result released by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, on the Edo State governorship polls matches result collated from the field. Yaga Africa, while releasing its preliminary post-election report on the results released by INEC, says that it's watching the vote initiative, which deployed about 500 observers across the 250 polling units in the state, can authoritatively confirm that INEC's result is consistent with those received from its observers on the field.
And at 11% of polling units, polling officials recounted the ballot papers. At 95% of polling units, the official results were posted for the public to see, which is commendable. At 68% of polling units, presiding officers used the smart card reader to transmit the results from the polling units. At 74% of polling units, the presiding officers used the electronic tablets to transmit the result from EC8A.
The INEC official results for the 2020 Edo State gubernatorial election is consistent with the Yaga Africa watching the vote estimate. Had the official results been changed at the ward, local government area or state collation centers, the official results would not have fallen within Yaga Africa watching the vote estimated ranges. Because the official results fall within the estimated ranges, governorship contestants, parties, and voters should have confidence that the Independent National Electoral Commission's official results for the 2020 Edo gubernatorial election reflect the ballots cast at the polling units. It is important to highlight that the counting process at the polling units was transparent and included representatives from the two political parties that received most of the votes.
And on COVID-19 updates, Nigeria has recorded 97 new cases of COVID-19. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control announced this on Sunday, revealing that the new infections were recorded in 11 states and the FCT. Of the new cases, 46 were recorded in Lagos, 12 were recorded in Kwara, 11 in Rivers, 4 in Adamawa, Niger, Ogun, and Osun, 3 in Ekiti, Imo, and Kaduna, 2 in Plateau, and 1 in the FCT. And this brings the total infections recorded in the country to 57,242, while 48,569 have recovered and 1,098 have died, unfortunately. Katsina State Government has ordered primary and secondary schools across the state to remain under lock and key until further notice. The Commissioner for Education, Professor Badamasi Lawal, said that education authorities in the country were still evaluating the situation regarding the impact of COVID-19 when schools eventually resume. Lawal said the exit examinations were designed to test the possibility of the students contracting the virus. And the latest development dashed hopes of parents and students for schools reopening after some 6,000 secondary school students were allowed to sit for their final year examinations. The students, while writing their examinations, were however made to sit under strict conditions to check the spread of COVID-19. Some parents and students had called on the state government to look into the possibility of reopening of schools like other states of the Federation. Kwara has recorded 12 more cases of COVID-19, while 23 persons who tested negative twice have been discharged. The Chief Press Secretary to the Governor and spokesman of the Technical Committee on COVID-19, Rafiu Ajakaye, announced this in a statement released to the press. He said that the new cases brings to 1,025 the total number of confirmed cases so far in the state, with 822 patients discharged and 26 deaths recorded. To health matters, the Joint Health Sector Union has suspended a 7-day warning strike across the country. In a statement issued by its national president, the health workers comprising 5 unions under JOHESU and the Assembly of Healthcare Professional Associations were expected to resume work on September the 21st. JOHESU also accused the federal government of resorting to intimidation and blackmail of its members using all forms of faceless organization rather than negotiating with the union. The health workers had embarked on the warning strike on September the 14th following the failure of the government to meet their demands.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Welcome to The Breakfast, where we unbundle top and big stories of the day.
Is vaccine the only way out of this pandemic?
No, definitely not.
Many Ghanaians just want a peaceful election and they are hoping there will be no rigging.
There is nothing bad in borrowing for infrastructure. The minister added that he was impressed.
Please come and see yourself what we are doing with the money we have borrowed.
It's very important. The way we brand ourselves is the way people will carry us.
It's just the driver of the 2 vehicles that were completely burned.
This one was here screaming.
What do you recommend the government do to support this sector?
Direct intervention, that's what every government all over the world has done.
We are not a parallel security structure. A Moteco core is a complementary core.
What I will not encourage Christians to do is to carry dagger and follow anybody. No.
Join us on The Breakfast, 7 a.m. Mondays to Fridays.
You're still watching news on the hour. Now to the rest of Africa. Military personnel have been put on alert in Cameroon for 4 days, starting from Monday, over fears of Tuesday's protest, which, according to the government, could cause severe public disorder. Members of the government have been quick to criticize the call for protests made by opposition leader Maurice Kamto, labeling his movement as an insurrection, forbidding all demonstrations. Maurice Kamto, leader of the Cameroon Renaissance Movement, has been calling for peaceful protest, demanding that President Paul Biya steps down and that regional elections in the Anglophone region be reformed so to include the marginalized communities. Still on the rest of Africa, Cote d'Ivoire main presidential election challenger and a group of opposition parties have called for a civil disobedience to stop President Alassane Ouattara's bid for a 3rd term on October the 31st. The election is seen as one of the biggest tests of the stability of the West African nation since a disputed election led to a brief civil war in 2010 to 2011. Cote d'Ivoire's Constitutional Council has cleared Ouattara, the former President Henry Konan Bedi, and 2 other candidates to contest in the vote. Bedi told a packed opposition PDCI party hall in Abidjan that the parties, after a meeting on Sunday, had come together to stop Ouattara's 3rd term bid. At least a dozen people have been killed since anti-Ouattara riots broke out last month after he declared he would run following the sudden death of his hand-picked successor in July. And that will be it from the rest of Africa. And now to the foreign news, where new partial lockdowns measure became effective on Monday in Madrid's working-class district of Vallecas, the morning after residents took to the street to call for better health provisions, complaining of discrimination by the authorities. The lockdown measures predominantly apply to areas of lower income and with higher immigrant populations, home to about 850,000 people. About 600 people demonstrated in the southern district of Vallecas on Sunday night, which has one of the highest infection rates in the Spanish capital, about 6 times higher than that of Chamberí, a wealthy area in the north of the city, according to regional government figures. Now, HSBC has allowed fraudsters to transfer millions of dollars around the world, even after it had learned of their scam, leaked secret files show. Britain's biggest bank moved the money through its U.S. business to HSBC accounts in Hong Kong in 2013 and 2014. Its role in the fraud is detailed in a leak of documents, bank's suspicious activity report that have been called the FinCEN files. HSBC says it has always met its legal duties on reporting such activities. And that's it from the foreign scenes. And now to the business news, where the Central Bank of Nigeria has launched a massive investigation into foreign exchange transactions by 71 companies after preliminary reviews raised suspicion of possible infractions and contravention of extant foreign exchange laws and rules. Sources close to the Apex Bank confirmed the investigation of many leading companies in key sectors of the economy, including healthcare, food manufacturing, agriculture, oil and gas, energy, financial services, and trading, among others. And this is the largest forex probe in recent period. The Apex Bank in August launched 2 separate investigations on the matter. That's it in business, and still ahead is our roundup on entertainment and sports news. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize, because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh. Now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
In entertainment, Ozzy Osbourne's former drummer Lee Kerslake has died aged 73. The musician had been undergoing treatment for prostate cancer. He's best known for his performances on the Black Sabbath frontman's critically acclaimed debut album, Blizzard of Oz, and was also the drummer in heavy metal band Uriah Heep. Osbourne wrote on Facebook, "It has been 39 years since I've seen Lee, but he lives forever on the records he played on for me." Born in Bournemouth in 1947, Kerslake joined Uriah Heep in 1971. In the early 1980s, he recorded Blizzard of Oz and Diary of a Madman with Ozzy Osbourne. And that's it on entertainment. Up next, it's sports with Udoka Njoko.
And in sports, Manchester City have confirmed that Ilkay Gundogan has tested positive for coronavirus following the latest round of testing. The midfielder is observing a 10-day period of self-isolation in accordance with the Premier League and UK government protocol on quarantine, and the player is likely to miss 3 matches for City while he self-isolates, including Monday's Premier League clash against Wolverhampton Wanderers, as well as Thursday's Carabao Cup against Bournemouth and Sunday's league game against Leicester City. Still in sports, former Super Eagles striker Obafemi Martins has joined Chinese Super League side Wuhan FC on a 1-year deal. The 35-year-old joined Wuhan on a free transfer after his mouth-watering contract with Shanghai Shenhua, which started in February, was terminated last week. The centre-forward joins the Han Army, who finished 6th in the Chinese top flight last season. The striker returned to football in July, rejoining the Flower of Shanghai, having been without a club since 2018 due to a hamstring injury. And the former Nigerian international made 4 Super League appearances for Shanghai Shenhua before leaving the club. The 35-year-old will hope to prove he still has all it takes to play at the top flight with the Dongshi Sports Center outfit. That's on Sports Update on Plus TV Africa. I'm Udoka Njoko.
Thank you, Udoka Njoko, for that wrap-up. And that's our news roundup of events at this hour. For more news and updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, on Twitter and Instagram. And remember to subscribe to our YouTube as well, which is at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back again with more stories making the headlines. Please do join us again. I am Amaka Okoye, reminding you to keep staying safe out there.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amotekun.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa, so we always felt like the picture is incomplete, so we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slums.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that is spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo, Kanayo Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
Either spilling or sipping, one thing you can be sure of is we got tea. Welcome to the latest entertainment news analysis show on the planet. This is Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. I'm Ifeoluwa Oshinke and I'm here with the smart and intelligent Ife Omai. And before we dive into the conversation for the day, you can join the conversation by sending in your messages on to 0906-000-5719. I repeat, 0906-5719. How you doing, man?
I'm having a flu, so you're just gonna have to work with me today.
Don't worry. I got you. You know I always got your back, man. I always got your back, man. You're the yin to my yang. And by the way, in case you guys are wondering where Elsie is, she's somewhere in the world having fun. Don't
Living her best
You know
life.
what? Do not call, just leave her. She deserves the rest. She's been working all year round, and as you know, Elsie very hardworking, so she deserves the rest. So please let her enjoy this time.
If it's not that you're sending my girl money, just don't.
Yes, the only time you should call is send that money and put my own interest for doing this advert. Do you want to?
Yes, now, of course.
All right, now, you know what's up. Elsie, we love you, yeah? Enjoy your break. All right, so first on our lineup is Big Brother Naija, which we cannot help but talk about.
Of course.
Just recently, we had Kid Wire and Prince in the studio, and the recent eviction took place last night, and it was Trickety and Ozo who left.
Yes.
Big
Trickety
Brother.
was a given. I feel like they didn't even bother to, campaign or whatever because the competition was just really tight. But to be very honest with you, I couldn't put my finger on it to say, for sure, this person is going home with Trickety. I think either person will have been no surprise. I was kind of confident with Liko, not gonna lie. Kind of a lot more confident. But between Dorothy, it was, of course.
He's winning.
He's winning now. It's obvious now. Okay. He's winning. But between Dorothy and Ozo, I feel like Ozo's game lately with Nengi is probably the reason why the votes came out the way they did, because he's had numbers for a while. But I think he started to lose followers with the way he was always chasing and stuff.
Because they would say if it was a guy, they would say I'm eating on the brother. But thank God, the first thing that came out of his mouth when he had the conversation with Ibuka, I think it was the highlight of the whole eviction, if you ask me. Trickety didn't come as a surprise that much. But also, when it came out, the first thing I said, a lot of people think I'm a dum-dum. So you knew you were doing the wrong thing, so why did you stick to it? So I say it like Ozo was playing a game. It was a strategy. Nengi was a strategy, but obviously not a good one.
You think so?
Yes, because
I think my guy was honestly cuffed, so given to this babe. I don't think he could help himself.
Bind and cast.
I really don't think Ozo could have done any better. I don't know if you've ever felt that way where you're telling yourself, stop, what are you doing? This is embarrassing. This guy.
But did you notice when he got evicted and then he didn't have any other conversation with anyone else in the house? He just said, I love you.
It was so
well,
weird.
before we continue this, we need to go on a quick break and tea time. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Welcome back. This is still Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. But before we move on to this next story, we were having a conversation about
Yes, we were.
Ozo's cringe behavior during his eviction. Right?
I didn't like it. I felt like he did a bit too much with that.
Way too much.
I mean, yeah, you can pursue someone, but there's a very thin line between pursuing someone and just being a nuisance. And I think he's crossing it. But he's crossing it so cutely that it's kind of like a mind game that you can't really vex for him because he's polite about it. But it's kind of weird. Well, and then all these celebrities that are outside saying, I want a son like, I want an in-law like Ozo. I feel like, to be honest with you personally, I feel like that's just because they know that when he comes out of the house, they might have interactions with him. If this was an irrelevant person, I don't think we would be this gracious. You'd be like, guy, calm down.
I saw a tweet, though, in his defense, in Ozo's defense, and I think I kind of agree with it. It says the only reason people are bashing Ozo is because we've thrown away the culture of courtship. You know, the whole way our parents chased each other, you know, the father will...
You see, I like your statement, chased each other. Okay. Each other. Not one person... This babe, there's too many highlights of this babe begging him, stop it. I'm not interested. This and that. Like, she's not. Well, the tears, I don't know. The whole thing's just confusing.
Hot tears for Ozo anyway, but we will be having him on Thursday. So I think we'll hear from the horse's mouth what is actually going on in his space. You know, in case we can be of help in any way. But let's move on to the next story real quick. Concerns arise for Mr. West once more as it took to microblogging site Twitter to write, "Nothing. I am going to war and putting my life on the line. And if I am murdered, don't ever let white people tell you I wasn't a good man. When people threaten to take you out of my life, just know I love you." And many fans in response to this have reached out to Mr. West, voicing their concerns with replies like, "We saw your deleted tweet," because he deleted this almost immediately. And I think this is another worrisome tweet. This is not the first time, you know, Kanye West has put us on our tippy toes with his tweets and his reasoning. So I think in this case, I
feel like one thing I'm beginning to see is that he has a really strong bond with North. If you don't know much about him, you think that he has only one child because he keeps talking about North. So that in itself is a bit weird, sort of. Like, why to your kids? I mean, you have 3 others. But I think they're trying to get a human intervention, as anyone would. I feel like I don't even care that much about Kanye West. So if I was his family, of course, I'll be trying to figure out how to give him the best help. So I don't think that is too far to believe. But that his life is on the line, obviously. I'm going to blame that on mental health.
I think I'm going to put it this way. They always say politics is a dead game. He's getting involved in politics. He's stepping on a lot of toes, even though he's getting cancelled, even though we know he's not going to win. But there are people that feel like he's working against their... what's it called now? Their manifesto, their strategy.
You really think someone's trying to kill
No,
Kanye
I'm not
West?
talking about... Kanye West can be paranoid. We know that he even gets paranoid over stuff that is not as serious as election and stuff. But we know he is paranoid, but there's no lies. If it was somebody else who came to say this, I think we would be more concerned because we know how politics is, especially for a black man in a white-dominated country. So I think it calls for concern. So I don't think we should just throw this completely away just in case something happens, but because it's a Kanye West, I think we're ignoring it a bit too.
And I guess that's the problem with having bipolar disorder, is that your truth is very blurred up with the hallucinations. Like, we don't know when we're supposed to take you seriously, when we're not supposed to take you seriously. Either ways, I feel like this is not honestly for tea time. It's not for me. It's definitely for him and his family to try and figure out how to get him the best help. I think they have enough resources, both by like people resources and wealth resources, to try and give him the best kind of assistance that he needs. I don't think he's very willing, based on from the tweets that I've seen. I don't think he even sees that he has a problem per se. But I still feel like if you get, like professional help, they can do something about it. But getting Twitter off his hands would help a lot, I think.
Yeah, I believe so too. And, we were supposed to talk about Made in Lagos. But before we talk about Made in Lagos, we can talk about during the afternoon show. Trust me, we have something super extraordinary that is made in Lagos. And you will see that right after the break. Tea time. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
Welcome back. This is still Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. As promised before the break, we have somebody or something made in Lagos. You never know. But we won't be doing the performance. But if you want to catch up, just stay tuned to our YouTube channel and catch the live performance. But let me introduce our studio guest. He was born Conrad Nonso Madueke, but a lyrical five-star general popularly called Ledge. He is a sound engineer, producer, and as you know, just a few of his kind can rock the mic and still stay true to the game. But you know what they say about the 90s baby. God ears over there. Without further ado, permit me to introduce to you Ledge. What's good? Welcome to the show, bro. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
Not blessed. So you have something coming up. Tell us about the Lost Tapes, man.
Okay, so Lost Tapes basically is a compilation of lost tapes, like tapes I could not retrieve, like the files and stuff. Basically, like just a compilation. And the funny thing, what I like about the tape is that from every first letter of each track spells out this is Ledge. Like from track 1 to track.
And that wasn't deliberate, was it?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
My favorite line in the whole mixtape is Alele. But let's talk about the Lost Tapes, right? Your name Ledge, first of all, you need to explain to us that. And where did you lose the tapes? Because I believe that
how did you find
them back, and what made you feel like this is what the people need to listen to right now?
Yeah, okay, so
let's start with Ledge.
Okay, Ledge, the true story behind Ledge was like, this was from secondary school, high school, like when some guys wanted to like, hey, what's up, man? So how's that? I'm like, they're like, yeah, what does that mean? And I don't tell you that guy, I'm trying to tell you like later. I'm like, no, no. So I'm like, it means like Ledge. They're like, what's Ledge? I'm like, legit, I'm doing something legit right now. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so it was just like, it came from whining. You know what I'm saying? Like, my name was Young C, YC at that time, so funny enough, you know what I'm saying? So like, I'm like, yeah, Young C, aka Ledge, and from there, everybody's just calling me Ledge. You know what I'm saying? So the name stuck from there.
And you live life on the edge.
Well, the name now grew on me. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and I later found out that, I mean, like, the lifestyle and everything, you know what I'm saying, things I've been through, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, the latter question, I want to know though, like, why do you think we need to hear the sound now? Why did you even bother to go try and retrieve these lost files? What's so important about it?
Yeah, basically because people that heard it said, these songs cannot waste. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have my newer jams, like, I'm really... Just listen to it.
Okay, I want to know more about your sound though. For someone who's watching right now, doesn't know who you are, how would you describe your sound? Like, what's special about you that is different from every other kid on the block?
I'll say I make soul music, I connect. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can feel the pain from the vocals, you know what I'm saying? From everything, you can feel like, you know what I'm saying? Emotions, the real emotions going through the production of that, you know what I'm saying? Record, yeah.
Okay,
go on.
I want to know what for your upcoming artist, what is your journey like? What's the struggle? What's that biggest thing in the industry that you're just like, oh, bro, if you could take this out, I would be doing a lot better. Or if you could add this, I'll be doing a lot better.
Well, I won't lie, I can't really point anything out because all I can say is pray and believe God. You know what I'm saying? Just keep doing what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I haven't gotten there yet, but I'll just keep driving because it feels right to me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So speaking of the pain and the struggle that you said can be heard in your music, what pain or what struggle would you say that has molded your sound into the man you are today? Share one experience with us.
Okay. Let me just say, from when I was a kid, I would say I think I've been misunderstood. You know what I'm saying? And I'm too direct, so people might read what I'm trying to tell you wrongly. You know what I'm saying? Like instead of saying, please pass me that cup. I can tell you, pass me that cup, please. Or do you know what I'm saying? Like the way I'm, you know what I'm saying? Like so I've been misunderstood. So the way people see me and perceive me is different. Do you know what I'm saying? So sometimes in my music, do you know what I'm saying? I try to like let you know how I feel and let you understand where I'm coming from, because I feel like there are people like me too. Do you know what I'm saying? That are misunderstood. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, it's not like I mean any. Do you know what I'm saying? This is just me. You feel me? Yeah.
No cap over here, but I feel like you're one of the hardest rappers that the industry is yet to discover, right? And there's this dying hip-hop culture going on, you know, we have just few people that are real left, right? So how do you think that you're going to thrive in this industry with a lot of, you know, I won't even say competition now, without the back end from other people? And, you know, everybody wants to listen to the back kind of music and all of that, but you're doing something real, you know, real hip hop. How do you think you're gonna make this happen for yourself, that you bring hip hop back?
Okay, so it's very easy. I just hop on their back, kill it, then show them that.
Like laundry.
Yeah, exactly.
Like laundry.
I just show them that the back is really just back. You know what I'm saying? Like listen to real music.
Let's talk about your family though. What's that been like? Have you always had support? Do you have the support right now? Obviously, if you're born and raised in Nigeria or you have African parents, music isn't something, except you're in a special type of home and your oxygen is different, but music isn't something people are going like, yes, my son, I'm so proud of you. So take us through that journey. How's that like? How was it like before? How is it like now?
So basically, when I was growing up, because my dad and my mom, they knew about, like, they allowed me to do my music because I started showing them signs, like, when I was, like, 3. I wasn't even aware, you know what I'm saying? Like, when they used to pray, you know what I'm saying? Like, morning devotions and stuff, I'll just be drumming on the table, like, you know what I'm saying? Then, like, this boy likes music. So, like, over a few years, you know what I'm saying? Like, they noticed that I started drumming in church, you know what I'm saying? So, like, when this whole I want to be an artist came up, it wasn't really a surprise to my dad like that, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? So, he was really supportive, but he tried to hold me back because he knows, I mean, he's older, so he knows what, you know what I'm saying, really goes down and all that, you know what I'm saying? So there was some restrictions, and a hard head like me, you know what I'm saying, I was always...
Did he make you finish school? Are you done with school?
Not yet,
okay.
You know what I'm saying? But like, he was always on
I
my...
can imagine
that. Oh my God, you know
yeah.
what I'm saying? So basically, he saw the moves I was making himself, you know what I'm saying? And I think he started believing in me. Then it was 2018, I was meant to come back to renew my visa and go back, but unfortunately, he passed,
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
All right, so, you know, a lot of people, I'm sure they're already on the streaming platforms, you know, trying to find out where's the lost tapes, what's going on there, and I'm sure they can't find it yet because it's unreleased, right? Yeah, so tell us what's going on. Tell us where we can find the lost tapes.
Actually, and you can find it on iTunes, Spotify, SoundCloud.
Everywhere, basically.
Yeah.
So when did that drop, though? Because that sounds new to me.
It dropped today.
Today? Oh yeah, so exclusive. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted.
Exactly.
So yeah, exclusive. Ledge is telling you to go check out the Lost Tapes on all streaming platforms, Spotify, Apple Music, you know, name it. Just check it out. The Lost Tapes by Ledge himself. But sadly, we have to go. But you know, we can't let you go without you dropping some bars for us on this show. So real quick, you know, you have just a few seconds.
Am I allowed to curse?
No, you can't curse. So you know, you can all do something fresh and clean.
I get to the party, I gotta go get it. I cannot be starving. I'd rather go for the money. My is hungry. I rather pull up in the scully. I might just pull up and get gully. I get to the bag. Baby mama need a stack. Say she wants this and that. Plus I got needs. In fact, I don't go feel relaxed. I don't feel this slack. You see, I'm back on the road, so my pockets is full, and so is the. See, I need to be lucky. I don't feel the cast.
All right, so I think it's about time for you to just relax, but do not slack. As tea time is over, but you know the tea never stops coming, but we got to brew some more. Remember, you can catch up on this episode and all our exclusive content by subscribing to our YouTube channel, Applause TV Africa. My thank you as always. We go to my co-anchor, Ife Omai, and our studio guest, General Ledge, and the entire production team. Thank you for watching Applause TV Africa's Tea Time. My name is Electoral and the Lost Tape. Do not forget.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
If you live in Lagos or visiting Lagos, the commercial nerve center of Nigeria, and with a population of over 20 million persons, you would notice the traffic is almost a daily life situation. To ease this burden, the Lagos State government have put in place Lagos State Traffic Management Authority, LASMA, to control the traffic situation. But as you would imagine, it is still overwhelming. Well, recently we began to notice a different kind of traffic warden on the Lagos Island part, not employed by the government, but on voluntary basis. They are physically challenged. Ismail and Ibrahim used to be beggars, but after Lagos State government placed a ban on begging, they decided to do something different.
Na yi niyyar wannan aiki, kuma ko da yaushe ina nan cikin wannan aiki. Ba gudu ba jara ba, gwamnati ta taimaka mun, a taimaka mun, ma ko da wani lokaci ai na san ganin mu za a gamu, gwamnati ta taimaka mun. Allah muna son wannan aikin saboda ba ma son bara, wannan baracin ya ishe mu, shi yasa muna wannan aiki.
Ina roƙon mutane waɗanda suke masu kuɗi, Hausawanmu, wuci Yoruba, wuci Igbo, ina roƙon su taimaka mana da wannan abin da muke yi. Ko aikin yi ko allowance duk abin da ya samu muna da bukata.
Motorists attest to the fact that their voluntary services have been quite helpful while calling for some sort of formal payment be made to them.
We really thank God for them that they are here. If not, you know, there will be a lot of traffic. They are helping us here very well. And we want government, at least if they can do something for them, maybe little things at the end of the month, because we really like that. We too that are driving always give them something. If not because of them, there will be a lot of traffic over here.
Most times when I pass around, I saw that particular guy there doing some traffic work there. I'm encouraged because one, they are giving them a kind of privilege to also try and use their skills, you know, and they can also add to the society by also doing some other work like that. It's very good. So that will be a kind of an encouragement to other people so that they will not look down on anybody that is, they're also human beings like us. So for me, it's encouraging, and I think it's a very better idea.
And we support them at the same time just because of the traffic men are not much, and the LASMA are not here, and the policemen are not here, the PCRC members are not here, which I'm one of the members, but it's okay, we support them. At least if government can, Lagos State government can look at a way they can just reach out to these ones by giving them other uniforms to, you know, perform this duty they are doing at the same time. If the government can be able to reach out to them with some little funds every month, you know, so to encourage them to do what they're doing instead of then going on the street begging people money.
This uniform, government does not give me this uniform. So the work what they do inside this order, many people that go see me, they go give me something I go buy. So now the thing I go take buy this uniform because na him my uniform, na him my ID card.
I doubt if the community were the one that contracted them. I believe they are volunteers. But however, whichever way, I think the community should take advantage in the sense that they've changed from, instead of begging, they've decided to volunteer their service in controlling traffic. And basically they are trying. I remember sometime, was it early January or between early January and late December, I can't place it, at going close to a roundabout. If you're coming out from Etimi and the other ending, there's this crippled guy. Each time I close from work, I'm always seeing him there around 4, 5, 6. He's doing an amazing job there because usually that place used to be a spot for heavy traffic. Everybody wants to move, and so if we are the local government chair lady, or if there's a way we can get across to her, let her just take advantage and recruit them, and even if it's just a commission, it should be placed on a payroll or something.
In a separate event, we caught up with Princess Rashidat Adu, the executive chairman at Etiosa local government area, where they serve, and she says this of them.
For the traffic officers that you said you see, they've attached themselves to the local government. Sincerely, I didn't give them jackets because I saw them too on the road and I approached them. When I see them, I just give them money because I believe that they are looking for what to put in their mouth. And sometimes I call them to the office. I said, I don't want to be seeing you at the roundabout because of your own security. You never can tell. A vehicle can be coming now and something will happen. I am the first point of call. Because of that, I try to discourage them from controlling the traffic. But because they now told me that this is what they get, at least people that are passing, the motorists, they'll give them, they'll tip them and all that. I said, okay, what do you think we can do that will bring money to you? And some came, they said they want to go back to their villages. And I gave them money. I said, okay, when you get back to your village, what will you be doing? One said you'll be doing shoemaker. One said he will be selling provision. And I said, okay, how much do you think that will cost? And they mentioned the money, very ridiculous. But in my own little way, I gave to them. And I asked them to go back. Funny enough, they didn't go back. You will still see these same people on the road controlling traffic. So what do? There's nothing you do about it. Because in a way, that is how they get their own livelihood, and stopping them from doing it will be a harm to them. And I don't want to harm anybody. As much as I want to add value to the life of the people around Victoria Island, I think since they said that is what they want to do, let them continue doing it.
However, motorists like Kalu, on the contrary, feels they are not needed all the time.
It could be better when there's much traffic, but now there is no traffic. Staying here is not all that conducive now because I suppose I've already passed.
While doing their bit to ease off the traffic, Ibrahim acknowledges that they meet motorists who sometimes are impatient with them.
I don't forget for that day. I just stopped the one person for this job. The time when you come block the road, I say stop, make you one person pass. So that time, for this man, I beg and say stop. You know one stop. You ready to jam me for the motor? You don't know say, you see me say me I am disabled. Why not stop? I know they stop him for nothing. Because he come blocking the road. He come show me say he get power. He blocked me for this, my eyes. Remain small, it will scatter my eyes.
Well, with over 1.6 million vehicles plying Lagos roads daily, just maybe volunteers like Ibrahim and Ismail are a great asset aiding government strategies to tackle high-volume traffic across the state. For Plus TV Africa, Amaka Okoye.
Welcome to Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where we bring you the biggest entertainment stories and, of course, analyze them for you.
You can have both parents and still end up as a useless child. I see them every day.
Most times I worry more about where I'm coming from and where I am now, and that determines my next step.
Why are you sounding like
Alibaba
now?
Plus TV Africa, we're feeling good. No time to dull, everybody feeling alright.
I really like it.
I can still make music and people are still buying. Sometimes I look myself minimal IU.
Akpala music is for mature-minded people. I got DMs sometimes from Malawi like,
Sleeping early.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. Yeah, the final episode for the weekend. My name is Osayo Mesale, and today I'm joined by the lovely Uti, Elu, and the wonderful hot pink lip Olamide Odifade. You are so, you like bright color, bright lip, bright finger, bright everything. How has been your week, first of all? Because we've seen Uti this week.
What happened to me?
No, 2 weeks actually. We've not seen you in 2 weeks. How have you been?
Nothing particularly, but I don't know if anybody has mentioned it on the show, but around Lagos I've observed some little changes in containers. Did you see it? They now have, okay. All of them, I think to an extent, probably like 90% compliance from what I've seen. They all have leashes,
So they lashed them?
Yeah.
The container that I passed this evening, it wasn't, if I don't think it was even, if you see the speed, there was...
No, I've not seen one, and I've constantly been observing it.
On the lookout, right?
Yeah. Well, because it's an operation, I can't remember the name, by the what's it called? FRSC. But what my fear is, I hope they continue. I hope they just
because that's supposed to be the standard.
Yes, because this thing kills people daily. So now, to an extent, I'm not scared to be by their side anymore. I take the risk now.
What you need to do is, after this conversation, you need to send NASA a text.
Okay.
Because NASA sees a truck.
And she takes
2 miles ahead, and she's like, there's a truck. Don't go near the truck. There's a truck.
She does that a lot.
I like that. There's like about 90% compliance, and I'm really impressed.
Good news. That's actually
everywhere in
Lagos.
Positive direction.
Yeah,
that's good.
The lady in blue.
Hi. Hello. I'm fine. You saw me yesterday, so you know how my week has been.
But Uti has been on this month.
I said it. I said September.
It's month. I don't understand how that schedule.
Uti.
I don't understand how the schedule. This next month I will not love you that much.
No, it makes up for all the time she was at home.
Yeah.
So I really didn't pity her though.
Why so?
Meanwhile, Uti has a crush that will not let me be. If I even called me today,
hi, I don't know who you are, I don't know what your name is, she won't tell me.
I can't tell you.
But I get all your messages, so that you know she's doing. So, hello.
Well, today is an interesting, it's an interesting conversation we have today. And so we're discussing the Karma law, right? And here's what we found as today's quote. Those who believe that politics and religion do not mix understand neither. That's from Albert Einstein. What do you think?
Totally
as it pertains to laws of the land, when you think that
as it pertains to everything. Particularly, we were just talking about this before the show, and I said, look, it would be amiss for any government not necessarily to want to be controlling it, but you must pay attention, because when you think about the followership, the numbers that we have.
I was going to say that. I just wanted you to land. No, it's an organization on its own. Do you know the followership?
Exactly.
They must regulate.
So they wield a very. I mean, even for those who misuse it, it's a source of being able to brainwash people to.
Which is sorry to break you. I'm sorry. They even have more followership. People even believe more in them than the government. People will believe their pastor rather than believe in the government. So why would it be subject to regulation?
Well, so there has been unease.
And don't forget, most of the laws we have are offshoots of, the religion, from the Bible, from the don't kill, don't do this, don't do that. They are an offshoot of it.
Yeah.
So why would you say
we check most of the laws in America is really
based,
founded.
Even our constitution makes reference to God first.
Yes, so absolutely. And that's why you still see people swear by the Quran or the Bible in the law courts.
So there's actually a mix.
All right, so there's been an unease and uproar over the Company and Ally Matters Act, which was signed into law by President Muhammadu Buhari on the 7th of August 2020. Now, the Karma 2020, which has received commendations from the business community, is said to facilitate the ease of business in the country, has also faced backlash from religious, non-governmental and human rights organizations who are kicking against the section of the law, particularly section 839. That's the one we're looking at. So Motsurayo Adefamoti is here to discuss this. But first, let's take a break for what's in the news.
Welcome to the breakfast
The Breakfast, where we unbundle top and big stories of the day.
Is vaccine the only way out of this pandemic?
No, definitely not.
Many Ghanaians just want a peaceful election and they are hoping there will be no rigging.
There is nothing bad in borrowing for infrastructure. The minister added that he was impressed.
Please come and see yourself what we are doing with the money we have borrowed.
It's very important. The way we brand ourselves is the way people will carry us.
It's just the driver of the two vehicles that were completely burned.
This one was here screaming.
What do you recommend the government do to support this sector?
Direct intervention, that's what every government all over the world has done.
We are not a parallel security structure. A Moteco core is a complementary core.
What I will not encourage Christians to do is to carry dagger and follow anybody. No.
Join us on The Breakfast, 7 a.m. Mondays to Fridays.
You're still watching Ways, and remember, it's still our special weekend because we have a lot of freebies, more freebies to give out. So to all the winners that are wondering what's happening, I've been winning, I've been playing and I've been sending my answers. All the answers are being collated for next week. Everybody will get their free CAS 3-in-1 safety kit. So later we'll read out, the questions for today, the final questions for this weekend. I'm excited about these questions. You have to go and work hard and Google well. But first, let's quickly see what we found in the news. So let me go with Uti Elu.
So mine is nice and simple. It's Edo election 2020.
Drum roll.
I know yesterday Sandy said she didn't want to talk about it, but today the results are in.
Yep.
So congratulations to the current governor and now governor-elect, Godwin Obaseki, who has won, I believe it's 84,336 votes difference from the opponent, Ize Iyamu. Did I pronounce that well?
Yeah.
Okay. So congratulations to Edo State. Our very own Uwa is
congratulations.
Edo State by way of Kaduna. So,
no, but you know what? I'm so happy that, first of all, we didn't hear cases of violence because that was the apprehension a lot of people had, about these elections. And I'm happy that, because if you look at I don't really want to delve into the politics of how he moved to a different party. I think they should have better managed that situation. It was it was something that they would have easily managed because he made sure he expended all the avenues first before he said, okay, since you guys don't want me anymore. They almost rejected, as in it was almost like, okay, you are rejected. And he went to a different party and see the people have spoken.
Well,
and
hopefully,
for me,
Nigerian politics, you cannot underestimate the power of incumbency.
Yeah.
So I thought, for me personally, I thought they should have managed it. And it was, anyway, I don't know anything about Edo politics, but for the little I heard, Obaseki was working. He's working. So I really don't know, why do you change a winning team? I think it was just all about ego.
Ego that played out,
yeah, because they had no time, they had no reason to change.
But Uti and I were talking quickly about the turnout, the numbers.
Yeah.
Of the number of people, for the size of that state.
I was going to say that.
500,000 plus people.
No, to elect your governor for another 4 weeks. For another 4 years. It's very, very appalling. I was going to say that.
It was a very poor turnout.
I think they estimated about 1.2 million voters. I was even very, happy that maybe the turnout was going to be, but unfortunately.
So I think a lot of people were actually worried about violence.
And I think that UK and US threat actually worked.
About the banning of the visas and all. It's possible.
Maybe that was what limited the violence.
It's possible.
Well, so I think there was still
because we like to travel. We are number one.
Take my visa and
I don't know. So for me, whilst we had this conversation, I think that is still a very real problem that we have to actually deal with in Nigeria. This idea of election, there were pockets. So there were
pockets of violence
at his polling booth where Obaseki went to vote. There was actually violence, gunshots were fired and all of that. And, no matter how well-meaning it is, sad to say that in this country, life is not valued. So when an average person thinks of the possibility of putting themselves in danger to vote, 9 out of 10
it's not
times,
worth it,
they will choose that it's not worth it and stay at home.
No,
so until we can actually achieve that, our turnout will continue to be poor.
poor.
I mean, even in countries where it's safe, turnout sometimes can still be low, depending on who the players are in the elections. So.
Yeah, and particularly people do not like, they have no trust in the government.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure that the government's coming in is going to do anything.
No trust in the government,
yes,
no trust in the election process itself. I mean, we're
going to talk about politics another day.
Okay, sorry, madam. Okay, so my story is about the Borno state government and the IDPs.
Oh, okay.
They are supposed to put up about 1,000 housing units for the internally displaced persons. It's supposed to have, it's envisaged that it's going to have schools, mini markets, and all that. But what I found very appalling is the kind of house that is going to be put up. When you hear 1,000 houses, I was so
impressed,
happy about it, only for me to go deep into the story. And I saw that they're going to be actually, did you see a picture?
Yeah, that's the picture.
Yeah, corrugated, yes, iron sheets.
Yeah.
How can you read it? No, that is very, very unfair. My dog cannot live in that. And particularly, not even for the convenience. What about the weather conditions? What about their health? It's going to impact negatively on them. And the number of people that are supposed to inhabit that estate, they have 1,000 housing units for 89,000 people. Are they saying that thing?
9 people per...
89 people are going to inhabit
You know, let me tell you something.
Oh no, 1,000 to 89,000. Gosh,
Yes.
I heard something else.
So when you see things like this, right, you now wonder how much value do we place
on human
in the
lives?
lives of our citizens in Nigeria?
No,
of course not.
I mean, that just sums it up. So when you see your government and you see that kind of housing, that is how they see you, and that's what they think you deserve.
What I would be interested to actually find out is what the cost is for these corrugated.
They said 5 billion.
So you see, so this is where for me I start to say, how does this make sense? Because you, first of all, haven't even shown any creativity. Low-cost housing today is one of the, I mean, you could put up 1,000 houses. It doesn't have to be very expensive.
Thank you.
There's so many options for low-cost housing. So for you to come down and say, that's what I mean. So there's a lot of options to say you want to use corrugated iron.
You know what? They don't care. We care about you. That's why we care about your safety. So my story is our quiz time. All right, quickly. Uti will go first with questions 1 and 2.
Yeah.
For today, we're giving out free kits. So we care about you and we care about your safety and your protection. Cars Protection cares about you, and that's why they're giving out this what's it called? Safety kit. So Uti will take questions 1 and 2, Lami 3 and 4, and I'll take 5 and 6. All right.
Okay. So first question: citrus fruits are a great source of which vitamin? So I'll take that again. Citrus fruits are a great source of which vitamin? Question 2. Hope you're ready. What does CDC stand for? Second, I'll say that again. What does CDC? Charlie, Delta, Charlie. What does it stand for?
Let somebody don't go and write Charlie, don't tell you answer. Let me.
Okay, the third question is, which organ of the body does COVID-19 primarily attack? First option, is it the lungs, liver, or the heart? I'll take that again. Which organ of the body does COVID-19 primarily attack? Is it the lungs, liver, or the heart? Now, the fourth question is, how long does the coronavirus survive on plastic and stainless steel surface? I'll take that again. How long does the coronavirus survive on plastic and stainless surfaces? Stainless steel surfaces.
Good. Yeah. So number 5 is, which area of the body has the largest bone? Which area of the body has the largest bone? That's number 5. And number 6, who are the sponsors of the CAS 3-in-1 quiz? This one, if anybody fails this one, I will just cancel. Give no answer for you, even if you get the remaining 5 answers. So who are the sponsors of the CAS 3-in-1 quiz? Now, it's important for me to harp on this. Schools are resuming next week. I mean, if you are not
tomorrow,
well, that's tomorrow. Schools are resuming. So without even saying you want to play it's important that it is very portable. It's easy for children, order for your children. it's important that we keep everyone safe. Schools should order, mothers, fathers order, even at the workplace, just order and keep yourself safe. So we'll come back to the questions much later on the show. But first, let's take a break, because when we come back, we'll be discussing CAMA. Stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Thanks for staying with us. Now, focusing on sections 839, subsection 1, empowers the commission to suspend trustees of an association and appoint interim managers to manage the affairs of the association where it reasonably believes that A, there is or has been misconduct, mismanagement in the administration of the association. B, it is necessary or desirable for the purpose of one, in law, there's just I. So one, protecting the property of the association, to securing a proper application for the property of the association towards achieving objects of the association, the purpose of the association of that property or of the property coming to the association. Lawyers, why do you confuse us? Now, public interest, that's number 3. Or C, the affairs of the association are being run fraudulently. Now, on this basis, rejecting the section, the CAN, that's the Christian Association of Nigeria, in a statement on August 20th, described the act as an unacceptable, ungodly, and reprehensible law. And they are calling for, a repeal of that law. So remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at +TV Africa or at Wayshow Africa 1 with the hashtag Ways, or you send us an SMS to our WhatsApp number, so send a WhatsApp message. So, lawyers, I may come to you.
Yes.
Why do you first of all like to confuse us? Why can't you just put it in plain English? You didn't go to school for all that time.
No. To be very factual, this act was signed into law in 2020. Go and look at laws that were signed into law in 2030. Even me as a lawyer,
don't try to defend yourself.
No. I find it very hard to comprehend it. It is always so wordy, legalese, but this is just so straightforward.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay, so tell us about this CAMA law, and why do you think that the churches, especially the churches, and I think the non-governmental organizations, are attacking this law? What exactly is the reason?
I think for me, because I've gone through the law, I've gone through it, I really see nothing offensive in those sections, apart from some little amendment that I would, as we go on in the topic, I would state. But I really see nothing. The government has to control the religion, and some people are saying that it impedes on their constitutional rights. I don't see anything that is impeding, and they have two choices: is either to appeal or to make representations to the House of Assembly, the National Assembly, to repeal it and amend the law or challenge it in court. But I tell you, if I'm a judge and they bring it to me, I will not repeal that law because I really see nothing offensive. I would rather see maybe slight amendment for some ambiguities.
Clarifications,
Yes,
ambiguities.
That's all.
But
the church has a large following, and don't forget that the church, most NGOs and churches, all anyway, are subject to the Part C of the CAMA. incorporated trustees. You cannot have a church unless you register the church under incorporated trustees. And we have to look at what trustees, what do they do? So it goes beyond I'm a church and all that. Yeah, you must be subject to the government in one way or the other. And I think it's also an alignment to best global practices, as far as I'm concerned. Because, okay.
Yeah, let me, sorry. So, I mean, you've hit the nail on the head for me. I mean, it was important, and I know that the topic of the show today is with the church, but this doesn't just affect the Christian faith, it affects any religious organization. So the fact is, I personally, I'm not a lawyer, but I did read it, and in my own layman's interpretation, I said to myself, what's all the uproar about? I understand that in certain parts of it, for me, I felt there was ambiguity. So when you say that, by order of the court, but you also say the court with the assistance of the commission, there are some areas where there are gray areas. When you say reasonable action, what is your definition of reasonable action?
So no, I'll tell you that reasonable means according to the reasonable man test, an objective view that what would an average Nigerian see, an average person perceive to be
that's
a misconduct.
Is white. So depending on the judge,
most of the time that's the standard in the law. In law.
So for me, those were the things that stood out to me. That says, what is it exactly that, and where could this go wrong? Because we were having this conversation where I said that for me, we must be not necessarily trying to change the narrative, but we must be concerned with the optics. We talked about the church, the business of religion yesterday, and we can see how the more people become enlightened, the more people are kicking back against certain things that they see and they're questioning. Now, it's important that when something like this happens, the church is not seen to be running away from transparency, but running towards it. So like you said, there may be some areas that we are concerned for ambiguity's sake. So my response to this would have been, here is a law. We're happy to see that, there's some standards and some transparency being brought into our own space. But we would like some clarity. We'd like to work with the government. This coming by fire and brimstone that I've seen, because I've read quite a few responses, and what's the thing that, that the different organizations have put out there. I think coming by fire and brimstone and trying to imply that it's a war against God. God fights his own battles. So let's leave God out of this.
Okay, can I quickly point another thing?
Quickly.
I think part of
I need to bring in our guest.
Okay, I think part of the reasons people are going against this law is the secrecy that was involved. There was a time that the NGO bill was going to... There was a public hearing and it was rejected in entirety. But now I think most of what was supposed to be in the NGO bill was not directly imposed in the Kama. So, and at that time, when this was going, there was no public hearing. So now a lot of people are saying, why did you smuggle it? Where were the stakeholders? Why didn't you have their input?
Absolutely.
So I think that's part of the reasons,
Okay, so for me, I'm just wondering, how would this affect, the organizations, like the church and the NGOs? I would like to know in details, okay, if they find... Let's paint a scenario. If they find that something has gone wrong, like they have claimed that, a misconduct and whatever, how would they go about the, addressing the situation? You just wake up in the morning and somebody is now your trustee that you don't know.
No, but the process was stated.
No, it was stated. I'm saying that.
No, that's part of the ambiguity. Now I understand what you're saying. How's the person appointed? Who is the person?
So what are the processes? Yes, the timeline and all of those things.
So apart from the fact that, so first of all, the first part of it for me, which was what I even first heard, how I heard about Kama was from a church going, no, cannot happen, cannot work. And I remember we were talking about, I was saying to you that when I first read it, I thought, the court is even involved.
Yes,
so you still have to go by order of court. So I thought, wait now, they can't just wake up today and say, you go ahead, you are the trustee. There is a court process.
All right, so let me bring in our guest. She's a friend of a house. Moturayo Adefamoti is the CEO, Money Stewards, an investment firm with locations in Lagos, Atlanta, Houston, Kenya, and London. As CEO, she leads a team of wealth management executives with expertise in diverse foreign investment portfolios. Now, thank you so much for joining us. And she's joined us via Zoom.
Thank you. Glad to be back.
We are so happy to have you back. So, Mo, Kama.
Calm down.
So you've been hearing our banter on the Kama law. I'm just worried, because I think I mean, I remember when I had the conversation with someone was asking me that how do we ensure that this camera is not used as a tool to witch hunt, you know, certain organizations and just bring them down. Maybe it's growing to, you know, because everybody's just apprehensive, especially when a revered man of God came on, he went viral, you know, condemning the law, you know. So why do you think there's so much backlash, you know, from the churches on this camera bill?
Thank you very much. First of all, we must understand that CAMA generally, the act is a welcome relief to the ease of doing business in Nigeria. Certainly, we think Nigeria is behind compared to its counterparts around the world. So that law is very much duplicated from the Companies Act of 2006 in the UK, which I was able to practice. I practiced law in the UK for many years, and even charity law. So in terms of maybe using words such as witch hunt, first of all, that section 839, is specifically designed for NGOs, not mosques, not churches, none of those, not particularly religious organizations, but NGOs. And you, as a government of the land, they have to provide rules to regulate how NGOs are run. That's just plain and simple. Now you have a choice as an NGO, as a religious organization, not to register under CAMA. You can decide to run your church and your personal bank accounts and do all of that. But when you decide to register your organization, you get tax exemptions and you get certain benefits. So to say that the government cannot regulate you is almost, is impossible. Or to say that a certain organization should be the one to regulate you. Now let's look around the world and see what really happens. You know, whether you compare it to the not-for-profit organizations in the United States or you look at the one in the UK, certainly that rule about the court orders being the court being allowed to appoint interim managers to manage the affairs of the NGOs. I'll say specifically NGOs, not churches, because that's what the Act regulates. It's very much live and direct in the United Kingdom. So, I mean, the same churches here that are registered in Nigeria are registered in UK, and they are regulated. Nobody, none of those churches, none of the NGOs can, scream up and down and say that the government doesn't have the right to regulate them. Charity Commission was an advisory body initially. And by Charity Act of 2006, they became a regulator. So they put out the rules, and they also regulate all the NGOs that are registered as charitable organization. And you also have to understand that the whole premise of regulation is the fact that it is for the public benefit. All right. So an NGO must have a charitable benefit towards it, and it must be for the benefit of the public. Secondly, it is in the public interest to know that whatever association you're a part of, especially when you're contributing towards it, is regulated. I'm not particularly convinced that certain NGOs are being witch hunted. I wouldn't think that at all. I don't think that Act is intended to do that.
Okay, so I'm glad when you were talking that you mentioned the law in the UK, because one of the statements that was put out, one of the ones that I read, I can't remember which of the organizations it was, he talked about the fact that the law, Nigeria can't go ahead and just copy things that would work in the UK and in other countries. But I found it very interesting because, like you said, churches that are here in Nigeria are registered under those same laws in the UK. And funny enough, one of the cases that came up talked about how one of the trustees of a certain Nigerian-based or Nigerian-founded church was, the entire trustees were sacked and an accounting firm was appointed. Now, one of the concerns that we have particularly about this law is the issue of trusteeship, where a lot of these organizations are calling to say, look, we're faith-based denominations. How do we know who you're going to appoint? So how is that handled in the UK where the law is similar, and how do you think that should be handled here?
Thank you very much. So the idea that you have to be spiritual in a sense to become interim managers, it's probably unfounded. And I'll tell you and explain to you why. You see, when interim managers are appointed, they are professional managers. They are skilled in management, consultancy, accounting, auditing. They are skilled, okay? And those companies are appointed by the Charity Commission at the expense of at the expense of the church in question. And the aim of the interim managers is not to come in and will some judgment upon them. No, it's to see that, look, these are the rules, this is how you flouted the rules, and these are the recommendations so that we can put you back and hand over your church back to you. They're not permanent managers. They're not there to decide what sermons to preach, how. No. Those spiritual decisions that was mentioned, they're left to the pastors and the pastorates to continue. You can preach whatever you want to preach on Sundays, but when it comes to managing the affairs, management, then they're giving it to experts. So the spiritual argument does not really, I mean, if you're an accountant, you are qualified because you you had the requisite study and the experience to become an accountant. So whether you're a Muslim accountant, a pagan accountant, or a Christian accountant, you can perform the duties of accountancy.
Let them not hear you.
No, I'm going to stick out there.
To perform the duties. I mean, to be honest, I've had this argument. When I was in the UK, I must have overseen a minimum of at least 700 churches. And the arguments are the same. And I particularly was challenged by some of the Nigerian churches because they just didn't understand that there's this, in a different environment, rules apply. Now, we're not saying you shouldn't preach, whether it's 10% tithe, 20% tithe, that's all those decisions are made to you. But when it comes to management, a lot of them, they flouted the rules. And I'm not saying they did it out of being, maliciously. A lot of them did it because they were naive of what was going on, A lot of them hadn't gone through rules. They didn't understand what the Charity Commission rules. They didn't have expert solicitors like myself on board to advise them what you can or cannot do. And they were very simple rules. Some of them, they would invest the funds. There were some of them, they would transfer it to different countries. They would earn salaries without permission. Now, it's not like the Charity Commission doesn't allow you to earn salaries or to transfer funds. It is a charity. And before you register as a charity, you told them what you're going to do. But if there were rules black and white, but if you think that you're getting to the gray areas, all you needed to do was let Charity Commission in on what you're about to do, and they will give you permission in most cases to do it. Now, they were interested in it because, number one, you remember you're handling public funds. Number two, a lot of these churches were collecting what we call gift aid. Gift aid is for every £1 that anybody pays to your church, you can collect 25% of it from the government. So government looks at the funds that you're handling as public funds. And if they feel you're mismanaging it, they will come in there and appoint an interim manager, not to undermine you, but to guide you, to make you more accountable.
Absolutely.
So it was not a witch hunt. And I don't think the act was set out to witch on any particular church or religion or sect. No, it is more to make you more accountable. And the truth of the matter is that in practice, now I'm moving to practice, a lot of pastors, they are not equipped to understand how management works when you talk about managing an NGO. Do you understand what I'm saying? In terms of being able to understand accounting and management and loans principles, they didn't understand it. It's not an indictment on them necessarily. It's just the fact that when
they need to go and learn and seek professional help.
To come in and
Yeah. Okay. So Mo, just give Lami a minute. She wants to take you on something you just said.
Okay. You were talking about the Charities Commission in England. You need to understand that in Nigeria, there's nothing of such. Once you want to incorporate a church, you just go to the CAC and you're incorporated, and boom, you're on your own. So you need to understand that most churches, because I'm going to concentrate on churches because the focus of today is on churches. Yeah. You need to understand that there are no regulations. Don't forget that the Charity Commission is based basically on churches, charities and all that in England. But that doesn't apply here. So to now say that the court can afford, appoint interim managers, I think is a part of the ambiguity that I talked about. What is the timeline? It didn't state.
For how long would they be interim?
How long are they there? That's what I'm saying, the tenure of them. How are they going to be managed? And in particular, the misconduct that was quoted in in the law did not state if it was administrative, if it was financial impropriety or nothing. It's a bit vague. So I would say the law in England, charity law in England is very, very structured, but it's not structured here. So I think that before this kind of law, excuse me, can be operational, I think we have to have something in the like that is similar to the Charities Commission that can guide those people. So it'd be unfair to just say I'm appointing an interim manager. For how long?
Okay.
How are they, what's it called? How are they appointed?
Yeah.
And for how long?
Okay, so Mo, you're going to respond to that, but let us go for a very short break. We'll be right back.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Thanks for staying with us. Now, if you're just tuning in, we're discussing the Company Allied Matters Act 2020 with a focus on churches. Now, please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at Plus TV Africa or at Wish Your Africa1 with the hashtag Ways. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. All right, so Lami was going to complete. You said you had another question to add to what you had said before we went on the break. All right.
So before an interim manager is appointed, the members of the association, so in this case the church, can present a petition to the court, and has to be one fifth of the members. How do you determine who are members? It's part of the as a part of the problems.
How you 1/5 of the trustees?
1/5 of the members, not the trustees, of the members of the association. Okay. So how do you determine that?
All right, so Mo.
All right, thank you very much. I let me bring it back home because it's good to always, as my little colleague would testify, it's good to always look at other countries to see how things are run. Now let's bring it home. The act does say how long the interim managers will be appointed, and it talks about it being 12 months. If you go further on in the act and read it, talks about it being 12 months. So 12 months seems like a reasonable time, to have interim managers come and put the books right. In terms of, yes, it doesn't, which is not unusual. It doesn't specifically define who the interim managers would be, but one can infer there can only be experts in the field. When you talk about interim managers, it should be companies that maybe corporate trustees or auditors that are able to actually look at the financial books of the company. Certainly, it cannot be doctrinal issues because if the states try to regulate doctrines, then where is freedom of religion? Where does it start? So definitely, I can only infer that from practice and looking at other jurisdictions worldwide, comparing it to other European countries and America and Canada and places like that interim managers are experts within the field to actually look into the books and propose solutions. So I think that the act must also be looked upon as more of not necessarily wielding the hand of a regulator, but also an advisory or a middle ground of both, especially because this is very new to us in Nigeria. But to be honest, I think that a lot of people that have spoken grossly against the act they're familiar with this. They're familiar with it because a lot of them have NGOs in UK and in US, and they understand the process.
So maybe it seems like those they know how limiting it is for them to milk the situation. That's why they might be kicking against it. But this Karma Act is here to stay, because even with all the uproar and whatever, the president is not even ready to to repeal the act. So how do you think churches should go about, what are the things that they need to know, and how should they go about, implementation? How should they go about driving their organizations now with this act in place? So maybe they are better informed on what they should or should not do.
I think it would be great if we, to help, especially because this is very new to a lot of churches and NGOs and the country in general. I think it would be helpful if a body was set up. Okay. Now the body will take those particular acts and sort of cut it out in bite size to give it to the church. Like, you know what? These are the things that you need to be aware of. These are the things that you need to do. And to be honest, if the churches really understand that this act is very much designed to protect them, I think they'll be more receptive towards it, because at the end of the day, a lot of people throw a lot of accusations to pastors about mismanagement of funds, this and that. Why are you driving a private jet? Why are you, when members are doing this? All those things. And sometimes all those funds are legitimately earned by the pastors. I mean, I'm not one to judge, but if they understood that at the end of the day, there's an advisory body that works with them to explain to them, which is exactly what they did in the UK. When Charity Commission was transitioning from an advisory body to a regulator, advisory bodies were set up, arbitrations were set up to advise the churches as, okay, this is where we're transitioning to, this is what you need to know, this is what you need to know. If there's any area where you're confused on, we're here to help you. And for the first few years, even though they had the regulatory powers, they were still performing their advisory functions until finally they decided to be full-time regulators. And again, that happened with the Law Society, because some of the examples I've also heard is the fact that Nigerian Bar Association manages its own, the Medical Association manages their own. Why can't the Christian churches also manage their own? And again, in UK, the Law Society ultimately was transitioned into a body, or partly a body, that became SRA, Services Regulatory Authority. So I think if you can set up think tanks or bodies that can disseminate information and come up with bite-sized information to say, you know what, at the end of the day, we're working with you to protect the integrity of this institution we call church. Because I mean, we all enjoy services. I love to go to church, so I'm not, and I am for it. But also I want the churches to know that we need to work together. And this law is not designed to work against us.
Okay. So I just like to ask, might there be a middle ground? Because I hear you, and I don't want to make it sound like in Nigeria we're not enlightened, but the church leaders are critical stakeholders within the impact of this act and its implementation. Might there be a middle ground where we say, rather than just appointing an auditing firm or a management consultant, might there be a way to create sort of maybe trustees of the trustees, for example? So within the Christian faith, go and nominate some of your leaders who can form a committee of some sort that says, should we, as the commission and the court, have to sack the board of trustees? We have this sort of overarching body within your faith to address this issue of doctrine and spirituality, who can now sit side by side with these appointed bodies, auditors or whatever, to move this forward. Because I think that it's important for us to, at this point, focus on how we move forward in convincing all the stakeholders to make it work. Do you think such an arrangement could work?
Brilliant. And I think that's what I'm alluding to. I think it would totally work. And I think that's exactly what we need, because you can't, and like rightly she said, you can't just bring something new and say, by the way, because a lot of the churches are interpreting the fact that, oh, you want to take over our church? I've worked hard for this all my life. Do you think somebody that doesn't understand my doctrine can just come in and take over the church? So it's almost, from their point of view, it's almost draconian. So I think that like what you mentioned in terms of setting up a body that will ease the situation, oh, definitely. And I think, maybe not in those exact terms. In other countries that I've researched when they were transitioning, and that was what was done. because at the end of the day, we want to work together. You know, we're not trying to. As a church member, and I love my church, and I love what is preached, and I'm a church person. I would want the church to be protected. I would want also the fact that the law has to also run its course, because the law is designed for an NGO, and you know, apart from the churches, there's a lot of NGOs that, you know, they're very questionable at best. They receive foreign aid and they disseminate it within themselves, no sort of accountability, no tax being paid, nothing. So it's not just them, it's also all those other NGOs that they feel that, you know, they can use Nigeria as a hub. And because they know that we don't have regulators, we don't have laws that really work, you know, they feel they can pass in, you know, monies quite very, very, you know, easily. So all those things all those loopholes have to be blocked. So I totally agree with your suggestion. I think that's definitely one of the ways forward.
Okay, another thing that I think is, don't you think that people are kicking against it, particularly because of the moral burden on the government? What I mean is that people do not trust the government. So for any new law, any new thing that's, you know, a lot of people will kick against it because they're seeing it from political and ethnic and religious undertones. Don't you think that's part of it? And you know, I mentioned it earlier that the Charities Commission in England is structured. But here in Nigeria, you form a church and there's nobody to guide you. So now, don't you think that's part of the reasons?
I think so. You're absolutely right. I do agree with you. It is part of the reason that, you know, if you cannot even run the affairs of your internal government, how dare you wield the same power and try to run an establishment that we have protected and we have run quite well. So that there is that, but that argument has to be made across board to entire, you know, judiciary system in Nigeria. The entire judiciary system is questionable. So it's not really an argument that is just limited to Kama Act. Then you would have to make that argument in every other facet of Nigeria. So I don't think, you know, yes, it is a very important argument, but it's not an isolated event. So we would have to question the entire judiciary system.
Even if it's not isolated, honestly speaking, if you look at Nigeria, right, the churches have done well. You know, they've really built very strong institutions. They've built, you know, some of them have universities, secondary schools that are running. You know, some of the church establishments, they have 24-hour power supply. So I mean, if you as a government, you have not shown leadership in the way that, okay, everything is working, you want to now come all the work. I think that's where the churches are. Because you want to now come and spoil the one that are built over the years.
So again, it's the approach. So again, when you take that approach, and I totally agree with you that I've worked hard, I've built this institution in the face of your failure. I have been able to do this, and then you come at me. But again, it's the understanding of why it is required. Because remember, this is the success of the church and the ability of these people to run these organizations shows what is possible. People will capitalize on that opportunity, and that's why this has to happen. But it's the approach at which I think the stakeholders have come back to just say, oh, this is a war against God. It's not. It's really about transparency. It's about being able to show probity. Thank you. Once we have the right conversations around this, I think we can move forward. But I'd like to take a few comments that sort of agree with us to very degree. So the first one comes from Nifemi, who says, Kama should be accepted. We need better oversight of churches' funds. And the next one comes from Taiwo Hoyibo, and that says, most of our religious leaders have abused their freedom to manage church funds. But law is nothing to be taken lightly, as the technicalities can create confusion at times. Kama may be good. The question is, can we trust our government not to abuse the law? That is the bone of contention. So let's prevail on the government to build trust in the citizens, and all those suspicions will be laid to rest. So thank you, Taiwo. That was an excellent comment.
Okay, so I have a comment from, I think this from Ade. Ade says, is in the UK, by the way. I always like to call his location. Good evening, ladies. I'm in support of the law. It will bring check and balances to the body of Christ. Someone else is saying, Maggie says, we have had abuse by a lot of church leaders. which usually are founders. So they technically own the church, but the resource are then assumed as personal.
Yeah.
Then Debo says spiritual should be separated from finance. So do you want to comment to Maggie's comment that says they technically own the church, but resources are assumed to be personal?
That they technically own the church.
Okay, so she said we have had abuse by a lot of church leaders, which usually are founders. So they technically own the church, but the resources are assumed to be personal. So when they begin to convert the church resources to their personal use, you know.
And that's exactly why one of the reasons we need this act to teach, to educate pastors that there's a difference between personal funds and church funds. And you know, the church, the funds, the reason why the government has to be interested in regulating NGOs, again, I don't want to say just churches, NGOs in general, is the fact that they have to understand that it is for the public benefit. This is public money. Because for you to even register as an NGO, you have to have a charitable benefit and a public benefit towards it. So, and they are protecting members of the public. And that's why they've asked to say that 20% of the association can also make a complaint. So it's not just an external complaint. Complaints can come internally. So and that's one of the great things about having, a body to disseminate the information even further. That look, this is the public fund, you can be paid a salary, but these are things that this is the parameters which you can work and not work. And if you feel you need to do a bit more, then these are the guidelines. These are the advisory bodies that you can get a prior permission from or carry along, and so that you're not, flouting the rules, and we don't get ourselves into this kind of situations where we're accusing pastors or, of mismanagement and so on and so forth, because it is a real issue.
Absolutely. Okay, so let me just take one final comment and I'll ask you for your final thought in 1 minute. Wale says, this is just about transparency, not about law. We cannot have comments saying they build schools, etc. That's the person is attacking me now. But these are money-making businesses. Yesterday we talked about church and the business and all of that. The SMEs are excited about Karma because it seems like it's going to help them do their business easily. So if you had one advice to give to spiritual bodies, the churches and all of that, what would that be, concerning Karma?
Karma is for transparency. Let's stop so that people don't have to accuse the church leaders of doing this or doing that or mismanagement. Let the books be open. Let it be open to the association, to the church members, to the members of the public. File the accounts, and don't have a problem with somebody wanting to look at your books. You're comfortable and confident in what you're doing. You have done great things. I mean, I have to really, really, thank the church, because they've done a lot. They provided employment, provided schools, opportunities, so many things that even the government have failed to do. We know that. And the universities are competing with, universities around the world. So they've done extremely well. So I think that if we can work together and realize that this is not antagonistic in any nature, this is just to foster transparency, I think that we'll be on our way to forging actually a great future together.
Thank you so much, Mo. It's always a pleasure having you on the show.
Always a pleasure to come.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, so ladies, in one minute or 1 second, Uti, because we have to give our questions out. People are asking for questions, so quickly, in 1 minute, what do you think?
I think Mo has said it all. For me, it's really about transparency. We talked yesterday about this. The churches need to be more open in showing people what they're doing, because they're fighting not just against distrust of the church, but Nigerians were already conditioned by our environment to be distrusting. So you almost have to go the extra mile to actually be extra transparent.
Absolutely.
For people to follow you.
How about you, Lami?
Okay, people are failing to see the fact that the court is also involved in this matter. You have to give reasonable evidence before all this can happen. So it's not an attack on the church. I think, as Uti has said and everyone has said, I would say it's just for prudence and probity. If your books are clean, why you should not be afraid to worry about it. And don't forget, a lot of churches, they don't have this accountability, and especially when you're talking of succession.
Succession plans
and all that. I think this will reawaken them.
A lot of things will happen. All right, so because of transparency, let us give our questions again. So it's not looking like we are favoring some people. So if you missed the cast 3-in-1 question quiz, because people have been asking, what's the question? So Uti.
Okay, so very quickly, first question. Citrus fruits are great sources of which vitamin? So I'll take that again. Citrus fruits are great sources of which vitamin? Second question, what does CDC stand for? And it's not Charlie Delta Charlie.
All right, let me.
Okay, the third question is, which organ of the body does COVID-19 primarily attack? Is it the lungs, liver, or the heart? Again, which organ of the body does COVID-19 primarily attack? Is it the lungs, liver, or the heart? Then number 4, how long does the coronavirus survive on plastic and stainless steel surfaces? How long does the coronavirus survive on plastic and stainless steel surfaces?
All right, so 5 is, which area of the body has the longest bone? I've been getting all sorts of answers. Which area of the body has the longest bone? Then 6 is, who are the sponsors of the CAS 3-in-1 quiz? Who are the sponsors of the CAS 3-in-1 quiz? It's been an amazing weekend, and thank you again to all our guests this weekend. We really had a fantastic show this weekend, or fantastic shows. We had fantastic shows this weekend, and thank you to our the safety gurus, CAS protection, because this is very important for me. As I said earlier, schools are resuming tomorrow, so it's important that everyone knows that COVID-19 is still very much around. Yes, you can go about your business, but just wear protection. That's all we're asking for. Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you again, Mo. Thank you so much. So we will see you guys live at 8 p.m. on Friday. But please watch a repeat broadcast of this episode tomorrow at 3 p.m. It's been a very, very insightful conversation, and keep all the conversations going on all our social media platforms at Wayshow Africa 1 or at Plus TV Africa, as we continue to hear what you're saying. Now, in case you missed today's quote, here it is again. What's my quote again? Religion. Those who believe that politics and religion do not mix understand neither. So it's very important. They are intertwined. So
they're twins.
Yeah. So please remember to follow CAS _ PPE, because part of the condition for winning the kit, you have to follow them on Instagram and on Twitter. And follow Wayshow Africa. All right. See you guys on Friday for another great conversation. Enjoy your evening. Wow. Can you put on the air conditioner? Please.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa. Here are the stories making the headlines. I am Osaogi Ogbonwan. President Muhammadu Buhari on Monday in Abuja urged Kaduna State indigents to cooperate with government and security agencies to secure peace and harmony in the state. The president made the call at the virtual opening of the 5th Kaduna Economic and Investment Summit. He said development will only take place when energies are collectively channeled to building instead of destruction of lives and property. Meanwhile, the Kaduna State government has declared 3 days of mourning for the late MI of Zazzau, Shehu Idris. A statement by the special advisor to the state governor on media and communication, Muyiwa Adike, said that residents are to use the period to pray for the soul of the late Emir. Public offices will open as usual on the 21st and 22nd of September 2020. It adds that flags would fly at half-mast during the period. And the Accident Investigation Bureau has released a preliminary report on a helicopter crash that occurred at the Okpebi area of Lagos State on the 28th of August 2020. The report revealed that the helicopter had a valid certificate of airworthiness. It also said that there was no evidence to show that an application for the exemption provided by the All Operators Letter AOL DG020/20 had been submitted to the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority. The report also revealed that the chopper had no capability to jettison fuel. And Governor Godwin Obaseki has commended the Edo people for his re-election. He described his re-election as a triumph over godfatherism.
The great people of Edo State have spoken, and they have spoken loud and clear. We thank God Almighty and give Him all the glory for this victory. Thank you, President Muhammadu Buhari, for defending our democracy and allowing the Independent Electoral Commission, INEC, and the security services to perform their constitutional functions without interference. INEC and the security services have shown Nigerians and the world indeed that they are capable of conducting free and credible elections. Words fail me in saluting the timid supporters who displayed courage in the face of threats, intimidation, and brutalization. The collective will of Edo people made it possible for us to triumph over godfatherism.
And still in Edo State, the governor, Godwin Obaseki, has thanked President Muhammadu Buhari for his commitment to ensuring the recent Edo State governorship election was free and fair. Governor Obaseki also thanked residents of Edo State for coming out en masse to support his candidacy, saying the victory belongs to the people. Speaking at the banquet wing of the government house in Benin City, he says his victory marks a new dawn for Edo people. Also in attendance was the governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, who commended Edo people for bringing an end to godfatherism in the state.
The great people of Edo State have spoken, and they have spoken loud and clear. We thank God Almighty and give Him all the glory for this victory. Thank you, President Muhammadu Buhari, for defending our democracy and allowing the Independent Electoral Commission, INEC, and the security services to perform their constitutional functions without interference. INEC and the security services have shown Nigerians and the world indeed that they are capable of conducting free and credible elections. Words fail me in saluting the timid supporters who displayed courage in the face of threats, intimidation, and brutalization. The collective will of Edo people made it possible for us to triumph over godfatherism.
The man whom God used to fight godfatherism. If for nothing, we have achieved that there was nothing called godfatherism again in Edo politics. Edo people have spoken, and Edo people have said, look, we cannot tie our faith in one man's hand. And that was what Edo people did yesterday. So I want to thank him that he volunteered himself to be used to fight for the interests of Edo people.
And residents of Benin City, Edo State, took to the streets to celebrate the victory of the People's Democratic Party in the just concluded Edo State governorship elections. Many of them were seen jubilating, saying the results show the collective will of majority of Edo State voters. Our correspondent, Amadine Uyi, tells us more.
The celebration commenced at the popular Aduawa roundabout, just outside the INEC Collation Center.
I don't know be Lagos.
The police were having a difficult time controlling the crowd. Residents expressed their joy in dance and drama and their own special way. From there, the Plus team visited the heart of the city, which is located at the popular Ring Road. Pockets of crowds were also seen jubilating.
I'm not just happy because Obaseki won the election today, because it's obvious he's going to win the election. We all anticipated for this, that he's going to win. But I'm happy that we are happy today because not just Obaseki won or PDP won. We are happy because we are able to secure the future of our children, and we are able to tell the few godfathers in the state that the power does not belong to them, but it belongs to the Almighty God, and it belongs to the will of the people. Because the will of the people is the will of God.
Yes. I'm feeling happy. I feel, in fact, if God is with us. In fact, if God be for you, who can be against you? Nobody. And God is with Obaseki both spiritually and physically.
So we are very happy for the winning of the governorship election, Governor Obaseki, and I'm very excited for everything. You know, it's a success to win.
I have never campaigned for any political party, but because of the passion that I have for this man, Godwin Obaseki, I decided to campaign follow him. But at the end of the day, we came out in flying color. So that is why I'm excited and I'm happy. I want to use the opportunity to thank all the Edo people. Edo no be Lagos. Edo no be Lagos. The Edo light. So we congratulate everybody. We thank you. We love everybody. The way of Edo State. So thank you.
One resident gave reasons why he supported the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Governor Godwin Obaseki.
I'm not from this Edo State, but since I came to this place, the way this man work, I like it. That's my opinion. And number two, people were saying that this man they can't because of one thing, but for me, it can't because of the oppression. If I'm not mistaken, because I was here. Yeah, because of Chomole oppression. That way this man they can't.
With the election now over, residents of Benin will resume their normal business activities, hoping to get the dividends of a much worked for victory. Amadine Uyi, Plus TV Africa.
Welcome to The Breakfast, where we unbundle top and big stories of the day.
Is vaccine the only way out of this pandemic?
No, definitely not.
Many Ghanaians just want a peaceful election and they are hoping there will be no rigging.
There is nothing bad in borrowing for infrastructure. The minister added that he was impressed.
Please come and see yourself what we are doing with the money we have borrowed.
It's very important. The way we brand ourselves is the way people will carry us.
It's just the drama of the two vehicles that were completely burned.
This one was here screaming.
What do you recommend the government do to support this sector?
Direct intervention, that's what every government all over the world has done.
We are not a parallel security structure. A multiple core is a complementary core.
What I will not encourage Christians to do is to carry dagger and follow anybody. No.
Join us on The Breakfast, 7 a.m. Mondays to Fridays.
And welcome back to News on the Hour. Election Observation Group Yaga Africa has confirmed that the results released by the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC on the Edo State governorship polls matches results collated from the field. Yaga Africa, while releasing its preliminary post-election report on the results released by INEC, says that it is watching the vote initiative, which deployed about 500 observers across 250 polling units in the state, and can authoritatively confirm that INEC's results are consistent with those received from its observers on the field.
And at 11% of polling units, polling officials recounted the ballot papers. At 95% of polling units, the official results were posted for the public to see, which is commendable. At 68% of polling units, presiding officers used the smart card reader to transmit the results from the polling units. At 74% of polling units, the presiding officers used the electronic tablets to transmit the result from EC8A.
The INEC official results for the 2020 Edo State gubernatorial election is consistent with the Yaga Africa watching the vote estimate. Had the official results been changed at the ward, local government area or state collation centers, the official results would not have fallen within Yaga Africa watching the vote estimated ranges. Because the official results fall within the estimated ranges, governorship contestants, parties, and voters should have confidence that the Independent National Electoral Commission's official results for the 2020 Edo gubernatorial election reflect the ballots cast at the polling units. It is important to highlight that the counting process at the polling units was transparent and included representatives from the two political parties that received most of the votes.
Welcome back. The Katsina State government has ordered primary and secondary schools across the state to remain under lock and key until further notice. The Commissioner for Education, Professor Badamasi Lawal, said that education authorities in the country were still evaluating the situation regarding the impact of the coronavirus disease when schools eventually resume. Lawal said the exit examinations were designed to test the possibility of the students contracting the virus. The latest development dashed hopes of parents and students for schools reopening after some 6,000 secondary school students were allowed to sit for their final year examinations. The students, while writing their examinations, were, however, made to sit under strict conditions to check the spread of COVID-19. Some parents and students had called on the state government to look into the possibility of reopening of schools like other states of the Federation. And some private schools in Lagos State recorded large turnout of students following the Lagos State government's directive on resumption on Monday. On August 29th, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu directed primary and secondary schools to reopen. Some schools in the state some schools in the state had to find the use of water, hand sanitizers, and infrared thermometers, which were all provided by the school's management. In some schools, compulsory wearing of nose masks and social distancing in classrooms were observed by students and teachers. And today is globally recognized as the International Day of Peace. The theme for World Peace Day 2020 is Shaping Peace Together. In a post on its official Twitter handle, the United Nations encouraged people to celebrate the day by spreading compassion, kindness, and hope in the face of COVID-19 pandemic. And now in stories across Africa, at least 10 civilians have been killed in two armed attacks by militants of the Allied Democratic Forces, ADF, in the eastern part of the Democratic Republic of Congo. On Sunday evening, militants conducted two simultaneous attacks in two districts of Mbo, settlements located 12 miles north of Beni in the North Kivu province. The first attack left 9 people killed, including 5 women, while at least 1 person was killed in the second attack. In addition, the attackers set 2 houses on fire, took away livestock, and took more than 10 people hostage. At least 1 to 2 million learners are to return to school in Uganda next month after President Museveni on Sunday said his government had decided to further relax COVID-19 restrictions. President Museveni said the cost of waiting further will be higher than reopening due to the jam created by the process of transition. And now on the foreign scene, Britain's chief scientific advisor, Patrick Vallance, says the COVID-19 pandemic in Britain is doubling roughly every 7 days. And if it continues to do so, there would be about 50,000 new cases per day by the middle of October. Monday's newspaper headlines were dominated by warnings from government scientists that Britain is reaching a critical juncture and reports that Prime Minister Boris Johnson is expected to tell Britons later in the week a new lockdown could be introduced.
The government's most senior science and medical advisors are clearly concerned about the rise in cases that have been seen in recent weeks. But the big unanswered question is what ministers would do next, as there is talk of further restrictions being introduced.
At the moment, we think that the epidemic is doubling roughly every 7 days. It could be a little bit longer, maybe a little bit shorter, but let's say roughly every 7 days. If, and that's quite a big if, but if that continues unabated, and this grows doubling every 7 days, then what you see, of course, let's say there were 5,000 today, it would be 10,000 next week, 20,000 the week after, 40,000 the week after. And you can see that by mid-October, if that continued, you would end up with something like 50,000 cases in the middle of October per day.
Speaking alongside the government chief medical advisor, Professor Chris Whitty stressed the figures given were not a prediction, but added that at the moment, they think the pandemic is doubling roughly every 7 days.
That if this carried on unabated, these numbers are relatively small. We're talking about around 200 at the moment. But if we continued along the path that Patrick laid out, the number of deaths directly from COVID, I'll come back to indirect deaths, will continue to rise, potentially on an exponential curve. That means doubling and doubling and doubling again. And you can quickly move from really quite small numbers to really very large numbers because of that exponential process.
Meanwhile, Londoners have expressed worry about how Britons would cope with a second national lockdown as an accelerating coronavirus outbreak threatened to destroy any shoots of economic recovery and potentially send millions back into isolation.
Some people are, some people aren't. I was out at the weekend, there was people sitting all close together and people are fed up with it, but you have to do it, don't you, I suppose. I'm confused with it. 1 minute I think, is it even real? And then the next minute I'm in a panic about it. You just don't know. There's no clear information, is there? So,
well, Christmas, I mean, think about Christmas being spent alone, right? I mean, that rule of 6 doesn't work for some families, right? That have big families, right? Yeah, so that's always going to be a tough one. To be honest, that person, that's something I've always been thinking about as well. Because I always thought that, flu season's around December, right? So, I mean, what's going to happen there? I mean, is the government going to say that I can't go and see my mom for Christmas?
The United Kingdom has the biggest official COVID-19 death toll in Europe and the 15th largest in the world. Jacinta Obiuku, Plus TV Africa.
And now in business news, the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, NNPC, has disclosed that the federal government's crude oil sales revenue plunged by 74.89% in July to a record low of $55.29 million. The NNPC's latest data on the federal government's export lifting showed that its crude oil sales proceeds stood at $219.58 million in June, up from $120.50 million in May. Following the collapse in global crude oil prices and demand, Nigeria's crude oil revenue tumbled from $336.65 million in January to $281.14 million in February, $184.59 million in March, and $148.86 million in April. The international oil benchmark Brent crude had slumped to as low as $15.98 per barrel in April from $70 per barrel in January. And still ahead is our roundup on sports news. We'll be back in a moment.
Quality wire, and quality cables. For quality wire, quality cables. Coleman will light up your life, brothers. It's original quality wire. Wait there, can't pay. Cable for any type of project. Light up your life, light up your house. Coleman won't light up your life. Coleman, who be the master for cable? Coleman, who be the master for wire? Original quality cable. When you feature for any kind of project. Original quality, durable, trustable.
Welcome back to News on the Hour. And now in sports, Gareth Bale says he's happy to be back and is now targeting winning trophies on his return to Tottenham Hotspur. Bale completed his move from Spanish champions Real Madrid on Saturday as the Welsh forward ended an increasingly fractious 7-year stay at the Bernabeu. Bale said his main aim is to get back to match fitness and help the club push for honours.
Such a special club to me. It's where I made my name, and what an amazing club, amazing fans, and yeah, just incredible to be back. And yeah, hopefully now I can get some match fitness and get underway and really help the team and hopefully win trophies. Of course, I think, as I said, it's such a special club. I always thought when I did leave that one day I would love to come back, and the opportunity now has arisen, and I feel like it's a good fit. It's a good time for me. I'm hungry, I'm motivated, I want to do well for the team, and can't wait to get started.
The 31-year-old had flown to London on Spurs chairman Daniel Levy's plane, a private jet rather, on Friday, along with Real Spanish left-back Sergio Reguilon, to put the finishing touches on their moves on a seismic day for the Premier League club. The financial details of the move were not disclosed, but British media reported that Tottenham will pay around £20 million, about $25.83 billion in wages and loan fees. And that's our news roundup of events at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories making the headlines. Do join us. I am Osaogie Ogbonwan.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
We are calling on all South Africans to wear a face mask whenever you leave home.
Governor of Lagos State has made the wearing of masks compulsory to fight against the coronavirus.
I want to encourage you to wear a mask wherever you go.
We will strictly ensure the mandatory use of face masks or coverings in public, in addition to maintaining physical distancing and personal hygiene.
As most countries in Africa approach ease of lockdown, one of the essential rules of leaving the house is you must wear a face mask. Entrepreneurs say the pandemic, albeit having many disadvantages, has presented opportunities as well, and one of these opportunities readily open for many is the production of face masks. Owners of garment-making factories and do-it-yourself champions have all jumped on this line of business. The question is, how efficient are these other masks compared to the initially recommended N95 respirators and surgical masks?
N95 masks are also called respirators, and they are designed to be disposable, tight-fitting to the face, creating a seal to prevent particles from getting in. And then they also have specialized filters, which filters about 95% of air particles or droplets. Cloth masks are usually not designed to fit the face, and so it doesn't really protect you from aerosols or droplets or air particles that can get into the respiratory system.
A lot of people might have no choice but to use a cloth mask due to the cost and availability of the surgical masks. And for some, it has become a fashion accessory. Whatever the case may be, it is important that it meets the requirement of a protection against any kind of droplet or fluid from and into the mouth, nose, and eyes. For the surgical mask, you use, take off, and dispose appropriately. But for the cloth masks, how do we maintain proper hygiene?
When you need to take off the mask, try not to touch the middle part. Take it off from the loops around your ears and drop it into antiseptic liquid. So if you have laundry soap, take a mixture of laundry soap, a bit of bleach, okay, and a bit of an antiseptic liquid. They have different types on the market. Make a little mixture and then drop it in. Let it sit for about 10 to 20 minutes. Pour that liquid away, make a fresh one, and then wash it and air dry. If possible, some people say iron it. If you can, do that. Also, wash your hands once you're done.
The Director General at NAFDAC, Professor Muji Adeyeye, encourages the use of non-medical face masks.
You mentioned that NAFDAC has announced not to use non-medical face masks. No, we did not do that. We said that non-medical face masks are for the masses, are for you and I. The medical face masks are for the healthcare workers because there is a shortage of the medical face mask.
However, NAFDAC warns against using low-quality face masks in terms of materials used for production. Remember, face masks are to be used while maintaining measures such as social distancing, not touching the face, eyes, or mouth, and washing of hands with soap for 20 seconds or use of alcohol-based hand sanitizers. Ensure that you stay safe. Your safety is our collective safety. Elsie Godwin for Plus TV Africa.
A recent study shows that this preventable disease accounts for 15% of all deaths of children under the age of 5.
As quickly as possible. We will push that project no matter what happens. Our production lines are operating at full capacity and our engineers
5 times more likely to receive early childhood education than the poor in their area.
There is a digital divide, and we hope that this will allow people who previously had no way of accessing material to
or we frequently travel on those roads. The damage done
the fight of our lives. The United Nations Secretary General has called for a ceasefire in countries locked down in a long-term conflict.
do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
Welcome back. Joining me right now is our studio guest. Before I formally introduce him, let me tell you the popular phrase, we are your kid, why are us? He's 27 years of age from Benue State, a fitness enthusiast, entrepreneur who enjoys rocking black and blue, and is rocking black today. His dream car is a Lamborghini. Who knows, maybe that has changed. Kid is the CEO of Valley Agriculture and Foods Company in Nigeria. Kidwaya also co-founded AK Exports, a company that is completely involved in exports from Nigeria. He attended Nottingham Trent University for his first degree. He also obtained a master's degree in business sciences from the same university. Some say he's a combination of arrogance and confident personality. What's good, bro?
Good, man. Thanks for having me on the show.
Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
So when you hear arrogance and confident personality, how does that make you feel?
You know, like I said before, I always respect people's opinions. It doesn't really make me feel any type of way. I look at it and be like, okay, cool, that's your opinion, I respect that. That's how you feel about me. It's not my job to change anyone's opinion about me. I know what I want to do in life, where I want to go. I know how I conduct myself. As long as I stick to my morals, I'm happy.
All right, so during your eviction, you were talking to Abel Khan. When he asked you what was next for you, you said your team is very hardworking. What did you mean by that exactly?
Oh, I know each and individual person in my team, and I knew whatever the case was, they're hardworking. Even as I went into the house, I knew they had my back. I mean, the same way you're showing now, you know your team's very dedicated, and you know whatever happens, they have your back. Every team needs to be hardworking, so that's literally what it means. Like, my team have my back, extremely hardworking, and I love them.
All right, so your dad is a billionaire, and that is no news to anyone anymore. But what are the chances of a rich kid winning Big Brother Nigeria? Using yourself as a case study, let's focus on you.
The chances of anyone winning this competition, they have a chance. It doesn't matter who you are, you have a chance. Some might have a better chance than others. But then again, this is the game where there's a lot of twists and turns. It's based on public perception. So 1 year, you could want this kind of person to win. Next 5 years, we could have a completely change of heart and want a rich kid to win. So I think every year is different. The chances might be a little bit slimmer, but that does not mean you don't have a chance. Again, it depends on what you go there to do. Like, what are your reasons of going there?
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, if you go there knowing you just want to win the money, just that, and you're from a wealthy background, it may be a little more difficult. But if you go there knowing you want to make friends, have a good time, do something different, you know, try and be a little more independent, then that's a really good thing for you. So I think it depends on what you want it for.
Right. So you're in the spotlight right now, and you had your business before you went into the Big Brother house. What's the plan for your business? Is it going to be on hold for now, or are you going to be going back into your business as soon as you're done with all the media, or you can't even wait for all of this to be over so you can focus on your business, which is the case?
For the previous business, that's going to be on hold for now because I have too many new exciting projects that I want to focus on. For example, my foundation, which I want to start very soon, will probably take a lot of my time.
Tell us about your foundation.
Yeah, foundation. So my foundation is basically, so the issue we have in the world, not just Nigeria, but the world, is that I think we can all agree that we can't cure poverty. I think we all agree on that. But what I can do is I can give one person or empower one person who can then go on to empower or feed 10 other people, and those 10 people can go and empower 20. Then it causes a trickle effect where it's just spreading. And my goal eventually for our great nation is to have a growing middle class or have a growing economy of, you know, entrepreneurs or artists or dancers or whatever it is. You know, so I'm just trying to give back what little I can to a country that's given me so much. Do you understand? I feel like I cannot be satisfied if I have not helped the people around me.
Right.
I mean, what else are we doing on this planet? Is it just to do things by yourself? It doesn't work like that. You've got to empower others. You have to grow together. So that's what I tend to do.
So what's an interview with Kid Wire without having fun? So let's play a game called Put a Finger Down.
All right, so if you've done it, one finger down.
Yeah, if you've done it, one finger down. If not, it stays up.
All right. So like this, right?
Let's play a game. Put a finger down if you have been thrown out of a bar or a restaurant. Put a finger down if you have been fired from a job. Put a finger down if you have gotten food poisoning in another country. Put a finger down if you have cheated on a test. Put a finger down if you have fallen in love with someone at first sight. Put a finger down if you have been in a situation where you thought you seriously might die. Put a finger down if you have tripped or bumped into someone because you were looking at your phone. Put a finger down if you have broken something expensive because you got mad and threw it.
My Xbox pad.
Put a finger down if you have been attracted to a friend's parents. Put a finger down if you have sent an embarrassing text to the wrong person on your phone.
Can I put 2 fingers?
Let's play.
All right, so I have 2 fingers up. You have 2 fingers up. Okay, we're not bad guys.
We're not bad guys.
Yeah. We didn't do it all. We didn't do it all. All right, so let's get back into your life, right? You said your aim wasn't to win the Big Brother game, right? Yeah. So what exactly was the point of getting into the competition?
Thank you for that question. So basically, I've always said that I want to go in their network because that's primarily what I do, is networking, connecting people. So I went there to network and make friends. Also, with the foundation I want to start, I wanted to use the Big Brother as a platform to obviously grow my foundation and to also let people know that, you know, this is the kind of person I am and I love giving back. So yes, it was never about the money, but it was about other things. And I think every individual goes in there with their own goals in mind. I think in life, you have goals and objectives that you set and you hope to attain them. So I feel like I have obtained what I wanted to obtain there and I could not be any more grateful.
Off the back of that, what would you say is the strongest network you've built out of everyone you've mingled with in the Big Brother house?
It's actually a collective unit. I've always said in numbers, you're more powerful. So getting everyone to actually be friends with each other was one of my main goals. And by the way, we're actually one of the tightest groups.
Yeah.
Despite how it may look on TV, we're actually really, really close. So
I agree.
So
you guys you're very careful, you know.
Yeah, we're really good. If you see it, there wasn't really much intense arguments as of I think as previous seasons. But for me, yeah, it's just getting everyone to get along with each other, being cool with everyone, and I feel like I've done that well.
All right, so of course everybody wants to know, like, when you got out of the Big Brother house, what was the first thing you did? Like, oh, finally I'm outside.
First thing I did
that you couldn't do in the house, obviously.
I called my family, man. I called my family because just let them know I'm okay. That was the first thing I did. My mum, my dad, you know.
And what do you miss the most about being outside when you were in there?
Options and choices to do whatever you want. I mean, there you know, obviously it's very limited, but in life I like the option of doing things that I want. You know, wake up 3 a.m., go somewhere, or drive somewhere, or being able to literally just options. Like I don't like to be limited. You know, in the house you're limited. You know what's coming next. You have a routine. It's the same routine every day. But in normal life, your routine can change. You have the option of changing your routine. So I just miss being in control of my life and being able to decide to do one thing or actually change that and do another.
In as much as that sounds good, what do you miss about being in the house?
Oh man, I miss the tasks. And yeah, I miss that environment of people being around 24/7 and, you know, playing games, joking with each other, that kind of boarding school environment. But I miss the task, definitely. They were fun.
All right, it's been amazing having this chat with you, Kid Wire. Thank you for drinking and spilling tea with me on this episode. I am Ife Oluoshike. Tea Time continues right after this break with Ife Omai. Stay tuned.
Honey!
Daddy, please, can I go out with you and Mommy tonight?
Sure thing, sweetie. Get your shoes and we go.
Promise?
You have my word.
Daddy!
You know I wouldn't leave without you, my princess.
Stay safe. Maintain social distance. We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
There ain't nothing like sunshine and air to make you feel like you don't have a care. There ain't no one else around but you. So here's exactly what you're gonna do. Take your hands and dig deep into your soul. Let yourself lose control. Turn it up, so get up. Can you feel it all over? No, you'll never know when you'll get the chance. So put on your favorite song and
Welcome to The Breakfast. A breakfast where we unbundle top and big stories of the day.
Is vaccine the only way out of this pandemic?
No, definitely not.
Many Ghanaians just want a peaceful election and they are hoping there will be no rigging.
There is nothing bad in borrowing for infrastructure. The minister added that he was impressed.
Please come and see yourself what we are doing with the money we have borrowed.
It's very important. The way we brand ourselves is the way people will carry us.
It's just the driver of the two vehicles that were completely burned. This one was here screaming.
What do you recommend the government do to support this sector?
Direct intervention, that's what every government all over the world has done.
We are not a parallel security structure. A Moteco core is a complementary core.
What I will not encourage Christians to do is to carry dagger and follow anybody. No.
Join us on The Breakfast, 7 a.m. Mondays to Fridays.
Here are the things to do to avoid getting or spreading the coronavirus. Always wash your hands thoroughly with soap and water. Carry with you and use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer at all times. Avoid touching your face unnecessarily. When you cough or sneeze, do so in a bent elbow and not in your hands. If you cough or sneeze on a tissue, dispose immediately. Endeavor to wear a face mask when you go out. Dispose of the face mask properly after use. Should you feel unwell and show symptoms, call the NCDC and follow their instructions. Stay safe. Maintain social distance. Fidelity cares about you.
Welcome back. This is still Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. Thank you for staying tuned. My name is Ife Omai, and I have with me the 11th evicted housemate from the Big Brother Naija house, the jack of many trades, the gentleman, the poker. Why are you laughing? The poker face game changer, the trendsetter, and there's no other than Prince. Thank you so much for joining me.
I feel so flattered right now.
I can see you didn't let me finish my interview, and that was just small. I could have gone on. But anyway, how are you doing? How are you feeling?
Great. I'm doing
great.
Thank
you so much for joining me. All right.
Thank you for having me.
Huh?
Thank you for having me.
Pleasure. It's a pleasure. So there's been a tweet, all right, on Twitter. Somebody tweeted and said, Tolani Badge and Erica basically said, "Come home, boys," and that's what happened. And that's why the two of you packed your stuff and left the house. How do you feel about that?
I haven't seen the tweet.
Okay, but I'm telling you now. So how do you feel?
Well, I haven't seen the tweet.
I feel like you're ignoring that question, but I'll let it go. Second question is, before we dive into the women's saga, because I can see you're trying to avoid that, did you build any strong bonds with the boys? And I'm asking this because since you've been out, your interviews have been with Kid Wire, and it seems to be a really cool energy that we're seeing and people are loving, kind of like new content from outside the house. But in the house, was there anything like that with any of the housemates?
Yeah, definitely. I had a couple of guys that I was close to, definitely Lacorn, Praise, my nigga. We always said we're P-Square. Tricky T, Neo, I don't know, kind of like halfway through the game, it looks as if like Neo found new friends, so we weren't that close anymore. But Tricky T, Lacorn, Praise,
Okay, with the Kid Wire one, would you say that you're closer now that you're outside of the house?
Yeah, but Kid and I were like, we had mutual respect for each other inside of the house. We were, you know, like buddies, but like, hey, what's up, kind of thing. We weren't really that close, but coming outside the house, we actually getting closer and closer.
Yeah, we can see that. We're all for it. I'm all for that. What are the odds that you would still be close friends with these people in the house, even 5 years from now? So it's important. The reason why we're asking this is because you really seem to be somebody that try to make peace in the house, right? And obviously your set was really close. I remember the first 2 or 3 weeks, the audience kept saying, these people think they're here to play games because you guys are acting like family and that you've known each other for a long time. But I don't know how legit that vibe is. So from your perspective, do you really see yourself having true friends even 5 years from now?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the people that I'm close with inside of the house, some of them that I just mentioned, I intend to keep my friendship with them, you know, going forward, and I'm pretty sure that they feel the same way. And even if, like I remember always telling them in the house, we don't all have to be friends.
Yes,
but it doesn't mean we should be enemies. We have a cordial relationship where when we have business, we can run it and, you know, still respect each other for our different, for our differences.
Yeah, I like that. Okay, so let's talk more serious business now. Is it the salon? Is it agriculture? Is it entertainment? Is it fashion? Is it interior design? Is it drama? What is it? Is it everything? Let's talk business.
I mean, I feel like it's everything because these are all the qualities that make me who I am. You know, I once said, or like I once read in the Bible, like we're all gifted differently. Some God gave 1, some 3, some 5, and it doesn't matter how many you are given. What matters is what you use, how much you were given to do. And I won't be given 5 or 3 or 1 or 3, and I decide to use just one.
So
after all, billionaires have multiple streams of income, so why can't I? I intend to be a billionaire someday.
Okay, tell them. Okay, let's just things up a little bit and play a game called Never Have I Ever. You know how it works, yeah? Alrighty.
Let's play a game. Put a finger down. Put a finger down if you have ever been turned down by your crush. Put a finger down if you have taken the fall for something you did not do. Put a finger down if you have been with someone you know is in a relationship. Put a finger down if you have sexted the wrong person. Put a finger down if you have been left on red. Put a finger down if you have ever snuck out of a restaurant without paying the bill. Put a finger down if you have ever lied about being 5 minutes away, but you know it will take longer.
I think I should put like 2 fingers down.
For that one.
Put a finger down if you have lied about your age, tribe, or name to get ahead. Put a finger down if SARS has ever harassed you. Put a finger down if you have ever been caught while doing it.
Alrighty.
See, I still have 3.
You did well. You did well.
I'm a good boy.
So who left you on red? Who did that? Where are they? What's their phone number?
A
Address?
couple of people have left me on red.
I feel like that will change now. No, I don't know who's going to leave you on red now. We'll see.
I'm pretty sure there are some people that will still leave me on red.
I think so too, actually. Thank you for playing that with me. Okay, so rumors have it, because I'm pretty much the person I'll be telling you all the rumors about you and help me debunk it or, you know, legitimize it. So rumors have it that your brother is your manager. This is even before I met you. It's already on Twitter that you have a brother. So I'm guessing that that's true, based on what I've been seeing as well. How is it like working with family? And was that something you always wanted to, you know, keep it in the family, or you're just worried about having external people? Do you know what I mean?
I'm not worried about having external people. I mean, it's just the thing is, I've always been working with family. You know, with the interior decoration stuff that I talked about and the furniture. Is owned by my sister, but we run it like a family.
Nice.
We've always been working. Our family is very, we're very together. You know, we'll have this thing that we say, family first.
Nice.
You get.
I like that.
You know, so we're always working together, and nothing is going to ever come between us, whether business or any other.
So going forward, is he your manager? Are we going to be going to, Princess Brava if we want to have an appointment or something?
I mean, you can do that, but like I said, I'm also open to working with other people as well. We don't have any issues with doing that.
Okay, all right. So in the house, it was kind of portrayed, I don't know if this was deliberate or not, that you're pretty uptight. I mean, I watched you, you were serious face. But I know that the house has a weird impact on people. It's a bizarre setting, you're not going out, seeing other people. So was that genuinely in print, or did the house kind of bring out the more serious side of you?
First of all, I'm not uptight.
Okay,
I'll just say I'm more laid back. I like to, sit down and analyze things before I act.
Right.
And that's the way I am. I'm not really a going out person. I can't remember the last time I by myself stood up and said I wanted to go to a club or to go buy a drink. But if you take me to the club,
yeah, okay.
Well, we all know what will happen.
All right, okay.
But that's just the way I am. I've been described as a semi-nerd by my friends sometimes. Like, I'd rather stay inside the room and read book and read about things that normal people wouldn't find interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the way I am.
Okay. All right, so a lot of people came hard on T-Badge when she first came out of the house, that this girl is possessive, she's this, she's choking our Navy Army, she's, they're really on her case about your flings together. And like I mentioned already, I know that realities are different for us watching in the house and for you. So did you personally think as well that she was overwhelming for you, or she was possessive, or was it completely different?
No, I don't think anybody overwhelmed me in the house. I was myself with every person, and I dealt with every person depending on the energy that they brought onto me, the way I would in the house I wore. So for her, I just felt like there are ways that she normally expresses her, would express her emotions and her feelings towards someone. And that was the way that she knew how to do it. And because of the disparities that we have with the way we express our feelings, I guess that's why it seemed that way. But for me, it was never overwhelming or never felt possessive.
That's all we needed to know. So, okay, so Big Brother fans and shipping people is like 5 and 6. We like it. In fact, it's an obsession, really.
Yeah.
And after T-Badge left, obviously, we moved to you and Dorothy, of course. I mean, you guys were claiming friendship, and we understand that. But is there a possibility that something romantic could actually come out of that relationship?
Dora's like my sister. I say that.
The sister zone.
It's not like a sister zone. It's not a zone.
Okay.
It's just the way it is.
Okay.
She's like my sister, and I know I said that to her even in the house. Okay. What I would do for my sister, my younger sister, who I always address as the love of my life.
Yeah.
It's the same thing I would do with Dora.
Oh.
You get? So I love her like that, and I feel like that supersedes any kind of shipping that might wreck sometime in the future. We'd rather not ship.
Fair enough.
We like aeroplane.
All right. Okay. Before I let you go, I want the audience to, in case your fans are watching, which I'm pretty sure they are, that obviously there wasn't a lot of Prince that we saw. We didn't see all of Prince. I mean, you left earlier than normal, in my opinion. But you were not there. You're not there your whole life. We didn't watch you as an entire being. What part of you would you say you wish, came out more in Big Brother, or what could we expect from me that we haven't seen before?
I was 100% myself. If you guys didn't see any part, then probably the camera couldn't show you guys.
Right.
You get, because, they have to show other housemates. They can't be focused on me all the time.
Yeah.
So that's it. I was 100% myself, the way I would be. Probably, maybe you guys didn't see the part of me reading all the time and studying stuff that seemed weird to normal people. So probably when I'm doing my Snapchat series, you guys might see me,
Okay. And your space, we're watching your space. Is there anything we need to look out for? What
Yes,
want your fans to do?
Watch out for a lot of things coming from me, because I believe I have a lot to give to the world.
I think so too.
So yeah. stay tuned.
Alrighty, thank you so much, Prince.
Thank you for having me.
Join this conversation on social media with the hashtag #TeaTime or tweet at us at +TV Africa. Remember, you can catch up on this episode and all our exclusive content by subscribing to our YouTube channel at +TV Africa. You can also watch Tea Time on RTTV and in London on Ben Television. My thank you, as always, go to my guest, Handsome Prince, and the entire production team. My name is Ifeoma. Stay safe, guys. Bye.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years. 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Many thanks for joining us on News in the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amoteco.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa, so we always felt like the picture is incomplete, so we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slums.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that is spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh. Now so that they talk, you are going to Libya, which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome to Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where we bring you the biggest entertainment stories and, of course, analyze them for you.
You can have both parents and still end up as a useless child. I see them every day.
Most times I worry more about where I'm coming from and where I am now. And that determines my next step.
Why are you sounding like
Alibaba
now?
Plus TV Africa, we're feeling good. No time to dull, everybody feeling alright. I really like it.
I can still make music and people are still buying. Sometimes I look myself minimal IU.
Akpala music is for mature-minded people. I got DMs sometimes from Malawi like,
Sleeping early.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment. And another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
And yes, my country people, you do well say you join us inside news on the hour for Plus TV Africa. And this na the Coco Bang Bang Tori we want summer give on her until this very o'clock as it is hot. My name na Destiny Momo. And President Muhammadu Buhari in don do one closed-door sit-down meeting with Ghana Nana Akufo-Addo and late night inside Aso Rock Presidential Villa, Abuja. And the meeting been made public around 11:36 p.m. on Sunday, and from the personal assistant to the Presido on top of new media, Bashiru Ahmad for a handle. Ahmad way say he did not elaborate on the purpose of the meeting. And say the picture of both Presido although the tips on why the Presido being hosts in other Presido and say they never know as at the time when they file this report. But indication shows say presidency sources and they fit be inside the relation for the recent diplomatic row between Obodo-Naija and Ghana. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo been done recently attend one session of the Economic West African State ECOWAS inside Ghana after we in being addressed Obodo-Naija community inside Ghana on top of the row matter. And yes, so President Muhammadu Buhari on Monday for Abuja and Yan Kaduna indigenous say make them cooperate with the security agencies to take secure harmony for the state. The President in Yan this Yan for the online opening of the 5th Kaduna Economic and Investment Summit. And instead Yan said the develop go only shell when then join body to channel inside the building instead of to destroy life and property. And even for Kaduna State government don't declare 3 days of mourning for late Emir of Zazzau, Shehu Idris. And in from the special advisor of the state governor on top media and communicate to Muyiwa Adekeye and say residents are supposed to use the pray for the soul of the late Emir. And he still here and say public offices go open as usual for 22nd September 2020. And then still here and say flags go fly for mass during by this period. And yes, so the Accident Investigative Bureau released a preliminary report for helicopter crash Begewe bin Shele for Okpebi area of Lagos State during by 28th of last month 2020. And the report shows that the helicopter been Kolobi valid certificate of airworthiness. And then still here and say no evidence to say anyone applicate for the one with them sum up by the all and letter AOL DG 02020 and it done they submitted to the BBNaija Civil Aviation Authority. The report still shows say they no get capability to jettison fuel. And yes, so Governor Godwin Obaseki don't hand the Edo people for in re-election and instead describe in re-election and say in jump past godfatherism.
The great people of Edo State have spoken, and they have spoken loud and clear. We thank God Almighty and give Him all the glory for this victory. Thank you, President Muhammadu Buhari, for defending our democracy and allowing the Independent Electoral Commission, INEC, and the security services to perform their constitutional functions without interference. INEC and the security services have shown Nigerians and the world indeed that they are capable of conducting free and credible elections. Words fill me in saluting the timid supporters who displayed courage in the face of threats, intimidation, and brutalization. The collective will of Edo people made it possible for us to triumph over godfatherism.
And yes, so we'll go call a bit small break, and when we come back, we'll give another the rest of the story. Just now, we'll go return.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
And yes, so Governor Godwin Obaseki of Edo State instead on thank President Muhammadu Buhari for his commitment to make sure say the recent Edo State governorship election been day free plus fair. Governor Obaseki still thank residents of Edo State as they come with their plenty number to take support in candidacy and say the victory say it belongs to the people. And when he made a yarn for the banquet wing of the government house inside the Benin City, he still yarn say in victory they mark new dawn for Edo people. And also in attendance and the governor of Rivers State in some week in way in can clap hand give Edo people as they bring end to godfatherism for the state.
The great people of Edo State have spoken, and they have spoken loud and clear. We thank God Almighty and give Him all the glory for this victory. Thank you, President Muhammadu Buhari, for defending our democracy and allowing the Independent Electoral Commission, INEC, and the security services to perform their constitutional functions without interference. INEC and the security services have shown Nigerians and the world indeed that they are capable of conducting free and credible elections. Words fill me in saluting the timid supporters who displayed courage in the face of threats, intimidation, and brutalization. The collective will of Edo people made it possible for us to triumph over godfatherism.
The man whom God used to fight godfatherism. If for nothing, we have achieved that there was nothing called godfatherism again in Edo politics. Edo people have spoken, and Edo people have said, look, we cannot tie our faith in one man's hand. And that was what Edo people did yesterday. So I want to thank him that he volunteered himself to be used to fight for the interests of Edo people.
And yes, the people that live inside Benin City, Edo State, they enter streets to celebrate the victory of People's Democratic Party for the just to conclude Edo State governorship election. Many of them, they jollificate to say the results show the collective will of men
and their own special way. From there, the Plus team visited the heart of the city, which is located at the popular Ring Road. Pockets of crowds were also seen jubilating.
I'm not just happy because Obaseki won the election today, because it's obvious he's going to win the election. We all anticipated for this, that he's going to win. But I'm happy that we are happy today because not just Obaseki won or PDP won. We are happy because we are able to secure the future of our children, and we are able to tell the few godfathers in the state that the power does not belong to them, but it belongs to the Almighty God, and it belongs to the will of the people, because the will of the people is the will of God.
Yes. I'm feeling happy. I feel, in fact, if God is with us. In fact, if God be for you, who can be against you? Nobody. And God is with Obaseki both spiritually and physically.
So we are very happy for the winning of the governorship election, Governor Obaseki, and I'm very excited for everything. You know, it's a success to win.
I've never campaigned for any political party, but because of the passion that I have for this man, Godwin Obaseki, I decided to campaign follow him. But at the end of the day, we came out in flying color. So that is why I'm excited and I'm happy. I want to use the opportunity to thank all the Edo people. Edo no be Lagos. Edo no be Lagos. The Edo light. So we congratulate everybody. We thank you. We love everybody. So thank you.
One resident gave reasons why he supported the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Governor Godwin Obaseki.
I'm not from this Edo State, but since I came to this place, the way this man work, I like it. That's my opinion. And number two, people are saying that this man they can't because of one thing, but for me, it can't because of the oppression. If I'm not mistaken, because I was here. Yeah, because of Chomole oppression. That way this man they can't.
With the election now over, residents of Benin will resume their normal business activities, hoping to get the dividends of a much worked for victory. Amadin Uyi, Plus TV Africa.
And yes, so Katsina State government, they don't order primary and secondary school inside the state to make them remain closed until further notice. The Commissioner for Education, Professor Badamasi Lawal, say education authorities for the country then still they check the corona matter when schools eventually reopen. And Lawal said the final exam been designed to test the possibility of the students to how them go contract the virus. The latest development because the dash hopes of parents and students for schools reopen after some 6,000 secondary school students have been allowed to sit for their final year exam. The students, when they write their exam and then still make to sit down under strict condition to check the spread for Koro. And even some parents and students don't call on the state government to chook eye inside the possibility of, say, if they reopen schools like other states of the Federation. And yes, some private schools inside the Lagos State, they don't record heavy turnout of students and sake of the Lagos State government directive on top and reopen of schools today, Monday. And for August 29, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu been direct primary and secondary schools to reopen. And some schools for the state then get water, soap, hand sanitizer, and infrared thermometer, and we then provide for schools management. For some schools, the compulsory wearing of nose mask and social distancing for classroom been observed by students plus teachers. And yes, so today they recognize as International Day of Peace. The theme for the World Peace Day 2020 now shaping peace together. For post on top their official Twitter handle, the United Nations, and they encourage people make them celebrate the day and make them spread compassion, kindness, and hope for the face of this Koro matter. And yes, so inside Obodo Africa, Tori, at least 10 civilians done they killed inside 2 armed attacks from militants of the Allied Democratic Forces, ADF, for the eastern part of Democratic Republic of Congo. On Sunday evening, militants been conducted 2 of the same attack for 2 districts of MBO, and will be 1 settlement where they located 12 miles north of Benin and for the North Kivu province. The first attack been leave 9 people die, including 5 women, while at least 1 person now then killed for the second attack. And plus the attackers then set 2 houses on fire. They can't still carry the animal where belong to the people and then still take more than 10 people hostage. And yes, so at least 1 to 2 million learners they may get to return to school for Uganda next month after President Museveni on Sunday say in government don't agree to still relax Koro restricts. President Museveni say the cost of waiting and more it could take higher than to reopen school sake of the jam and where they created by the process of this transit. And yes, so inside Obodo Ibotori, the main opposition leader of Belarus, the European Union on Monday, say make them approve sanctions for officials where they accuse, say they rigged the presidential election last month and traveled to Brussels to the bloc foreign minister to show the courage. And even as the 6th straight weekend of the mass Winogogri protest against President Alexander Lukashenko and sake of August 9 and vote begin, the EU never still followed through the threat to impose sanctions on top Belarusian officials.
Sanctions are very important in our fight because sanctions is the part of pressure that will force so-called authorities to start dialogue with us through coordination council that I have created. I think that leaders have reasons to not to push the sanctions, but at this meeting I asked just to be more brave in their decisions.
And yes, so Britain Chief Scientific Advisor Patrick Vallance said the Koro pandemic for Britain is double roughly every 7 days. And say if it continue like this, say then go get up to like 50,000 new cases per day and by the middle of October. Monday newspaper headlines get plenty warnings from government scientists say British then they reach critical juncture and reports will be say Prime Minister Boris Johnson they expected to tell Britons later in the week say one new lockdown fit day introduced. the government most senior science and medical advisors, then they really concerned about the way Koro cases take the rise nowadays. But the big question we never still get answered na be say, wetin ministers go do next? Plus talks dey of how dem fit still take introduce more restriction.
At the moment, we think that the epidemic is doubling roughly every 7 days. It could be a little bit longer, maybe a little bit shorter, but let's say roughly every 7 days. If, and that's quite a big if, but if that continues unabated, and this grows doubling every 7 days, then what you see, of course, let's say there were 5,000 today, it would be 10,000 next week, 20,000 the week after, 40,000 the week after. And you can see that by mid-October, if that continued, you would end up with something like 50,000 cases in the middle of October per day.
And yarning to the government chief medical advisor, Professor Chris Whitty, in yarn say the figures where they give, say they just they predict them, they talk them as they like, they're not really sure. But then still say right about now, say then they think say Koro they double roughly every 7 days.
That if this carried on unabated, these numbers are relatively small. We're talking about around 200 at the moment. But if we continued along the path that Patrick laid out, the number of deaths directly from COVID, I'll come back to indirect deaths, will continue to rise, potentially on an exponential curve. That means doubling and doubling and doubling again. And you can quickly move from really quite small numbers to really very large numbers because of that exponential process.
I mean, our Londoners, they don't yarn as then they're very worried about how Britons then fit to cope with this second national lockdown sake of high Koro outbreak. They threaten to destroy any shoot of economic recovery and potentially say you could still send millions back so that they can go enter isolate.
Some people are, some people aren't. I was out at the weekend, there was people sitting all close together and people are fed up with it, but you have to do it, don't you, I suppose. I'm confused with it. 1 minute I think, is it even real? And then the next minute I'm in a panic about it. You just don't know. There's no clear information, is there? So,
well, Christmas, I mean, think about Christmas being spent alone, right? I mean, that rule of 6 doesn't work for some families, right? That have big families, right? Yeah, so that's always going to be a tough one. To be honest, that personally, that's something I've always been thinking about as well. Because I always thought that, flu season's around December, right? So, I mean, what's going to happen there? I mean, is the government going to say that I can't go and see my mom for Christmas?
And yes, so the United Kingdom now then get the biggest official Koro deaths for inside Obodo Europe. And at them be the 5th largest for inside Obodo the world. And yeah, so inside business story, BBNaija National Petroleum Corporation, NNPC, they don't hear and say the federal government crude oil sales revenue, it go up with 74.89% for July to low record of $55.29 million. And even self and the NNPC latest data for the federal government export lifting shows say the crude oil sales proceed say it stand on top at $219.58 million for June, up from $120.50 million inside May. As sake of the collapse for the global crude oil price and demand, BBNaija crude oil revenue it tumbled from $336.65 million inside January to $281.14 million inside February. And even for $184.59 million for March and $148.86 million for April. And even the international oil benchmark Brent crude, they don't go down to as low as $15.98 million per barrel for April from $70 per barrel inside January. And yes, so on top sports waka, Gareth Bale Yan say they're very happy to return. And now in the target to win trophies for in return to Tottenham Hotspur. And Bale completes a move from Spanish champions Real Madrid on Saturday. Sake of the Wales being forward to end one high, increasingly and factitious 7-year stay for inside Bernabeu. And Bale Yan say a main aim now to get back to match fitness and help the club push for honours.
Such a special club to me. it's where I made my name, and what an amazing club, amazing fans, and yeah, just incredible to be back. And yeah, hopefully now I can get some match fitness and get underway and really help the team and hopefully win trophies. Of course, I think, as I said, it's such a special club. I always thought when I did leave that one day I would love to come back, and the opportunity now has arisen, and I feel like it's a good fit. It's a good time for me. I'm hungry. I'm motivated. I want to do well for the team, and can't wait to get started.
And yes, so the 31-year-old will fly to London for sports chairman Daniel Levy private jet on Friday, along with the Real Spanish left-back Sergio Reguilon, to put the finishing touch to their move for seismic day for the Premier League club. The financial detail of the move will be no day open, but British media reports say Tottenham said they will pay around £20 million for wages plus loan fees. And that now Bonga Tori for this time. I make a leave on out to breathe fresh air. We go still bring more background Tori take come on at the month. For more news informate, make on join us for Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And plus you go make a Bonga sense if you subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. Always put your DSTV for channel 408 for more Bonga Tori. And don't forget to stay very, very safe. My name na Destiny Momo.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
Many thanks for joining us on News in the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amotekun.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa? It's day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that is spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo, Kanayo Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years. 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
goes to school and spends 5 years of their life studying law and then leaves it for something completely different and unrelated, painting. And then from there also becomes a photographer with a difference. Well, he did. Kelechi Amadiobi. He is my guest on Not Your 9 to 5 show today.
I've always been an artist, right from primary school, you know the usual best artist of the class, all those kind of things, drawing comic characters and all those. And this has always been my life. I've always been an image maker in one way or the other, just telling stories with visual art. And I mean, I grew up in Umuahia. My father was a high court judge. My mother was the headmistress of our primary school. And there was no gallery, there was no art school. So I didn't know anybody makes a living as, with art. I don't know if you get that kind of thing. So I decided that, okay, since in my house, there are only two professions that are recognized, law and medicine. I decided that I'm sure I'll be okay as a lawyer. So I went to study law in University of Nigeria. And that's when I realized that, whoa, wait a minute. There are people living that life. But before then, I was absolutely obsessed with the whole concept of being an artist. So as a secondary school kid, I had read the whole art history, the Renaissance, all the Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, Rembrandt. I had them as my idols, you understand? But they all seemed to be all these distant characters, in a fairy tale. Because, well, I had never met an artist. So when I got to University of Nigeria, I went to Enugu campus because I was studying law. I encountered, Aka group of artists. They had this group of artists in Enugu from Osoka and all these places called Aka group. Amazing. Tayo Adenaike, Bona, Isukak NCM. These guys, they were exhibiting in Bona Gallery. I went to the exhibition. I was blown away. That was when I realized that, wow, I keep dreaming about being an artist, but I thought it was a pipe dream. But now I can see real human beings who are living all their life just creating, and that opened my eyes. But then I was studying law, and I immediately got into a conflict between the course I was studying and and my passion, So I needed to resolve that. At some point, I wanted to change course, but I changed my mind because by year 3, I had formed a popular design business in university called the Zulu, like Shaka Zulu. Well, I watched the movie Shaka Zulu and I was inspired. I said, look at this black guy. Just kidnap some white people during colonial time, turn them to his slaves. That was nice, And I took the name Shaka Zulu. Well, I'll just call it D Zulu, D-E-E, then Zulu. Anybody that went to UNEC at that period would know me as the Zulu, So I started making posters. I started making portraits, That was when I developed the notion that all you needed to do was to stand out. That was when I learned the strength of building a brand. I realized that all I needed to do with my skills in order to survive was to solve problems, you know? So I became a painter, you know? But you know, the truth is that photography came much later. So at the end of the day, I started practicing art in Lagos. That was how I came to Lagos. I came to Lagos because of law school. But by the time I came to Lagos, I realized that there's an energy about this town. You know, no other city was like it. Too many people, there was this energy. Everybody was in a hurry. You know, that kind of thing. And I loved it. You know, but that wasn't the first time I came to Lagos. While I was in school, I came on holidays, you know, to Lagos. And that was when I realized that these Lagosians are crazy, you know. They'll pay for anything. You know, it was amazing. That was when I realized I would never be a poor man, even if I wanted to do art. I will survive. The first time I came to Lagos, you know, I also noticed that people were willing to pay even, you know, quite a bit, you know, for art. So by the time I got to law school, I had already decided I was going to be an artist. But I didn't want, you know, to drop out of school. I wanted to make sure so I graduated from school, got my BL, and then, you know, went to law school and made sure I didn't flunk law school either. And I'm so happy I did that because at the end of the day, some of those things I learned, you know, are becoming very useful, you know, in my life as an artist. Being a lawyer sort of prepares you, gives you kind of knowledge, a feeling of authority, you know, because they say ignorance of the law is no excuse, which means everybody should be a lawyer, actually. So the more you know about the law, the more confident you are about your environment. You know the rules of engagement. And to tell you the truth, some of the difficult rules are the rules of engagement when it comes to intellectual property. You know, and being an artist and understanding the importance of intellectual property and the power of it put me in a bit of an advantage. You know, while creating my work, I knew the value of what I was creating. I knew the power of it. Legally, at least, if you get what I mean. I said, I'm going to be an artist. So what do you do as an artist? Well, you draw. So I started to draw. I said, well, what am I going to draw? I didn't go to art school. I don't even know what this is all about. So I read all these books. And they said, well, if you're an artist, dig deep into yourself and express what it is you are interested in. I said, so what am I interested in? This place is full of chaos. So I started to draw the chaos of Lagos, you know. So I started to paint Ojuelegba bus stop, Yaba bus stop, you know, just downfall buses and people rushing, the hustle and bustle. And then, you know, that was it. I just started making these kind of drawings based on what I see and what I felt. And it wasn't easy, you know. I was just there. I didn't know any collectors, didn't know any. So, you know, it was tough. A lot of people thought I was a bit nuts, you know, because, I mean, it doesn't really make sense. You don't know any collectors. You don't know whether people like what you're creating. And you're just spending your time creating. Creating for who? And that's the dilemma of the artist, you know. That is the vulnerability of being an artist. You know, you create from your innermost self, and then how do you sell it? You understand? So I went to the art shop with some of my drawings. I was going to buy more material. The owner of the shop said, these things for sale? I said, yes. He said, how much? I said, oh, you know, I hadn't actually thought about the price. So I just mentioned an amount I thought would be nice. He bought everything. And I got some cash in my pocket. I said, oh, wow, okay. I'm not going to die of hunger. You know, and I quickly bought some watercolor papers, and bought some oil paint and some canvas, and went back and continued painting. And that was a real shot in the arm. That made me realize that, well, people would like these things I'm doing. I was very sure I would make it because, you know, this was something I loved doing. But you can always have that voice at the back of your mind telling you that, Kelechi, what if? What if? What if? You understand? Everybody has those fears. But I was stubborn, you know. But those few successes, you know, solidified my resolve, you know. And the question now is, how did I get into photography? Well, to cut a long story short, you know, I had an exhibition at Russian Cultural Center with my paintings in 1997. You know, it was huge. You know, I made big sales, and I got ushered into the League of Contemporary Artists in Lagos. You know, and from then on, I wasn't making paintings and looking for who to buy them. I couldn't meet up with demand. You know, I moved out of my aunt's place, moved into the house where I'm living now, you know, and, you know, had my own studio, converted the sitting room to a gallery, the big bedroom to a painting studio. And it became very beautiful. I mean, I started having so much fun creating what I wanted. I then moved into painting the human form, you know, nudes actually, and, you know, that became another obsession. But then I told you that there was a connection between my reading law and an understanding of intellectual property. And I realized that, you know, each work you make is imbued with some legal real estate, as you would say, you know, values legally, which is called copyright, the right to make copies of it. So by law, even though you have sold the physical painting, you know, to an individual, the copyright is still retained by you, which is amazing. So he has the physical work, but he does not have the right to make copies of it and exploit the, you know, economic gains of making copies. So I thought to myself, but how will you exercise your copyrights if you don't have a copy yourself? If you have sold a painting to a client, he has physical possession of it. That is his right, because you've sold the physical work to him. And he may decide to deny you access to it. It is within his right. So if you did not make a good copy of it, then how will you exercise your copyrights? So that was when I discovered that a high-end, high-resolution photography was a must for each of my works. So I would find that I started shooting medium format, you know, then it was film, you know, and then so I have an archive of every single painting I've ever made. So that was how photography started coming into my world. So I started to learn how to make high-end copies of these works. At the same time, I started taking photographs as reference materials for my paintings, especially when I started studying the human form. And gradually, people started liking the photographs I had taken as references for my paintings. And then I started getting invited to, you know, I got invited to an exhibition in Mali. It was in 2000. You know, somebody was going to do, there's this biennale that happens in Mali where African photography, you know, the best in African photography come to exhibit their work in Mali. And I got invited to represent Nigeria alongside about 11 Nigerian photographers. There was this German photographer, well, Nigerian born, Bode Akimbi. He came to Nigeria. He was curating that exhibition. And he called me. He said he liked my work. Somebody told him I had a collection. And I said, wow, I'm not even a photographer yet. And I'm getting invited among top creative photographers. And there were a lot of young photographers there too. People like T.Y. Bello, you know, Uche James Hiroha. You know, Paul Jekere was exhibiting, but his son, Amaise Jekere, was representing him. And that was when my eye got open to the world of photography. You know, in those days, there was no Instagram, there was no YouTube, you know, and I saw all these photographers from around the world, you know, and I was looking at their work, you know, fine art photography, you know, creative work. And there and then, myself, Uche, T.Y. Bello, and Amaise Ojekere, we decided that we're going to form a group called Depth of Field to encourage ourselves to keep creating because, well, nobody was appreciating that kind of work. The only photography people wanted was to make portraits or cover events and, things like that. So I started looking at photography more seriously. I was like, And then people started calling me, advertising agencies, to say, we would like to commission you to shoot an ad campaign. I was like, whoa, wait a minute. So gradually my photography started picking up. While I was still a painter, but I had caught the photography bug, So shoot, go to the dark room, develop, print, it was like that. And gradually my career as a photographer started taking off. I started shooting ad campaigns, started shooting portraits. But then depth of field was on fire as a group. We had become quite famous on the international photography circuit, So curators would fly to Nigeria to curate our work. And then before we knew it, we were exhibiting all over the world. We went to France, we went to New York. I had an exhibition at South London Gallery. Had 2 exhibitions in Germany. They flew us to Brussels, So it was like wonderful. I don't know if you understand. Photography was taking me all over the world and we were getting published, curators. It's not easy to have creatives come together. It's a very difficult thing to do, but so people are fascinated with us and our, projects. Through my travels with depth of field, I came to realize that all these curators that were coming to look through our work and decide what we're going to exhibit seem to gravitate towards the more gritty photographs. They seem to look more to photographs that depicted hardship and their own perception of what Africa ought to be. A little bit of grit, cracked walls, anything that is gritty. Photograph of traffic, with molwares and, those exotic African perceptions. And one day I woke up and I said, who are these people and why are they so interested in these photographs? And I started to question, I said, who are their own photographers and what are they shooting? Their most valued photographers. Okay, who are the most highly paid photographers in Europe and America? And what are they shooting? So names like Annie Leibovitz, Herb Ritz, Mapplethorpe, Mario Testino, McKnight, they started coming to me, you understand? I started to look at what they're shooting. They're all shooting for Vogue, Vanity Fair, Rolling Stones, these magazines. They're shooting editorials, I was like, And I look at those editorials and I'm like, they're shooting fantasies, not reality. They're shooting dreams. They're shooting alternate existence that could be. So when you take Beyonce, okay, and you bring a team of hairstylists, stylists, makeup, skin, another team of retouchers, with a creative team that actually tries to tell a story, and then you put her in a certain scenario and you shoot. That is not reality. It's a lie. It's a dream that is presented to the world of what could be or what should be. It appeals to people's ability to dream. And I saw that was lacking in our place. I saw that. In those days, when the Nollywood artist is being put on the cover of a magazine, they just went to their album and picked one picture. Or they went to a roadside studio and just took a picture there and just put. I looked at it. I looked at the picture of Madonna. I looked at the picture of, I said, So I start to see a conspiracy inside my head. I said, they're paying big money to their photographers to shoot dreams and fantasies and portray them in the best light, while they give NGO and charity money to our photographers to show the worst of us. So I just decided that I was going to stop going for all those exhibitions. I was going to come back, settle in Nigeria, and only shoot the best of the best of this continent. So I decided that the purpose of my skill and the purpose of my photography was to liberate the black man. Because perception is reality. And our major problem is years and years and centuries actually of abuse, of misguided perception foisted on us through the power of gunpowder. Then I started to shoot super entrepreneurs, I want to shoot, the big oil moguls, these people who have made money and who are showing that we are not just beggars in this continent. And I decided also to shoot landscapes. I decided to shoot architecture, I started to see that, oh my goodness, I started to shoot Lagos, like Lagos Island. And it starts to look like Manhattan. I remember the first time I traveled to New York, I was in the middle of, like Times Square, and I could swear I was looking at pure water sachet on the road, man. I was like, this place is just as dirty as CMS. Area boys everywhere, beggars. I said, what is going on? But when I Googled the place, I'm seeing the best photographs. I said, perception. But then the people that live in Manhattan, they believe in the place. When I call them, I say, but this place doesn't look so cool. They say, Kelechi, relax. You see that building down there? That's Bill Gates' office. If you go further down, you see that's Google office. Inside that place, they're making more money than the whole of Africa. I said, okay. Now I can feel the narrative from the people that give significance to this great place. But then it is through perception. And I say, being a photographer makes you a priest at the altar of first impressions. And if our people do keep showing pictures of charity and we keep sending out poverty porn to the rest of the world, they will never take us serious. There will be no evidence of genius that we are. And I have nothing against shooting that. It is also a different reality, but it is not the only reality. Because, I listened to Chimamanda talk about being confined to one story. No people are confined to one story. They are the ups and downs. So why do they only play up or downs? And you see well-educated Africans telling you there's something wrong with the black man. Ridiculous. Our perception of who we are has been skewed through imagery, negative imagery. And so that is what pushes me, and that is what motivates me, and that is what created this other Kelechi Amadiobi that is shooting all these people you are talking about. It's a story of triumph, a story of defiance, and a story of progress for the continent. But I never had a 9-to-5, Well, I did go to a law firm during my youth corps and spent about 2 weeks before I said, okay, that's it, I wouldn't call that having worked, but I really wanted to know what I was missing. And the truth is that art is an interesting thing. You're required to be a free bird. You cannot be caged. You need to be impetuous to discover new things. And, the 9-to-5 becomes a cage, for people like me. But we also take risks. What if nobody likes what you create? So I believe it is in my nature. It is the path I have chosen. Never go back on that. My name is Kelechi Amadiobi. I'm a photographer. I like to call myself a storyteller. These days I'm making films. It's a dream, it's an obsession with liberating the mind of our brothers and sisters in Africa and beyond. It makes me happy, provided me with enough money to take care of my needs. It's not your regular 9-to-5, it's my life.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amotekun.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa, so we always felt like the picture is incomplete, so we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slums.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that is spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo, Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa. Here are the stories making the headlines. I am Osaogi Ogbonwan. President Muhammadu Buhari on Monday in Abuja urged Kaduna State indigents to cooperate with government and security agencies to secure peace and harmony in the state. The president made the call at the virtual opening of the 5th Kaduna Economic and Investment Summit. He said development will only take place when energies are collectively channeled to building instead of destruction of lives and property. Meanwhile, the Kaduna State government has declared 3 days of mourning for the late MI of Zazzau, Shehu Idris. A statement by the special advisor to the state governor on media and communication, Muyiwa Adike, said that residents are to use the period to pray for the soul of the late Emir. Public offices will open as usual on the 21st and 22nd of September 2020. It adds that flags would fly at half-mast during the period. And the Accident Investigation Bureau has released a preliminary report on a helicopter crash that occurred at the Okpebi area of Lagos State on the 28th of August 2020. The report revealed that the helicopter had a valid certificate of airworthiness. It also said that there was no evidence to show that an application for the exemption provided by the All Operators Letter AOL DG020/20 had been submitted to the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority. The report also revealed that the chopper had no capability to jettison fuel. And Governor Godwin Obaseki has commended the Edo people for his re-election. He described his re-election as a triumph over godfatherism.
The great people of Edo State have spoken, and they have spoken loud and clear. We thank God Almighty and give Him all the glory for this victory. Thank you, President Muhammadu Buhari, for defending our democracy and allowing the Independent Electoral Commission, INEC, and the security services to perform their constitutional functions without interference. INEC and the security services have shown Nigerians and the world indeed that they are capable of conducting free and credible elections. Words fail me in saluting the timid supporters who displayed courage in the face of threats, intimidation, and brutalization. The collective will of Edo people made it possible for us to triumph over godfatherism.
And still in Edo State, the governor, Godwin Obaseki, has thanked President Muhammadu Buhari for his commitment to ensuring the recent Edo State governorship election was free and fair. Governor Obaseki also thanked residents of Edo State for coming out en masse to support his candidacy, saying the victory belongs to the people. Speaking at the banquet wing of the government house in Benin City, he says his victory marks a new dawn for Edo people. Also in attendance was the governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, who commended Edo people for bringing an end to godfatherism in the state.
The great people of Edo State have spoken, and they have spoken loud and clear. We thank God Almighty and give Him all the glory for this victory. Thank you, President Muhammadu Buhari, for defending our democracy and allowing the Independent Electoral Commission, INEC, and the security services to perform their constitutional functions without interference. INEC and the security services have shown Nigerians and the world indeed that they are capable of conducting free and credible elections. Words fail me in saluting the timid supporters who displayed courage in the face of threats, intimidation, and brutalization. The collective will of Edo people made it possible for us to triumph over godfatherism.
The man whom God used to fight godfatherism. If for nothing, we have achieved that there was nothing called godfatherism again in Edo politics. Edo people have spoken, and Edo people have said, look, we cannot tie our faith in one man's hand. And that was what Edo people did yesterday. So I want to thank him that he volunteered himself to be used to fight for the interests of Edo people.
And residents of Benin City, Edo State, took to the streets to celebrate the victory of the People's Democratic Party in the just concluded Edo State governorship elections. Many of them were seen jubilating, saying the results show the collective will of majority of Edo State voters. Our correspondent, Amading Uyi, tells us more.
The celebration commenced at the popular Duawa roundabout, just outside the INEC Pollution Center. The police were having a difficult time controlling the crowd. Residents expressed their joy in dance and drama and their own special way. From there, the Plus team visited the heart of the city, which is located at the popular Ring Road. Pockets of crowds were also seen jubilating.
I'm not just happy because Obaseki won the election today, because it's obvious he's going to win the election. We all anticipated for this, that he's going to win. But I'm happy that we are happy today because not just Obaseki won or PDP won. We are happy because we are able to secure the future of our children, and we are able to tell the few godfathers in the state that the power does not belong to them, but it belongs to the Almighty God, and it belongs to the will of the people, because the will of the people is the will of God.
Yes. I'm feeling happy. I feel, in fact, if God is with us. In fact, if God be for you, who can be against you? Nobody. And God is with Obaseki both spiritually and physically.
So we are very happy for the winning of the governorship election, Governor Obaseki, and I'm very excited for everything. You know, it's a success to win.
I have never campaigned for any political party, but because of the passion that I have for this man, Godwin Obaseki, I decided to campaign follow him. But at the end of the day, we came out in flying color. So that is why I'm excited and I'm happy. I want to use the opportunity to thank all the Edo people. Edo no be Lagos. Edo no be Lagos. The Edo light. So we congratulate everybody. We thank you. We love everybody. So thank you.
One resident gave reasons why he supported the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Governor Godwin Obaseki.
I'm not from this Edo State, but since I came to this place, the way this man work, I like it. That's my opinion. And number two, people were saying that this man they can't because of one thing, but for me, it can't because of the oppression. If I'm not mistaken, because I was here. Yeah, because of Chomole oppression. That way this man they can't.
With the election now over, residents of Benin will resume their normal business activities, hoping to get the dividends of a much worked for victory. Amading Uyi, Plus TV Africa.
And welcome back to News on the Hour. Election Observation Group Yaga Africa has confirmed that the results released by the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC on the Edo State governorship polls matches results collated from the field. Yaga Africa, while releasing its preliminary post-election report on the results released by INEC, says that it is watching the vote initiative, which deployed about 500 observers across 250 polling units in the state, and can authoritatively confirm that INEC's results are consistent with those received from its observers on the field.
And at 11% of polling units, polling officials recounted the ballot papers. At 95% of polling units, the official results were posted for the public to see, which is commendable. At 68% of polling units, presiding officers used the smart card reader to transmit the results from the polling units. At 74% of polling units, the presiding officers used the electronic tablets to transmit the results from EC8A.
The INEC official results for the 2020 Edo
state gubernatorial election is consistent with the Yaga Africa Watching the Vote estimate. Had the official results been changed at the ward, local government area or state collation centers, the official results would not have fallen within Yaga Africa Watching the Vote estimated ranges. Because the official results fall within the estimated ranges, governorship contestants, parties, and voters should have confidence that the Independent National Electoral Commission's official results for the 2020 Edo gubernatorial election reflect the ballots cast at the polling units. It is important to highlight that the counting process at the polling units was transparent and included representatives from the two political parties that received most of the votes.
Welcome back. The Katsina state government has ordered primary and secondary schools across the state to remain under lock and key until further notice. The Commissioner for Education, Professor Badamasi Lawal, said that education authorities in the country were still evaluating the situation regarding the impact of the coronavirus disease when schools eventually resume. Lawal said the exit examinations were designed to test the possibility of the students contracting the virus. The latest development dashed hopes of parents and students for schools reopening after some 6,000 secondary school students were allowed to sit for their final year examinations. The students, while writing their examinations, were, however, made to sit under strict conditions to check the spread of COVID-19. Some parents and students had called on the state government to look into the possibility of reopening of schools like other states of the Federation. And some private schools in Lagos State recorded large turnout of students following the Lagos State government's directive on resumption on Monday. On August 29th, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu directed primary and secondary schools to reopen. Some schools in the state some schools in the state had to find the use of water, hand sanitizers, and infrared thermometers, which were all provided by the school's management. In some schools, compulsory wearing of nose masks and social distancing in classrooms were observed by students and teachers. And today is globally recognized as the International Day of Peace. The theme for World Peace Day 2020 is Shaping Peace Together. In a post on its official Twitter handle, the United Nations encouraged people to celebrate the day by spreading compassion, kindness, and hope in the face of COVID-19 pandemic. And now in stories across Africa, at least 10 civilians have been killed in two armed attacks by militants of the Allied Democratic Forces, ADF, in the eastern part of the Democratic Republic of Congo. On Sunday evening, militants conducted two simultaneous attacks in two districts of Mbo, settlements located 12 miles north of Beni in the North Kivu province. The first attack left 9 people killed, including 5 women, while at least 1 person was killed in the second attack. In addition, the attackers set 2 houses on fire, took away livestock, and took more than 10 people hostage. At least 1 to 2 million learners are to return to school in Uganda next month after President Museveni on Sunday said his government had decided to further relax COVID-19 restrictions. President Museveni said the cost of waiting further will be higher than reopening due to the jam created by the process of transition. And now on the foreign scene, Britain's chief scientific advisor, Patrick Vallance, says the COVID-19 pandemic in Britain is doubling roughly every 7 days. And if it continues to do so, there would be about 50,000 new cases per day by the middle of October. Monday's newspaper headlines were dominated by warnings from government scientists that Britain is reaching a critical juncture and reports that Prime Minister Boris Johnson is expected to tell Britons later in the week a new lockdown could be introduced.
The government's most senior science and medical advisors are clearly concerned about the rise in cases that have been seen in recent weeks. But the big unanswered question is what the ministers would do next, as there is talk of further restrictions being introduced.
At the moment, we think that the epidemic is doubling roughly every 7 days. It could be a little bit longer, maybe a little bit shorter, but let's say roughly every 7 days. If, and that's quite a big if, but if that continues unabated, and this grows, doubling every 7 days, then what you see, of course, let's say there were 5,000 today, it would be 10,000 next week, 20,000 the week after, 40,000 the week after. And you can see that by mid-October, if that continued, you would end up with something like 50,000 cases in the middle of October per day.
Speaking alongside the government chief medical advisor, Professor Chris Whitty stressed the figures given were not a prediction, but added that at the moment, they think the pandemic is doubling roughly every 7 days.
That if this carried on unabated, these numbers are relatively small. We're talking about around 200 at the moment. But if we continued along the path that Patrick laid out, the number of deaths directly from COVID, I'll come back to indirect deaths, will continue to rise, potentially on an exponential curve. That means doubling and doubling and doubling again. And you can quickly move from really quite small numbers to really very large numbers because of that exponential process.
Meanwhile, Londoners have expressed worry about how Britons would cope with a second national lockdown as an accelerating coronavirus outbreak threatened to destroy any shoots of economic recovery and potentially send millions back into isolation.
Some people are, some people aren't. I was out at the weekend, there was people sitting all close together and people are fed up with it, but you have to do it, don't you, I suppose. I'm confused with it. 1 minute I think, is it even real? And then the next minute I'm in a panic about it. You just don't know. There's no clear information, is there? So,
well, Christmas, I mean, think about Christmas being spent alone, right? I mean, that rule of 6 doesn't work for some families, right? That have big families, right? Yeah, so that's always going to be a tough one. To be honest, that person, that's something I've always been thinking about as well. Because I always thought that, flu season's around December, right? So, I mean, what's going to happen there? I mean, is the government going to say that I can't go and see my mom for Christmas?
The United Kingdom has the biggest official COVID-19 death toll in Europe and the 15th largest in the world. Jacinta Obiuku, Plus TV Africa.
And now in business news, the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, NNPC, has disclosed that the federal government's crude oil sales revenue plunged by 74.89% in July to a record low of $55.29 million. The NNPC's latest data on the federal government's export lifting showed that its crude oil sales proceeds stood at $219.58 million in June, up from $120.50 million in May. Following the collapse in global crude oil prices and demand, Nigeria's crude oil revenue tumbled from $336.65 million in January to $281.14 million in February, $184.59 million in March, and $148.86 million in April. The international oil benchmark, Brent crude, had slumped to as low as $15.98 per barrel in April from $70 per barrel in January. And still ahead is our roundup on sports news. We'll be back in a moment.
Make a load recharge card, I beg. I don't find the money.
Plenty day to win for the 9 Mobile Mega Millions promo. 1 million naira for one person every day for 90 days. 2 smartphones every hour, every day for 90 days. 10 million naira star price today. New customers just come with side or buy a new line, and we go send you free 1 gigabyte plus 500 naira airtime. So make you the recharge 200 naira or more. Make you for the win.
9 Mobile.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Welcome to The Breakfast.
A breakfast where we unbundle top and big stories of the day.
Is vaccine the only way out of this pandemic?
No, definitely not.
Many Ghanaians just want a peaceful election and they are hoping there will be no rigging.
There is nothing bad in borrowing for infrastructure. The minister added that he was impressed.
Please come and see yourself what we are doing with the money we are borrowing.
It's very important. The way we brand ourselves is the way people will carry us.
It's just the drama of the two vehicles that were completely burned.
This one was here screaming.
What do you recommend the government do to support this sector?
Direct intervention, that's what every government all over the world has done.
We are not a parallel security structure. A multiple core is a complementary core.
What I will not encourage Christians to do is to carry dagger and follow anybody. No.
Join us on The Breakfast, 7 a.m. Mondays to Fridays.
Welcome back to News on the Hour. And now in sports, Gareth Bale says he's happy to be back and is now targeting winning trophies on his return to Tottenham Hotspur. Bale completed his move from Spanish champions Real Madrid on Saturday as the Welsh forward ended an increasingly fractious 7-year stay at the Bernabeu. Bale said his main aim is to get back to match fitness and help the club push for honours.
Such a special club to me. It's where I made my name, and what an amazing club, amazing fans, and yeah, just incredible to be back. And yeah, hopefully now I can get some match fitness and get underway and really help the team and hopefully win trophies. Of course, I think, as I said, it's such a special club. I always thought when I did leave that one day I would love to come back, and the opportunity now has arisen, and I feel like it's a good fit. It's a good time for me. I'm hungry, I'm motivated, I want to do well for the team, and can't wait to get started.
The 31-year-old had flown to London on Spurs chairman Daniel Levy's plane, a private jet rather, on Friday along with Real Spanish left-back Sergio Reguilon to put the finishing touches on their moves on a seismic day for the Premier League club. The financial details of the move were not disclosed, but British media reported that Tottenham will pay around £20 million, about $25.83 billion in wages and loan fees. And that's our news roundup of events at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories making the headlines. Do join us. I am Osaogie Ogbonwan.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amotekun.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa, so we always felt like the picture is incomplete, so we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slums.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that is spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
It's the start of a new week, and we are here to give you the best of sports and everything about sports. This is Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa, and I am Udoka Njoku. Welcome to the show, and I've got Okwe Adebari as a supporting striker, and we hope to score a truckload of goals today. I hope Okwe gets to score a hat-trick because we saw a lot of hat-tricks in the English Premier League. How was your weekend, Okwe?
Very well, thank you. One of my best weekends in a long time, actually.
Yeah, why? Because of the hat-tricks or the Fantasy League?
Not even the Fantasy League. My Fantasy League was good, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
I don't want to boast about that. Well, we'll just let that slide. But definitely, look, with the truckload of games that we did have from the English Premier League, from the Serie A as well, like basketball, Formula 1, tennis, it was fantastic. Loved it.
Who can stop Bayern Munich?
Wow, 8-0. Do you know the funny thing about that game? Post-match conference, and Hansi Flick has the audacity to say, you know what, we could have scored 3-4 more goals in the first half. I was okay with that. I mean, who in his right senses is comfortable?
He just wants to keep going.
I mean, look, we should be afraid in the UEFA Champions League.
Yeah, true.
Definitely. Can't wait for that to start either.
And the fact that Leroy Sané also came off the bench and scored a goal in that one was also a fantastic one.
That run, the pass from Kimmich, run from Sané, everything was just beautiful. Blistering performance by the Bavarians.
Of course, good performance from the Bavarians, talking about the German Bundesliga champions. Let's see if they can get to retain that title that they won last season. Well, you can join in the conversation by dialing the magic line 0906 000 5719. Did you watch the Big Brother fiction show last night?
I didn't need to watch it. I was following everything on the timeline, and then the way Twitter was just erupting from the people that got, the people that left, Trickity and Ozo, and then Ozo, wow, what a man. What a man, I must say. I don't want to say anything derogatory, but what a man indeed.
Yeah. Well, if you do not know, Ozo is also a sports analyst, and I will try to have him on the show sometime soon. He's out of the house, and I'm sure he needs to settle down. So later on, we'll get to talk to him and see if he can actually feature on the show and talk sports. And remember, he has an affiliation with football governing body UEFA. Well, let's talk about what's going on with the Super Eagles of Nigeria, as Nike have revealed the follow-up to Nigeria's stunning 2018 World Cup kit, and it certainly doesn't disappoint. The American sportswear giant's previous Niger shirt, created for the African Nations World Cup campaign in Russia, took the world by storm, breaking records with around 3 million pre-orders for the jersey worldwide before the tournament even started. And now Nike have released Nigeria's 2020 swoosh home shirt, and it's a thing of beauty. It's a little toned down from the 2018 offering, but still has that balance between retro and traditional African design, and it could end up giving the beloved Niger jersey a run for its money. Now, Nike said the design was inspired by traditional Nigerian fabric patterns. I'm impressed with what I saw on social media, and of course, this was launched over the weekend by the NFF. A couple of Nigerian Super Eagles players wore the jersey, the likes of Asisa Toshola, Ajibade. There was also Trist Ekong and Wilfred Ndidi, and of course Alex Iwobi, who plays for Everton. They all wore the jersey, and remember Villarreal playmaker in that one, Chukwueze, all wearing the Nigerian jersey, the new Super Eagles kit. And I prefer this is more beautiful than the last one.
Definitely, I prefer this to the last one actually. I think the last one was a bit in your face. It was kind of bright, but then people loved it actually.
Yeah,
a lot of foreign
people, broke a record.
Definitely, it did break a record, and a lot of foreign people loved it more than Nigerians even did. But then I like this one. It's a bit more subtle. Nike have a way with their designs actually, and I love this one so far. So that's great for me. Nice one.
I'm seeing if you're a Jaguar, and I'm wondering. Okay.
So that was a nice one to see.
Yeah.
It was really nice. And then I saw this a couple of months actually when Nike unveiled it. So now the Super Eagles just did that, and it was good to see Wilfred Ndidi in it as well. I saw him with the other apparels that they made for urban wear. So not just the kits. They didn't just do that just for the official launch of the kit and all our training kits as well.
Yeah.
But then there's an urban wear collection of it. I saw something that looked like an agbada. So I'm glad to see that we have our own ideas originally incorporated into what we wear, instead of just going with the normal trends of other teams being sponsored by Nike and just have a typical Nike jersey. But no, this was made for Nigeria, specifically for Nigeria.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that our own ideas
and our heritage and our culture is being portrayed in what we wear. So this is a different thing. It puts Nigeria on a different pedestal to the world. And then we've been playing a lot of good friendly matches so far. We played Brazil a couple of months ago, and then we know how that went. So now we want to be doing more of international friendly matches. So this is good for us, to the public. So it's a beautiful jersey. I love it, and I love what it does for us beyond the sport of football.
True. And of course, Nike said they want to do away with the regular templates that they have for national teams, and that they will get to work with the native, the culture of whichever country that they'll be working on, talking about their national team jerseys. Now, so we're expecting more beauty from Nike. And I think our director is a boxing lover. Maybe he has a bit of boxing experience. But let's talk about Ifeanyi Ajagba, who we saw his picture flash some minutes ago. And for the Nigerian heavyweight boxer, Ifeanyi Ajagba, he stretched his winning streak to 14, following his victory over Jonathan Rice in Las Vegas earlier this weekend. The 26-year-old was declared the winner by unanimous decision. Now, Ajagba had won 11 of his previous bouts through knockouts, but was unable to replicate the same against United States pro boxer, although he was said to have sustained a terrible hand injury during the fight, which might have affected his performance at the end of the encounter. Now, after his triumph, the boxer admitted that he learned some valuable lessons from the fixture, adding that he'll be back soon. Another victory for Ifeanyi Ajagba, but not the way he would have loved to get the victory over Rice.
Definitely. We expect another knockout. It was coming, actually, but unfortunately, he suffered a wrist injury, and then he didn't probably see that coming. And I think that was due to maybe too much excessive use of force while he was trying to deliver a hook. And at that point in time, the way the punch reflected back from Rice's body, it didn't do well for Ajagba, and then he just felt like a pop in his wrist. But definitely, he was the outstanding fighter in that game. That's why he won the game by unanimous decision. You know, so now looking forward to more fights from him. Like I said before, Luke, before he can get to face Anthony Joshua, he needs more big name fights. With all due respect to Rice, he's not in that category yet. I believe after this, maybe the next step is to probably face the Bulgarian Cobra Pulev at that point in time. So after him, maybe then Derek Chisora, Chris Wilder, maybe, and Deontay Wilder, and then maybe Tyson Fury or AJ. But then he still has a couple of fights to go before he can
get to that level.
And want to have a fight with Anthony Joshua. So maybe Cobra Pulev should be the next opponent for him.
All right, let's see how that turns out for Ifeanyi Ajagba. I remember some weeks ago he mentioned the fact that he would love to take on the Nigerian boxer, talking about Anthony Joshua. Let's see how that goes for Ifeanyi Ajagba if you ever get to that point. And I'd love to see that happen, Ifeanyi Ajagba versus Anthony Joshua, to be a match to behold. Now let's go over to football, where we saw a lot of knockout victories over the weekend. Amazing performances from most of the teams in the English Premier League. And we have Jide Ladipo. He's not a boxer, but I'm sure he can also touch on a bit of boxing. But we have Jide Ladipo standing by to also talk about the English Premier League and the games that went down. Good to have you with us, Jide.
Good morning.
Yeah, morning. How's it going with you?
Yeah, it was a really wonderful weekend. It was nice to see football back in full throttle. It was very great. And as a football fan, I was loving it.
Yeah. I mean, let's talk about the English Premier League. Amazing performances from most of these teams, but we'll keep our focus to about 5 games now. The Everton game, there was also the Tottenham match against their own opponents at Southampton. Of course, looking at the fixtures, Everton got a 5-2 victory over West Bromwich Albion. Leeds defeated Fulham 4-3. Manchester United lost at Old Trafford to Crystal Palace 3-1. And Arsenal defeated West Ham by 2-1. And Tottenham Hotspur came from a goal down to beat Southampton by 5-2. And Brighton and Hove Albion defeated Newcastle United 3-0. Liverpool 2-0 over Chelsea, and Leicester City beat Burnley by 4-2. Amazing games this weekend, but which one was the most outstanding for you, Jide? Okay, we have a bit of network issues there, but of course, great games that happened over the weekend. Which of them stood out for you?
But I have to say the Spurs versus Southampton game, it was simply fantastic, because from the start of the fixture, Southampton seemed to be more into the game compared to Spurs, and then Danny Ings took the lead with a brilliant goal, and then all of a sudden, you know, Tottenham just had that switch, and then they were all guns blazing.
All right, we have Jide back with us. Can you hear me, Jide?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So I was asking you, which of the games would you pick as the most outstanding for you?
Yeah, as a football fan, I would love to pick on the Everton West Brom game.
Yeah,
I think Carlo Ancelotti's onto something. It was phenomenal to see the triplets, which is James Rodriguez, Richarlison, and Dominic Calvert-Lewin. They were just unstoppable on the day. And he scored a hat-trick on the day as well. The coach told him that if you're a really good striker, you shouldn't be scoring your goals with more than one touch. And he lived up to that expectation and delivered right on the money. It was absolutely delightful to watch, to see them win 5-2. Also, Tottenham were all guns blazing, beating Southampton 5-2, and Son was extremely powerful in front of goal. But let's not forget what Harry Kane did. In my opinion, he is the man of the match.
Yeah.
4 assists and then 1 goal. And it was unfortunate not to get his second goal because it was ruled off to be offside. So those were the 2 games that stood out for me.
Yeah, and looking at the signings so far in the EPL, it feels like the EPL will be on fire this season. Gareth Bale is back to Tottenham Hotspur. There's also James Rodriguez, who plays for Everton, and we can see the effect of James in the Everton team. And for Gareth Bale coming back to the Tottenham side, don't you think that will make Tottenham title contenders?
Yes, it could make them title contenders, but I still think that it would take some time for them to gel. I'm not expecting Gareth Bale to fit into the Tottenham team straight off. He's still maybe 4 or 5 matches away from full match fitness. We all know that, the Premiership is on a different level when it comes to, fitness. And Gareth Bale hasn't really played enough matches over the last one season or so for him to be able to fit in immediately. So, and they still have some other problems in the team. But title contenders, I wouldn't call them title contenders. Maybe top 4, and even that, I'll still be pushing it. Yeah.
All right, okay. The way the games went down this weekend, 2 games now have gone down. We've seen match day 2. Some teams have played just 1 game, likes of Manchester United. Manchester City will be playing later today. That's against Wolverhampton Wanderers. But is it too early for us to say clearly that the likes of Tottenham, Arsenal, Liverpool, Manchester City, and probably Everton will get to make it to the top 4 this season?
No, it's not early to say that. We can see from the prospects of the team so far. You talk about a side like Arsenal, who is looking very solid under Arteta. You talk about a Spurs side who is shaky, but then on paper look absolutely fantastic. I was taking a look at the bench, yesterday without Sergio Reguilon and without Gareth Bale, and I was saying, oh my word, what a team Jose Mourinho has. Yeah. With him, look, if he can just get them to start ticking, definitely they should be pushing for a title. Honestly, they should be title contenders, but really, I can't say they will be title contenders. Definitely top 4 contenders. It will be difficult for them to get there. Same thing with Everton, but then they'll need to be extremely consistent. But then I love what Carlo Ancelotti has going currently. Yeah. But then he still needs to make a few more tweaks, I believe, to that right-hand side of the midfield. Doucouré is not the best tracking back, neither is Gylfi Sigurdsson. Both of them love to move forward. So definitely he still has 1 or 2 things to actually take care of. And then taking a look at the other teams, Liverpool need to be more better. Yeah. Fine, they won against Chelsea, but then the performance was not good enough. But then the difference, I believe, yesterday for them being clinical was Thiago. When he came on, one word for him is control. Control. That's what he just did when he came onto the pitch. So it's not too early to put some people in contention for the top 4, but definitely a whole lot of these teams need to do better to actually be top 4 title contenders.
Very true. Jide, we saw Chelsea versus Liverpool yesterday, and some fans still think Lampard is still playing some of those new players out of position. Do you agree with this?
Yeah, I think a lot of those new players are still being played out of position. We need to start playing them in the right positions. The new guy that just came from
Leipzig,
the German side. Yeah. I felt like centrally he's much more potent in that position. And when you start playing players in positions that they're not used to playing, you get those kind of results. And also the goalkeeper is extremely suspect.
Yeah.
I personally think that he has lost his confidence at this point. And the right thing to do for Lampard is to actually drop him and at least put Caballero in goal and, get the team to start fulfilling its potential. I said it at the beginning of the season that I don't really see Chelsea, being the force that a lot of people think they are going to be this season, because fundamentally there's certain things wrong with the team. And I wasn't surprised yesterday that they lost to Liverpool 2-0.
You know, we've not seen a couple of players still play for Chelsea. The likes of Ziyech and Thiago Silva, both of them are still out injured. Probably when they get into the team, they'll become stronger. But for Kepa, you'd rather Lampard put him on the bench. But don't you think that would make the situation worse for Kepa? Remember, David De Gea also has almost the same situation with Kepa. We've seen David De Gea in his worst moment, but he still remains the number one right there at Manchester United. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer still instills that positivity, that belief in De Gea, and we've seen a couple of games that he had wonderful performances. Don't you think that should be the same with Kepa? We should give him more time.
Well, I mean, in this scenario, the question you have to ask yourself is how much has Chelsea spent this season and what is their goal? Their goal is to win the Premiership this season. Without a doubt, you spent over £100 million. You're not spending that money to be contesting for top four. And you're not going to win the Premiership, with Kepa Arrizabalaga in goal. I say that with all due respect. He has lost all his confidence at the moment. And that's the reason why they're bidding for Mendy of Rennes, Yeah. So if they're doing that, they know that they have a problem in that department already. So let's be honest with ourselves. It's not time for sentiment. Football is about playing the best players in the best position based on current form, not because of what you've done in the past. When back in the day when Peter Cech was Chelsea goalkeeper and he started to, fumble, he was sidelined. And that was what made him leave Chelsea to go to Arsenal. If you're not playing well, if there are other players that are contesting for your position can easily be taken. There's no need for sentiments over here. And I think Lampard did it last season. He dropped him. The first game against Brighton, it wasn't that impressive as well. He considered a couple of goals that were a bit suspect. And for him to just pass the ball to Mane's feet yesterday, you could easily tell that he had no confidence at all. He could have just kicked that ball off the field, but he was trying to play out from the back. You saw that a player was putting pressure on you. The best thing to do was just kick that ball high, but he didn't. So my thing is, he needs a lot of confidence, and he's not really inspiring the team at the moment. And I don't subscribe to the notion that they should give him some chance because David De Gea did in Manchester United. If he's not good enough, bench him, and when he gets back to form, if he can claim his jersey back, so be it.
True. And lastly, let's talk about Manchester United loss at Old Trafford to Crystal Palace. Did you see that coming?
I was shocked, to be honest. My thing was, I don't understand why he started Van der Beek on the bench. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, I'm saying. I don't know, just something just didn't work for them on that day. They just kind of seemed out of sorts. Rashford was not himself. You would expect them, Rashford and Martial, the attack, to at least be able to punch one or two goals, but they were not where to be found. So he took, a player like Van der Beek, a midfielder, to come in and score the only goal of the match. I personally thought like that penalty was a bit harsh. It was very close to the body. But again, these things are very subject to interpretation. Things happen in football. But I'm sure that if they scored more goals, we wouldn't be in this situation. They scored less goals and they considered more. Wilfred Zaha was on point. Andre Townsend was the same thing. And, it was a shock. I never really expected Crystal Palace to go and beat Manchester United in Old Trafford in the first game of the season.
Yeah. All right, and let's talk about Arsenal. New belief in Mikel Arteta, and of course he also said the Aubameyang signing a new contract also puts a new belief in the boys as well.
Definitely, when your best player is ready to commit to the club and has committed to the club already, that's a fantastic thing for Arsenal. In recent years, their best players at a certain point in time always leave them when they need them the most. The difference between Aubameyang and the rest is the fact that he committed to Arsenal when Arsenal needed him the most, and definitely that's a plus for all the boys. So when you have new players coming into the squad and they see the best player committing his future to the squad, it gives them peace of mind. They know that definitely they did make the right decision. Same thing with other players who possibly come into Arsenal. When they say that the best player is still going to be at the club, they will be confident to come to the club. We saw in recent years the way Sanchez left, Ramsey, Van Persie,
Fabregas, you can mention
Nasri, the list goes on and on. Same thing with Henry, same thing with Vieira. You know, they all left when we needed them the most, basically. But then Aubameyang has been the difference, and so far so good, has been good for us now. But then talking about that game against West Ham, I believe the only positive was the fact that we can say that Arsenal character is back, and then they've got that how will I put it now? That trait that helps them to grind out a win
result,
exactly when needed the most. You need that in a championship winning team, and it's good to see that the Gunners have that in them. But definitely, West Ham was a tough opponent. It wasn't easy for Arsenal. However, I must commend Bukayo Saka and Willian. The work off the ball was simply fantastic, in my own opinion. If you take a look at that game critically, you will see the fact that the way David Silva and De Bruyne would move infield to create opportunities for the holding midfielder, whoever it may be, the same thing, that's what Bukayo Saka and Willian did. So it was a brilliant performance from the Arsenal boys.
All right, Jide, we saw Nketiah and Ceballos last week. They had more like a fight on the training ground, and over the weekend we saw them celebrating a goal together. It shows togetherness in the team. Don't you agree with this?
Yes, it does. But to be honest, I never really heard about the Nketiah and Ceballos stuff. That means he took the backseat. The team is more united than ever, regardless of what people think is going on in the club. I said it a couple of weeks ago, just before the start of the Premiership, that the football players are playing for Mikel Arteta. They are playing for the team. That's the reason why Aubameyang signed. And, he's proving to be a technical genius at the moment with the club. The substitution was highly inspired. I like the way Willian and all the other players in the midfield were fighting so hard, going back to retrieve the ball and create opportunities. The passing was just extremely explicit. They were very direct in their play. And Arsenal didn't really play that well to the level that we would have expected of them. Yeah. But that was the game they would have lost last season. But they dug in very deep. The only goal they considered was on a counter-attack, and it was good to see them, win that game and claim 6 points in their first 2 matches of the season. I think that will give them confidence going into next week when they go and play Liverpool at Anfield.
All right, Jide, thank you very much for your time and also giving us great analysis on football stories.
Thank you.
All right, do enjoy the rest of your day. And from the English Premier League, let's go over to basketball, as the Milwaukee Bucks forward Giannis Antetokounmpo was at the weekend named the 2019-2020 NBA Most Valuable Player. Now, this is the second straight NBA Most Valuable Player award for Antetokounmpo, who becomes the 12th player to earn the honor in consecutive seasons. The Nigerian Greek Antetokounmpo is the first player from Europe to be selected as the NBA MVP more than once. The 25-year-old also joins Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and LeBron James as the only players to win multiple NBA MVP awards by the age of 25. Thoroughly deserved for Giannis.
Definitely. Take a look at his stats during the regular season. It was just obvious that he is that man, and then there was no doubt that he was going to win it. Many fans and critics will say that probably if LeBron gave the same form during this playoff season, into the regular season, he might have been in contention. But you know what, LeBron has been saving his best for this playoff series, and it's working well for the Lakers. So all the best to Giannis. It's a new dawn, it's a new era in the NBA, and then we're starting to see a lot of bright stars cropping up. I can mention so many names, but definitely Giannis is the pick of the bunch and definitely deserves that MVP award.
True, but in as much as we're going to mention a couple of other players who can give these other guys a run for their money, you still have standout players, the likes of Anthony Davis, LeBron James, James Harden. True. There's still Antetokounmpo in the mix and all. Steph Curry, when he comes back from injury and resumes with the Golden State Warriors. There's also Klay Thompson. It will take a lot. It's just like you comparing Ronaldo, Messi with the other players. True. It will take time before these other players can get to throw the likes of Ronaldo and Messi off the balance. So for Antetokounmpo, I think consistency matters a lot. And you can tell from the voting system, a total point of 962 compared to LeBron James's 753. It was outstanding and a grand slide win for Antetokounmpo. And I would say big congratulations to the Greek god right there. And still talking about basketball and the playoffs, Anthony Davis switched a game-winning three-pointer as time expired as the Los Angeles Lakers held off a furious comeback attempt by the Denver Nuggets to come away with a 105-103 win in Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals on Sunday to take a 2-0 series lead. Great performance from Lakers and most especially Anthony Davis, who had a mamba shot in that one.
Yeah, you can definitely call it a mamba shot. Last-minute three-pointer. It was great for the whole team. I love the way the teams were so tight-knit. It was a tightly contested encounter.
Yeah.
And I must give it to the Nuggets. You know, talking about the likes of Jamal Murray and Luka Doncic, they were so on top of their game. And they were willing to go for it all to the wire. But then the factor for both teams and what just differentiated both of them was just the bench. Look, the Lakers have so much quality on the bench, and they did it for them, irrespective of the fact that the Nuggets mustered more points off the bench. But no, the Lakers were just it throughout. And I must give praise to LeBron James and Anthony Davis, who were racking up the points. And LeBron was doing so much defensively. You know, if you look at his numbers in terms of rebounds this season, especially during the playoffs, it's simply fantastic. So look, all the best to the Lakers. They did deserve the victory, but then the Nuggets will need to do a whole lot more to probably get a victory from the Lakers. But then 2-0 to the Lakers, 2 more games left. If they win it, it will be a clean sweep for them straight over to the NBA Finals.
All right, that's if they get to win 2 more games to make it 4-0 in the series, then it will be a clean sweep of the series. But if the Nuggets get to win Game 3, then of course Lakers will still need to win Game 4 and 5 to ensure the total win in that one. Now wrapping up with tennis, world number 1 Novak Djokovic booked his place in the final of the Italian Open with a victory over Casper Ruud. The Serbian, who has won the clay court tournament 4 times, claimed the 7-5, 6-3 victory over the Norwegian, who is ranked 34 in the world. Now Djokovic, who is 33, will play 8th seed Diego Schwartzman, who knocked out Rafael Nadal in the quarterfinals. The tournament is Djokovic's first since his US Open disqualification, and the victory would be a record 36th Masters title. Great win for Djokovic, and of course Nadal lost out on that one, and he said that he didn't play the best of tennis. That's the reason why he lost out in the Rome Open, the Italian Open, I must say, talking about the Rome Masters. Well, that's the much you can take today on Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. Hope you enjoyed the package. Remember, you can reach us on social media at Plus TV Africa on Instagram and on Twitter. And please subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Plus TV Africa. And of course, our website for those juicy stories is plustvafrica.com. Thank you, Okwe, as always.
It was a pleasure.
Looking forward to the game between Burnley and Wolverhampton Wanderers. And quick prediction, I think City will win that one by 2-1.
Definitely, we're expecting a win from them. Nothing less than that. So looking forward to a great match as well, and lots of goals to look forward to.
All right, lots of goals to look forward to, meaning there will be over 2.5, and the punters know exactly what I mean with that one. I am Udoka and Joko saying please enjoy the rest of your day.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Godwin Obaseki wins the much anticipated Edo election, but how fair was the process? And once again, requests are made to halt the bill seeking to amend the EFCC Act. This time, the calls are made by Sarah. This is Plus Politics. I am Kayode Ladende. Welcome back. This is Plus Politics. Let's get the ball rolling. The Edo State gubernatorial election has finally taken place, with Godwin Obaseki securing his tenure for another 4 years. Before and after the result were announced, several stakeholders had come out to commend the conduct of the election. Many of these stakeholders had previously predicted that the election would be awash with violence. However, how did the election perform in aspects such as vote buying and some other vices? Joining us to discuss this right here in our studio is Nelson Ekujumi, who is a public affairs analyst, and interestingly, he was also in Edo State. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
And we are also being joined by Oladimeji Fabiyi, a proud, I must say, a proud PDP member who is joining us from Abuja. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, guys.
Don't worry.
Good evening, Nigerians.
This is when to display your bragging right. Let's start with you. What's the feeling like? We've heard all manner of reactions. We've heard PDP saying this is democracy at work, but we often hear APC saying that it is only when PDP wins that democracy is at work. I mean, in a sarcastic manner. Do you really think that democracy really prevailed this time?
Well, first and foremost, I'd like to say that democracy is evolving, and we thank God for that. We're not at this point in 2019, and we're not at this point in 2015 and down the lane. But before I go into that, I just want to use this opportunity to thank Nigerians and the Edolites for what they've done. I want to thank them for standing strong. I want to thank them for their stance, on what they believe in. And then I want to congratulate His Excellency Governor Godwin Obaseki and his deputy, Philip Shuaibu, for their resilience and then fighting for the people of Edo State. It wasn't just, it didn't just come cheap. And then again, I want to thank my party, the leadership of my party, under the leadership of Prince Uche Secondus, and all the stakeholders that participated in that election. Again, I want to thank the APC because from day one, they were the architect of their own problems. I want to thank them for giving us the opportunity to have Governor Obaseki in our kitty. We knew this was the way it's going to be. But let me tell you, democracy is coming up, and then we are going to enjoy it for a very long time. Let me use the opportunity again to thank the INEC and to commend them for the job they've done, and our security agencies for that matter, for maintaining a very neutral position this time around. I'm sure they didn't receive any instruction to do otherwise. If that had happened, perhaps we won't be here talking like this. So, and that will lead me to thank you, Mr. President, for taking a very, strong position and then giving directives that ensure that the election was credibly conducted and widely adjudged as free, fair, and credible. So we thank God for all that. I will have to see more, but I congratulate the entire Nigerians for a dawn of a new era in our democratic experience.
Okay, thank you for that opening remark. But we just quickly want to take a short break, and when we come back, I'll be taking the opening remark of Nelson Ekujumi. Please don't go anywhere.
Make a load recharge card, I beg. I don't find the money.
Plenty day to win for the 9 Mobile Mega Millions promo. 1 million naira for one person every day for 90 days. 2 smartphones every hour, every day for 90 days. 10 million naira star price today. New customers just come with side or buy a new line, and we go send you free 1 gigabyte plus 500 naira airtime. So make you the recharge 200 naira or more. Make you for the win.
9 Mobile.
Nothing is more important than our children. Parents, the health of your children is in your hands. Don't send them out without ensuring that they are safe. As children prepare to return to school, what have you done to keep them protected? When it's time to resume, protect your child and others with CAS 3-in-1 Protection Pack. It comes with a medically approved face shield, a 100% cotton face mask, and a portable hand sanitizer spray approved by NAFDAC. Place your order and it will be delivered to your doorstep by FedEx courier service anywhere in Nigeria at no extra cost. Call our 24/7 call center at 09-904-1000 or visit our website at casppe.com.ng. CAS 3-in-1 Protection. Protect others to protect yourself.
Welcome to The Breakfast. A breakfast where we unbundle top and big stories of the day.
Is vaccine the only way out of this pandemic?
No, definitely not.
Many Ghanaians just want a peaceful election and they are hoping there will be no rigging.
There is nothing bad in borrowing for infrastructure. The minister added that he was impressed.
Please come and see yourself what we are doing with the money we are borrowing.
It's very important. The way we brand ourselves is the way people will carry us.
It's just the driver of the 2 vehicles that were completely bad. This one was here screaming.
What do you recommend the government do to support this sector?
Direct intervention, that's what every government all over the world has done.
We are not a parallel ticketing structure. A multiple core is a complementary core.
What I will not encourage Christians to do is to carry dagger and follow anybody. No.
Join us on The Breakfast, 7 a.m. Mondays to Fridays.
Welcome back. It's still Plus Politics in case you just joined us, and we're reviewing the process that took place Saturday and Sunday in Edo State. And we have with me here in our studio Nelson Okujimi, who was an observer at the election under the auspices of Transition Monitoring Group. And we also have Oladimeji Fabi, who is a member of PDP. So to you, several reports, several angles, but as someone who was on the field, can you give your assessment?
Well, my assessment is that just like it has always been in the past, INEC came to the election arrangements with their mandate, to conduct a free, fair, and credible election. And they did that creditably well. It's just unfortunate that a lot of the predictions with regards to violence in the election was because of the utterances and the actions of the major political parties. You had them raising all sorts of allegations against one another, that even on election day, just like in their character, when election is being conducted, even when they know it's not true, a candidate will come out and say, oh, I'm being rigged out. Oh, they are cheating me. When the election now concludes and that person who has made the allegation, if the election has been concluded and is declared the winner, the same person will now come out and be commending. So if we are a serious people, we should have asked him, when you were raising those allegations, can you please substantiate that fact, that allegations you have raised with fact? So for me, the elections came, INEC was on time, they came with their materials, we had very efficient functioning of the smart card reader. The deployment of the security agencies was very good. Days before the election, all the tension, when we got to Edo State, the tension, we couldn't feel it anywhere in the air because we saw people going about their lawful businesses, even as at 12 a.m. until 24 hours before the election. You still saw people in clubs, in restaurants. People were still out there enjoying themselves. So you were forced to ask yourself that, where is this tension that we've been hearing before we came into this state? So by and large, it was a successful election. The outcome, was in tandem with how the people voted, even though we saw cases, massive cases, massive instances of vote buying across parties where the party agents became like boss canvassers that, come and board my particular boss. This is what I have to offer you. And unfortunately, the people bought into it, and they were willing, conspirators. And like we say, the people get the type of government they deserve. The only snag for me that is worrisome is that, don't forget, in 2016, when we had the Edo election, we complained bitterly about the vote buying syndrome, and we carried it to the Ondo election, which we labeled, there was this coinage for it in Ondo. It became Dibo, Ko Sibe. So we only hope that what we have started again in Edo in 2020, we don't take it again to Ondo and have a reenactment of what happened in 2016. In that way, I think the fairness of our democratic process, the fairness of our election will be questionable. That are people really voting based on their conscience, or they are voting because they have been monetarily induced? And for me, that is worrisome.
Okay, Fabi, that's a very strong issue that Nelson has raised here. Now, I want to talk to you as a politician now. Do you really think that this is about the will of the people or about the inducement?
No, well, for me, it's not about inducement per se. I think this is about the will of the people. And I'll give you two instances. Let's look at 2016 election between these two gentlemen. When you look at the margin of victory, it was less than 5,000. All right, the result was so close. And when you look at this election, this just concluded election, you see the margin of victory between the two parties. And then that is to tell you that people have spoken. It's about them. Yes, parties do give money during elections. And if we go by the report where we heard that, as a matter of fact, the APC was given voters between 5,000 and 10,000 naira. I mean, and still that didn't work for them. That will clearly tell you that it's about the people. It's about what the people want, and the people of Edo State spoke very loudly. Let me tell you something. Historically, Edo has a rich history as a center of Black civilization. And the outcome of this election has further confirmed, in addition to that, it has confirmed that state as a bastion of democracy. So if people, just like my brother there said, that the politician will say this during the election, and immediately after the election, if he wins, is normal. And the news, the noise, the issue of tension and all whatnot, you can't run away from that in a standalone election.
Okay,
you discover that
Fabi,
we have similar issues.
We always have issues with time. So I want to take advantage of the time now. When you said APC paying 5,000, 10,000, how much did PDP pay?
That was what we heard. I didn't hear that PDP gave money, but I said that was what we heard, was that APC was sharing 5,000, just in response to what you said. That it's about the people. I said if it was true that APC gave such an amount and they still didn't win the election, that means it's not about inducement. It's about the people. It's about what the people want. I wanted to get that clearly. I said that was what we read.
Okay.
That they did that. If they had done that much and they still couldn't win, that means it's not about inducement per se. It's about now what people really want. People wanted Obaseki, they wanted PDP, and they spoke very loudly about that, and that solved it.
That has also thrown another line of conversation. Two things I want you to react to. He heard about APC. I don't know what observers noticed, whether you can also speak categorically about how much the other party was given. And secondly, he did say that they wanted PDP. They wanted Obaseki.
Well,
these two issues are...
The issues are that, one, that money exchange hands between voters and party agents or party stalwarts. You could see it. They were not even hiding it in some polling stations. It was very, very obvious. So it was just like in 2016 again. In Edo State, we have had elections become like carnival, where people will go home and call others, oh, come, they are sharing money. Come and collect your own and let us go and, have a nice time. Right across the polling stations or the polling environment, you had emergency beer parlors. You had emergency bucaterias. So people were having a nice time because there was money was flowing between the political parties and the electorate. And that's why I said the electorate and the political parties were willing collaborators, because I think that also contributed to the low level of violence. People were enjoying themselves.
Collecting from both sides.
Collecting from both sides.
And were you privy to how much was given? Because he has mentioned 5 to 10,000.
The amount I witnessed personally was 2,000 naira.
Oh my
I witnessed 2,000 naira in some polling stations. How much they were in other places? The party agent will bring out a sheet of paper, will copy. Maybe they were copying the voters card of the
This is raw cash now.
Raw cash. You see them 500 naira. In some places, you see them give out 1,000 naira
notes.
So I saw majorly. I saw 2,000 naira. Somebody told me that some were even giving out 1,000. But the reports some gave was that they were giving as much as 5,000. I didn't see 5,000. I saw 2,000. I can attest to 2,000 naira.
Can you also attest that influenced the votes?
Of
or
course,
they collect from both sides?
It could, because when you see how it happened I said what happened in 2020 was a replica of 2016, where people will go and call others.
I hope you will not be invited to testify at the tribunal.
No, I even had a video of when people were complaining. I even have a video. I refuse to delete that video. When people were complaining that the money they are giving them is not enough. They were speaking the local language.
Wow. Okay, let's just quickly look at what Fabi said, and I'll go back to Fabi. He did say that people wanted Obaseki. Someone would say that if Obaseki had stayed in APC, he probably wouldn't have won. That it was because he moved from APC to PDP. Now, I'm talking to you as a political analyst now, no longer as an observer.
Yes. For me, I think if Obaseki had stayed in APC, I believe they could also have won. He would have used the incumbency factor, because this was a man in power in the state in the last 4 years. Definitely he would have built some structures. And you also saw, like Fabi rightly said, the APC was the architect of its own misfortune, because this was a party that presented a candidate for an election in which none of the party's governors attended their rally. Even the mega rally that was supposed to close, that was supposed to be the grand finale, was called off. We never had the president, we never had the vice president, attend the rally. But in the other party, you saw their last rally. Their governors were there. There was that moral support. And there was this information that even some governors in the APC were working seriously, because you recognize that when the issue about whether Obaseki should run or not run emerged, you saw that the governors of the APC were divided. And when the ticket was taken away from Obaseki, you could feel the anger in them. It was like they stayed up that, we are going to teach those people who have engaged in this act, we are going to teach them a bitter lesson. That is why today, if you have read the statement credited to former governor of Imo State, Rochas Okorocha, and also in Ekiti State right now, the parties that loggerheads with Governor Kayode Fayemi, who has been alleged to be one of the major backers of Governor Obaseki.
Okay, Fabi, I'm trying to get your attention to this. Is this a victory for PDP, so to say that, it is about the party and not really about the incumbency? Tied to that, I'm also bothered that this power of incumbency is usually narrated around how spending the government's money? Because if you're talking about Ondo involving vote buying, you're also talking about Edo involving vote buying. Where is this money coming from?
Well, thank you very much. Let me start from where you stopped. Anybody who wants to run an election, obviously must have prepared. And you must have supporters. If you are lucky to be in the ruling government, there's no how you will not touch government money. If you are not there, you must have friends outside your party or anywhere who might probably support you. Now, let me now go to the way you started from, about whether this is victory for Edo people. Yes, for PDP. This victory, by and large, is victory for democracy and our country. All right? And that is where my concern is, because I'm actually concerned about the impact of this, of the just concluded Edo election on our democracy. So as far as I know, as far as I'm concerned, yes, it's victory for people, but largely it's victory for our country and our democracy. And I say this with all sense of responsibility. It sparks off so many things. You know, a lot of people are talking about being a response to godfatherism in Nigerian politics. Godfatherism has been on from time immemorial. And then if we have an Edo election that is changing that course for us now, we should be grateful. And I think every right-thinking Nigeria, whether you are in leadership position or you are a member or a citizen, must embrace this. So the implication of this Edo election is quite high as far as I'm concerned. So I'm most particular about that. Now, when you have, let me tell you something. Yamu was not the candidate in this election. Adams Oshomole and Bola Ahmed Tinubu in Lagos were the candidates. And that was why people reacted the way they reacted. So I think this has taught Adams Oshomole a very big lesson, that you don't play God when you find yourself in this kind of situation. You should go back to history and see how he emerged, how he got to where he is. I'm sure you don't remember that before doing all this, grandstanding. And that aside, but as far as I know, and as far as I want to say, the result of Edo election has huge implication on our democracy, and we must not allow it to just flitter away. And that's why, again, in my opening remark, I thank President Muhammadu Buhari. If this is the only thing his government can achieve, giving us a legacy of free and fair, credible election, we will thank him. Even if, as we know, he's not doing anything on the other side, he's not giving any pass mark. If we can have pass mark on this, we will thank President Muhammadu Buhari for giving us this.
Fabi, I told you I'm going to be fair to you, since you're always accusing me of not giving you enough time. Today, I'll give you more time. Let's stay on what you just mentioned. Now, when you talk about godfatherism, is this peculiar to APC? Some have said that who is talking about godfatherism? Has Obaseki not jumped from fry pan to fire, where we have Governor Wike raising his hand? What about that? Is your party, don't you also practice godfatherism?
No, there is a clear difference, between the APC and the PDP. Yes, there have been, even PDP, we have godfatherism, we used to have it in the past, but it's not there anymore, because the members of the party frowned against it. That was why that was the reason you saw improvement in our internal democracy when we conduct primary elections. Now, this godfatherism is not limited to APC alone, it's across the party lines. Do you understand? Now, but if the difference between the APC and as it is now and PDP is that APC is, let me give you this small instance. There's a football team in Spanish La Liga called Barca. That team was built around one man, and that was Lionel Messi. And you discover that the moment Lionel Messi is not in any match, they struggle to survive, to win. APC is built around President Muhammadu Buhari alone. And that is the fear, and I'm happy that their members, Okorocha, Fayemi, said it today, that the moment Mr. President Muhammadu Buhari is out of the equation, that party is going to collapse, or it will collapse and it cannot resuscitate again. Now, the difference between them and PDP is that PDP is not a party of one man. We have stakeholders that are duly recognized. We have leaders who take this. Even when past presidents were there, they still consult with some stakeholders. We have a functional BOT, we have functional NEC, we have functional NWC. So you see that lots of leaders are involved in this. So it's not a part. That is the major difference between the APC and PDP. PDP is not a party of one man. APC is a party of one man. It's a party of Jagaban. It's a party of Bola Tinubu. In the southwest, it's the party of Bola Tinubu. In the national, it's the party of President Muhammadu Buhari. So how do you now expect them to have an understanding? And let me tell you what play out. Another thing that play out in Edo State. See, everything is tailored towards 2023. Adams Oshiomhole was Tinubu's national chairman. We've had this experience in the past in PDP too. I'm not going to go into that. And we know those of us who have been there understood how this game is being played. They needed to remove the thinkers of the APC that orchestrated this thing in Edo, needed to remove the hands of Bola Tinubu against 2023. And I'll see how they will survive with that. Okay. And Adams Oshiomhole is the chairman of Tinubu. So if they don't remove Adams Oshiomhole, Tinubu will have his way. So we'll see how that will play out at the end of the day. I wish them best of luck.
Let me bring the conversation here. I didn't know whether you shared some of the things he had said.
Absolutely not.
Okay, let me hear your own take.
Yes, unfortunately, I think Fabi is trying to hide behind a finger because he talked of godfatherism, and we all know very well that as we speak today, the new godfather of the PDP is Governor Nyesom Wike. You recollect when the PDP wanted to hold its convention, and Governor Nyesom Wike said, unless they bring the convention to Port Harcourt, it will not hold. And we all saw how they all could tow towards Governor Nyesom Wike. Also, when the campaign council of the PDP was about to be launched, and Governor Nyesom Wike called the BOT tax collectors, you saw how they all rushed down to Port Harcourt to beg the new godfather. So I think the concept of godfather, except that it is being abused, even in the Christian world, religious leaders have godfathers. That is why the pastor of one of the churches recently caused or abused an on-air personality for abusing his Christian godfather. Godfather is people who mentor someone, to become, in life you need mentoring. There must be people who have gone ahead of you. You need them to be able to trace your path so that you don't make mistakes. So when people come out and say the vote in Edo was because of a vote against godfather, no, I disagree absolutely. That was why I asked yesterday, or when I was on this station, that in 2016, who threw up the incumbent governor? Was there no godfather then? Okay. And even right now that the incumbent governor has gotten the return ticket, who was the godfather who was propping him up now? Is it not the same? Is it not another new? What has happened is that we have migrated in Edo State now from the godfatherism of Adams Oshiomhole to the godfatherism of Governor Nyesom Wike.
Okay, quite a lot of questions you've raised there, and we are also going to look at it. I'm sure Fabi is itching to respond to that, because he might also want to remind you that despite the fact that Wike had a candidate that he wanted to be the presidential candidate, he didn't have his way. We had Atiku, but there are all different layers to this conversation, and we are going nowhere. I will just want to take a short break, and when we come back, we will stay on this issue. But enjoy this Plus report.
It was a tense electoral process. After hours of results collation which spanned almost 2 days, the winner finally emerged.
Osiage Eze Iyamu of APC had 223,619 votes. Godwin N. Obaseki of the PDP had 307,955, 307,955. That Godwin N. Obaseki of PDP, having satisfied the requirement of the law in meeting the 25% in 2/3 of the local government area in the state, and having a margin of lead higher than the council vote, is hereby declared the winner and returned elected. Signed by Nigeria. Today, 20 September 2020.
Representatives of the two major political parties, the All Progressives Congress (APC) and the People's Democratic Party (PDP), however, expressed mixed reactions.
Feels good. The people came out, they voted, and they voted their choice. And the most exciting part of it was that they voted and instantly their votes counted, because INEC promised to upload the result, and they did. That gave a huge credibility to this process, and I think that can also drive voters coming out in future elections. So it's a way to reduce voter apathy. It's a way to give complete credibility to the voting process, and I must commend INEC as an institution.
If you have been in this hall since morning, you could see the drama that has been acting here. And if I have to make specific reference to what you saw for Orion on local government, and incidentally, that is the local government of our candidate, Pastor Osaigeze Yamu. You could see that even the man that prepared the result couldn't even read what he was preparing. And for having stayed even 5 hours waiting for him, and he's still fidgeting, shows you the kind of malpractice that has been done in the local government.
One election observer group present singled out INEC and Edo State residents for the success of the process.
One of the major interests that I had that showcased to me is the level of commitment of the Edo people. Despite the fact that people have been chanting that there's going to be violence and people who may be killed and all, they still come out and vote for the candidate of their choice. Then secondly, INEC did something that is very, very different. One,
of the two major parties, residents of Edo State will be hoping that now that the election is over, the business of governance will continue. Amadin Uyi, Plus TV Africa.
Look at unprotected guy going after COVID-19 early.
Oh, unprotected guy is knocked to the ground.
Unprotected guy is hurt, but COVID-19 is still approaching. He's approaching. He's... Oh my word!
I am the meanest.